Are we on?
Say it again, maybe.
We're on over there. We're joined by the Controller and Auditor General, Seán McCarthy, as a permanent witness to the committee, and he's joined today by Deirdre Quaid, Senior Auditor. We're also... apologies have been received from Deputy Pat Deering. I'm holding over the minutes of the previous meeting, and we'll come to clear a few of them in a group manner shortly. So there's no matters arising because we haven't taken the minutes today. Deputy MacSharry.
Yeah, I know we have correspondence and a lot of work to get through, but I think given the seriousness of the issue with the 40 schools and indications in the media that it'll be even more than that, I think we need to allocate an unforeseen but serious level of priority to looking at that. I had raised myself here with the Secretary General of the Department of Education at the time when we were talking about CIT, and I think it's the Marine Institute down there that problems with that. And we were asking also in terms of reviews of public-private partnerships and the very lengthy periods that are allowed to go by before they are reviewed. And here we are now with school children with no school to go to in the next couple of weeks, at least in one instance, and potentially 40 plus more where there may or may not be difficulties. So I think in terms of value for money, I think this is a hugely serious issue, and I think that clearly there's a level of oversight and enforcement and inspection and so on that goes on in the construction phase of these schools, which, given the problems that have emerged, would certainly seem to suggest that those processes and procedures were at that time defective. Maybe there are new ones now, but I think that we should move very, very quickly to have who I would presume to be the building unit of the Department of Education come before us and give account for what seems to be the clear failings in the system that operated in the time that these schools were being constructed.
Deputy Cullinane, Deputy Murphy.
What Deputy MacSharry has said, this is a very serious issue. It's 40 schools plus, it may be more. We all saw yesterday the images of school children and their parents locked out of their school. So I would imagine that temporary arrangements will have to be made, which will come at a cost. So there is a cost to the taxpayer here, even in relation to relocating students. And then we don't know what remedial works will have to be done in all of these schools to bring them up to the standards in which they need to be at. So there are issues in relation to contracts, there's issues in relation to regulation, there are issues in relation to enforcement and all of those issues that have been raised as well. Would it be wise for us to get a detailed note from the department in relation to the number of contracts, what the nature of each contract for each of these schools, how many schools, and maybe when we look for the note, more schools, unfortunately, might be added to that. So I think we need a very detailed note. And also, what's the nature of the problems? And I think then as much information as we can get for the next meeting will determine then how we come at this from a PAC perspective. But I think we should definitely write to the Secretary General today, get as much information as possible. And given the seriousness of this, obviously the big issue is how it affects the children. But from our perspective, value for money, additional costs, I would imagine that's a guarantee. There is going to be an additional cost to the taxpayer, unfortunately. And we need to understand what happened and why, and what lessons are going to be learned.
Right. Deputy Murphy.
Yeah, obviously, when the tender happened, one of the things that probably saved money at the time was not having somebody on site to monitor the building, and then it's always harder to see something behind the walls afterwards, and that's a particular aspect that we need to focus on. I think we probably have more information. Obviously, there's going to be assessments because it's half term next week. There'll probably be more information after that, and it may be that delaying the letter till, say, the end of next week might be useful. It might be useful because there may well be more information in the department at that stage where they have sight of the remaining schools, even a cursory glance at the remaining schools that are to be looked at.
I support that, and I don't need to repeat it. But just in relation to the ongoing inspection by the departments, I understand that the department was active in its inspection from some interview I heard. So if we could have that clarified as well, what role they had when the buildings were going up.
During the course of construction?
Yeah. What role the department had, if any. It has been alleged that they had an active role and that they went out to inspect at various stages.
Fine. Okay, so I think, Deputy.
That's important. If there's a letter, I mean, I think the company, certainly through the media, I would have seen raised the fact that the department were there every week or every 2 weeks and inspecting or whatever. So who was inspecting? Was it administrative staff? Was it a structural engineer? Was it a QS? Also, there's issues around planning enforcement in terms of planning and building regulations in terms of the impact there. So if imposing those questions to the department, those could be included, and that will inform our decision then next week. Thanks.
Okay, so we're agreed to write to the department those lines, and I think we should ask at this stage too for the contract price for each of the schools involved, because if we're starting at the money side of it, we need to know what is the global cost of what's involved. We want to be specific on that. I think perhaps we'll write to them, but maybe if we asked for a reply back, I'm suggesting maybe the 13th of November. We have a meeting on the 15th of November. They're going to need a week or two. If we get a quick reply, it will not be remotely complete, right? So that is giving them one. Give them at least a fortnight, and there will be updates on that. I'm sure that the Education Committee will deal with it, but we're focusing on the points we mentioned as well. The teaching, accommodation, alternative accommodation, health and safety of students. I know the Education Committee inevitably will deal with that, but there's a big element of this got to do with the contract, the procurement, the tendering and the supervision and the cost of the project. And we'd be curious to know, this is a question I'm asking. I want to know in relation to each contract, I want to see, and they can give it to us in a variety of ways, the company that won the contract to build the schools, I want to know what were the next highest price by alternative contract. Did they come in as the cheapest all round? Where were they in ranking in terms of their bid? And maybe were they just marginally just below the second one on the list, or were they well below? And we'd be worried about if they were very well below the industry norm at the time. And that should have set its own alarm bell. So we actually want to examine that tendering process a bit, and we're looking for that additional information in relation to each of the tenders from the department, and we'll give them until as much information they can supply for us to receive information by the 13th of November. That's a good 2 weeks or there, a good 2 weeks. But that won't be the end. And then at that stage, I think we can assess it then at our meeting on the 15th. Okay? That's very helpful. Thanks for saying that. Next item on the agenda is matter correspondence received from since the last meeting. So, correspondence A, briefing documents and opening statements. Correspondence number 1668A from Karen Murphy. From the Irish Council of Social Housing, dated the 19th of October, providing a briefing note for today's meeting, including an overview of social housing provided by approved housing bodies, progress in relation to publicly funded social housing outputs 2015-18, the total amount of funding approved and received from public sources, and details of lands transferred by any public bodies 2015 to 2018. We'll note and publish this, and we'll be coming back to this topic again in the month of November. Correspondence 1670 and 1671 from the Department of Health.
Is that on the schedule?
The 1668.
You're coming back to it.
It is. Yeah, we're holding over. So what I'm saying is, all items got to do with the housing issue will be noted for today, but to be on our agenda for when we're having our second meeting on the housing situation, and we're having a meeting on the housing situation on the 29th of November. That's the second meeting.
And is that dealing with HAP as well?
Yeah. Pardon?
There'll be a crossover between them anyway.
There will, because there's a chapter today in the CNAG's report.
Yeah.
Chapter 10, I think it is, and we've commented on that about the approved housing bodies. There's no statutory regulation. You made that point very clear in your report last month. So we'll be dealing with that issue, and that's fair to raise today. But the Council for Social Housing people are not specifically here today, but the Secretary General of the Department is accounting officer.
I missed matters arising. Did we deal with that? No.
I didn't take the minutes, but if there is something the Deputy wants to raise on that, yes.
There is just one issue for us to watch, which is the advice from the Attorney General to the Department vis-à-vis the HEA's powers and functions. Can we just keep an eye that we get that as soon as it comes in, that it's not something that we have to keep chasing up. Okay. So as soon as the Department has that, it comes to us as well as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
I think it would be an interesting
that
observation.
that was a very important
and it has
issue.
Implications for our work.
Everything.
Everything. So
everything.
Can we maybe just keep an eye on it?
Absolutely. We'll keep an eye, absolutely. And that was an important issue that came out the last day. So the next item then is 1670 and 1671 from the Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government, dated the 18th of October. It's briefing information for today's meeting, vote 34, and details in relation to land transfer to approved housing bodies, publicly owned land, Rebuilding Ireland Home Loan, the note on the funding, progress on a county-by-county basis. We'll note and publish this. So it's briefing for today's meeting. Next item, 1680 from John O'Connor, CEO Housing Agency. His opening statement noted and published. Next item, 1681 from John McCarthy, Secretary General, Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government. His opening statement will be noted and published this. Next item is Category B, correspondence from accounting officers and our ministers, follow up to PAC. So we held over the following items, so we're continuing to hold them over. I'm proposing at our next meeting, there's a number of items from the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform responding to our previous periodic reports. There's detailed correspondence, large correspondence running to hundreds of pages from the HSE, following up from our earlier meeting, and there are some of the bulk items, and we held over quite a lot over the summer because we had 100 items to deal with. So I'm proposing from each meeting on, we take one chunk of them and deal with them rather than, and I propose the next meeting we'll deal with the responses from DPAR in relation to our previous periodic reports, because they were a bit slow getting to us, so we don't want to be any slower in following up the matter. And then we'll move on and clear a large chunk each time because it's sitting here. So I just want to note, and we're holding over one from the previous item, just on the reference numbers there. We've noted this before: 1482B, 1486B, 1490. B 1502B, 1510, 1513, 1526, 1528, 1530, 1538, 1560, 1561. So we've held all those over from the previous meeting, and we start dealing with them as best we can from the next meeting onwards.
It'll be shown up on the database as part of the next meeting, will it? So we, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Thanks. And next item then is 1637. B from Anne-Marie Walsh, Office of Public Works, providing the Managing Valuer's report on 5 historic cases on foot of the preceding submission from DPAR, and I note we had that before and that's held over again. Next item is 1640 from Timothy Owens, Chief Executive, Cork ETB, providing further information requested by the Committee regarding the employment policies in Cork ETB. The item was held over from last week's meeting. It was agreed to circulate the transcript of a meeting of the Committee in 2015, and this was circulated to the members yesterday. I wondered what was going on when I got that 90 pages email. I had to scratch my head to know why did I ask for that, but this is the answer. In the meantime, the correspondent who made the original inquiry is the subject of a matter, and is the subject matter of the case, has contacted the Secretariat for a copy of the letter from the ETB, and I propose we send this to the correspondent. So can we note and publish the correspondent? That's agreed. Next item, 1649 from the Secretary General of the Department of Education, Seán Fleming. It relates to the previous item and is a response in relation to a question read a possible prohibiting of people from applying for employment or re-employment as part of any legal settlement, and this came to our attention in relation to the Cork ETB. We note and publish this and obviously send it to the correspondent who has contacted us on this topic as well. Next item, 1650 from Kerry Ann Galvin, National Treatment Purchase Fund, in relation to a review of the pricing mechanism for long-term residential care in the private and voluntary sector. Work is still ongoing. We'll note and publish the letter, but we'll mark that down. We want a copy of the report as soon as it's completed. Deputy Cullinane.
Yeah, just I know you want to just note it, but I want to also note that I think it's an unacceptable delay to be quite frank. We did deal with this issue with the private nursing home providers, and we had them in before us. I'm not quite sure why it's taking so long. They're saying they were tied up with budgetary matters and other issues, but I think it's an unacceptable delay, to be quite frank. And it does have implications for private nursing homes and for voluntary nursing homes, obviously, because they'll be setting, I would imagine, a new pricing mechanism. So, listen, they've said that they'll have it at is it next month? Is that what they're saying?
They're scheduled to,
they're meeting with Deeper.
They're scheduled to meet later this month. There's the steering group, which involves the National Treatment Purchase Fund, the Department of Health and Deeper, is scheduled to meet later this month. The meeting will discuss the draft report and determine the next steps. So that's not a commitment to finalise it.
What I'm saying is we've had problems before. We've had it in flooding, for example, in other areas where we have these steering groups that are established. They don't meet as often as they should. They don't present reports as timely as they should. So if a steering group was in place to do a particular job, it should have done its job. Yeah. Let's be honest about it. And it seems to me that, you know, it's one of these issues that's sitting there and there's a steering group there and they meet whenever they feel like it, rather than any sense of urgency to it. So I would go back to them and say, I would advise that we go back and say, we think it should happen as quickly as possible, and that as soon as they have that report, that it be furnished to the PAC.
Yeah, and the reason why this query is on our desk is that we as a committee wrote to them on the 11th of September saying we wanted this information to complete our periodic report. So at this point they're holding up the PAC in its work completing our periodic report.
That's it.
And it's only as a result of that they're now saying they're meeting next month. I wonder, had we not contacted them, would this steering committee meeting be even happen? Perhaps it was already pre-scheduled.
Well, can we get a note from them as to who's on this steering group?
Yeah, we do.
When it was established, how often it meets, how often it should meet. And maybe that will give us an indication as to whether there's a problem or not.
In other words, we want a copy of the minutes of the meeting of that steering group since its initiation.
Yeah.
And we want to know who's the chairperson and the date of the next scheduled meeting and the timetable to complete the work. Because at this point in time, they're holding up the PAC completing our work, and as we contacted them.
Very good.
And had we not done that, we mightn't be even aware of this. So it's important. That's an example of us following up our work in our periodic report. That does leave all these things that get mentioned here and people think we forget about, we don't forget. Okay? Next item. So that's, we've dealt with that. Next item, 1635 from Jerry Greeley. 1653 from Jerry Greeley, Livestock Breeding, Production and Trade Division, Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine, providing information note requested by the committee concerning a complaint to the EU Commission regarding alleged illegal state aid to Horse Sport Ireland. Mr Greeley provides details of another similar complaint and states that the department disputes both complaints and is responding to the EU Commission accordingly. We'll note and publish this, but the matter is clearly in the hands of the EU at this stage.
Can I just ask,
Deputy Murphy first.
I mean, how do we know when the EU has, apart from if there's a finding that is very public, in terms of closing this off, in terms of the response from the EU Commission, can we ask the department specifically to notify us of the response from the EU Commission? We could be some time waiting for that, but if we ask them specifically.
One way of doing that, when we get issues like that and we're told they're being sent to the EU Commission, it could be there for 2 months or 3 years, I don't know. So really we are asking, this is now the October, November, we want an update for the 8th of December. So we're not leaving before Christmas without knowing, and we will track it on a periodic basis. So any of these issues that come in, the matter has been looked at, we log it, we want to hear from you in 2 months, and we'll ask them again in 2 months, what's the update? Because I've no concept how long it'll take. Deputy Cullinane.
Can I just ask, is Horse Sport Ireland audited by the Controller and Auditor General?
I don't think so.
Horse Racing Ireland,
yeah, Horse Racing Ireland is, no, it's, it is Horse Racing Ireland, yeah. I do audit that, but this is not audited by me. Horse Sport Ireland is not audited by me.
So what is Horse Sport Ireland then?
It's, from recollection, I think it's a representative group, a sport regulatory body, self-regulation body.
But it's not audited by you?
It's not audited by me. Okay. It's a grant recipient.
Yeah. It's a recipient, yeah. Receives a grant.
Thank you.
Okay, fine. So we're going to log that to have a reply here in early December, an update.
Does that receive its grant through Horse Racing Ireland then? Would it be a subset?
I don't think so. It comes from the department,
Right.
but I'd have to check the details on that.
Maybe the liaison officer will circulate.
Yeah, a note.
We'll ask the liaison officer between the CNAG's office and our committee to circulate a note on that particular issue, okay? Rather than going around the houses asking the departments and everyone else. So that will be sent out to us during the week. So, and we're going to keep a track on that. Next item, 1657 from Mary Lawler, Communications Department NAMA, providing an information note requested by the committee on the 24 billion sale of underlying assets with geographic breakdown of where the purchases were located. So they don't answer the question. Information is interesting, and when I read it about the third time I realised she didn't actually answer the question. And it's a very short paragraph. I want to read it out. We had asked for a note on the 24 billion sale of underlying assets with a geographic breakdown of where the purchasers were located. That was straightforward. So the reply is 2 sentences. Since inception, 24 billion has been generated from the sale of secured assets by NAMA debtors and receivers. Of this, 13.2 billion was generated from the sale of assets located outside Ireland. Next sentence. Based on our analysis, the geographic location of the purchasers of assets located in Ireland is set out in the table below. So and they've given us the chart, a table, but we asked for a breakdown of the 24 billion and the geographic breakdown of where the purchasers were located. In the first sentence, she confirms 13.2 billion, i.e. 55% of the assets were located outside Ireland, but the banks and the loans fell to the Irish taxpayer. I'm not worried where the property was, that fell to the Irish taxpayer. And then she proceeds to give us a breakdown on the sale of the location of the purchasers of the 45% of the assets that were located in Ireland. So she only gave us a breakdown of a subset of the 24 billion. To send it straight back, and we want the original question answered. She broke our question into 2 halves and answered half of it. Okay? So that's not satisfactory. And we'll note and publish it, but we're writing back for a proper answer. Next item, 1659 from Robert Watt, Secretary General, Department of Public Expenditure and Reform, providing information requested by the committee in relation to the costs incurred by the state for the recent visit by the Pope Francis to Ireland. The original inquiry referenced Article 44.2 of the Constitution, which says the state guarantees not to endow any religion. We note and publish the response, and the response says that the papal visit will not cost any greater than the 20 billion budget approved for the visit. So that's one figure I want to put on the record. Deputy Murphy.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of things about this. Well, there's one particular thing about this. I've no issue in relation to overtime and that kind of aspect that will be accounted for in relation to this visit. But there would have been quite a short lead in time in terms of the known date and procurement for other particular aspects. You know, things like fencing and stuff like that. And it doesn't strike me that there was the time to have adequate procurement on this. Where there would be multiple tenders and things like that. And I think there is an issue around that. Who would have, what are the various aspects under the remit of the OPW? We know about Garda Síochána. What are the other headings? I think there is an issue in relation to 1 or 2 things. I think it would be useful to write back to the OPW and ask them for the headings of those, so as that we can see if there's an issue with fairly sizable amounts. I'm not talking about, you know, what you call it, high-vis jackets and things like that. I'm talking about the kind of serious spending.
Okay, and again, this is the second letter in a row from a senior public body. We had it from NAMA. We asked a specific question, and they give us a detail in respect of a fraction of the question. And here we have to say the OPW has advised that expenditure to date was 14.1 million. And then they just give us some remark about the Garda overtime, which might be approximately 5.2 million. We need a breakdown of the 14.1 million, reasonable. So, from the OPW. So, we'll write directly to the OPW as the Deputy suggested. Okay? So, in the meantime, we will note and publish this. Next item of correspondence is 1662 from Seán Fleming, Secretary General, Department of Education and Skills, providing update to the Committee regarding the transfer of properties in relation to contributions from religious congregations towards the costs incurred by the State in responding to residential, institutional child abuse. And Deputy Connolly.
Thanks, Chair. Again, I welcome the update from Mr. O'Fowler. Thank him for the update. It's clear. What's not clear is why it has taken so long. Not from Mr. So if we look at the 2002 indemnity agreement, 5 properties 16 years later remain to fully transfer. It was expected that 4 of these properties would have transferred by the end of Q3 of this year. The current position, 3 of those 5 will transfer by the end of the year, 1 will transfer by the first half of next year, and then there's a 5th. I don't know when that will transfer. So that's outstanding. And then if we go to the 2009 voluntary offers, and again, I'm Chair, with your assistance, have followed this up, and you've been very attentive to it. But the 2009 arose as a result of the Rhine report and the damning findings, and so properties were offered on a voluntary basis. But that word voluntary, we were led to believe there would be no difficulty. So that was 2009, and of those 18 properties in 2018, 9 still haven't been transferred. Now, again, I see that there's progress, and I see of a lot of those buildings and properties, they're actually functioning by various bodies of the state. I welcome that. And then we come to Galway and St Anne's Lennaby. And if anything typifies or brings into acute focus this whole scheme is St Lennaby's in Galway, which is empty now, I think since 2009, officially I'm told 11. The City Council in Galway announced it was a gift. I've gone into that background. I won't go into it again. It wasn't a gift. It was given by way of redress. It has remained inexplicably empty since, I think, 2009, but 11. And now we're being told that a geophysical survey was carried out. I realised that was underway. I didn't realise the City Council had requested that. And that still hasn't been, let me see exactly what they're saying. I understand that the results of the geophysical survey have not yet been provided to the congregation. So a geophysical survey was commissioned. It's extremely important to see the results of that. We know in the context of the mother and baby home in Tuam, which is not relevant today, except insofar as, again, we have a minister saying that the sisters of the Bon Secure are willing to give so much money. We're back again. We don't know the circumstances. It seems the minister approached there for a contribution, but it's not put in context. It's very important to give context to these matters. And the context here is this particular building was never given as a gift. It was given as part of a redress. And it's inexplicably empty and deteriorating at a terrible rate since the time it was empty. And I just, in this regard and the other ones, I simply don't understand the role of the Department of Education and how they failed to ensure these agreements were complied with in a more speedy fashion. Thanks, Chair, for your...
Deputy Murphy.
I do welcome their continuous updates now. I do welcome that, and I do welcome the progress.
Albeit some of these are 2002 and 2009. I mean, obviously the 2002 is a legal obligation, and the 2009 is a moral obligation, and given that the moral obligation comes from the particular sector that it comes from, I would have thought that would have been almost on an equal par with the legal obligation, but that's so be it, and we've all said that kind of stuff before. Just want to find out about some practical things, 1 or 2 things. The HSE are pursuing the matter, and the Department of Education are pursuing the matter with different organisations, because some of the facilities are being used, like the one, number 15, the National Rehabilitation Hospital in Dunleary. Now, there's work being pursued on one of them, like this offer comprises, this is number 15 I'm talking about, this offer comprises the lease of land and operation of the National Rehabilitation Hospital and the transfer of 33-acre site. This transfer will facilitate the redevelopment of the hospital. That project is now underway. And then on the final paragraph it says, work on this complex transfer is progressing but is taking longer than expected. The estimated time frame for the completion is Q3 2019. Now, is that holding up the lack of clear title and the spending of public money on a development? Is that holding that up? And is there a duplication going on here in relation to the Department of Education and the HSE? How is that working in practice? And, you know, I mean, it costs money to follow this up. And is the lack of clear title causing a problem? Maybe we should ask the HSE, since they have an involvement as well, what is their involvement in this and how does that relate to the Department of Education?
Okay.
Because there's a few of them here that are HSE, it's not just that one.
Okay. That's agreed. That's agreed. We will do that for that.
I presume the HSE are not paying a rent on this.
We would hope so. We would hope. We'll ask that to be confirmed. We would expect so. You know, we'd expect that. Okay. Deputy Cullinane.
Yeah, that's just. I think we need to remind ourselves of the context here, which is the CNHE special report, which looked at this and the whole indemnity scheme in the first place. And was there a cap of 128 million that the religious bodies? That was their contribution, wasn't it? Yeah. But in your report, I think at the time, I think it was up to 2015, or maybe it was 16, but only 13% of the cost of the redress scheme.
End of 15.
End of 15. Do you have an up-to-date figure?
I don't offhand.
Could that be got for us?
I'm sure we can try and do something, obviously using the updates that have been provided by the department.
There has been some progress, and maybe the figure has gone up, but it's still unacceptable, as has been said. 2002, this scheme was put in place. The scheme itself is a joke, let's be honest. I mean, many of us commented on that. The orders got off the hook almost completely. Taxpayer
I think, Deputy, when I presented my report, the calculation of the contribution by the congregations was done on the basis of the commitments given.
Yeah.
Not on the basis
of the cost. Yeah.
Of
the cost
what was actually
1.5 billion was the overall.
1.5, that's correct, but the figure, and I can find the figure for you, but that was calculated on the basis of the commitments that had been given, not on the basis of the amount that had been received. So the percentage in my report won't have changed.
Yeah, and that was the story, if you like, you know. But I think it would be useful maybe to get that up-to-date calculation.
That just be clarified again, sorry, just to clarify what you...
Say that again.
Yeah, my recollection, and I'd obviously need to check it, but the calculation of the share that had been contributed by the congregations was based on what they had committed to give, not what had already been received. So, you know, that figure is unlikely to change.
Unless they're going to give more.
But we want to get 100%
which is
collection of that
of
figure.
What was committed.
That's we want to get 100% collection of that. Now, thanks for raising that. I haven't started.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Deputy. This is an issue that's going on 16 years. And we, the Public Accounts Committee, this is saying something, and I want to say it to the Accounting Office. It says something about the Department of Education, how they follow up issues in relation to taxpayers' money, and I hope it has some broader implications across the public service. So we asked, as a result of our previous meeting, for a breakdown, report by report. And on the 23rd of July, Mr. Fallu wrote to us with a detailed breakdown, giving his commitments that he gave us. We didn't ask him to give us those commitments. We said, in relation to each of the outstanding properties, please give us a breakdown in relation to the position at the end of June, and that letter was dated the 23rd of July, and your timescale for completion. And these are the commitments he gave to us voluntarily last June, that the following items would be completed by the end of September. So we gave him a bit of time, and we said to him after the end of September, by the way, how did you get on in relation to the commitments you gave to us in writing last June. And the situation is this, because I have the letter he gave to us last June, and bear with me now for a minute. This is the heading is property is not fully and finally completed under the 2002 agreement. We're talking about the 2002 agreement. So Mr. Fallu told us in July that in relation to New Park, Newtown Road, Waterford, that property, the estimated time for completion was the end of September 2018. They were his commitments to us. And today he says the estimated time frame has now moved to Q2 2019. So not only did he not meet the commitment he gave to us for the end of September 2018, he's now, on the letter we've received before us today, moved that out 9 months to the end of next June. Unacceptable. Next item, he mentions Cushcame, Cappoquin, County Waterford, and the commitment he gave us was that the estimated time frame for completion was the end of September 2018, which had been previously revised from the previous quarter. And what happened on the commitment he gave us for the end of September, the estimated time frame is the end of Q4. That's moved by 3 months, so not delivered. Next item, item number 5 on his list, the last day. It was got to do with the Sacred Heart Centre, Waterford, and the estimated time for completion that he gave us was for the end of September 2018, which had been moved already from a previous commitment, and his response to us today that is now moving a further 3 months. So none of those 3 commitments were made. I move on then in relation to in relation to the 2002 agreement, the 3 commitments he gave us, that he gave to us in writing, none of them have been honoured. And that's my problem. I don't mind once it's been done, but I'm not going to have commitments given to the PSE in writing and none of them 100% failure to meet the deadlines, right? And they're his deadlines. And we're just asking, we'll accept his current deadlines that he's given us now because they're the ones he's chosen for the second or the third time, but they better be honoured in full because he's not to come back seeking a further update. And if he's a problem with that, he's to let us know. And if he doesn't believe they're achievable, I have to ask, why is he giving it to us in writing that they are achievable? So the next item...
Can I just, if we're going to write to him and just say we're not happy with the changing deadlines, then we have to very robustly ask why the deadlines have changed.
We're given,
because that's
so
more detail, not just a one-liner at the bottom to say we've shifted.
Really the question is, he gave a commitment, obviously after due consideration. What has happened?
Exactly.
Either did he not give a proper consideration when he gave us the first deadline, or has something happened in the meantime? We want to know. And I just finished the record then, and I'll speed it up a bit, but the record is no better. Appendix 2 were properties accepted for transfer under the 2009 voluntary agreement, and the situation is something similar here again. He has moved the commitment in relation to St Brendan's Group Home, Federal County Tipperary. It was to be the end of Q3, and now it's the end of Q4 2018. The one in relation to lands at the Convent Road, Care, County Tipperary, was the end of Q3 and has now moved to Q4, another 3 months. The one in relation to Ballyjames Duff, Cavan, the revised time frame was to be the end of 2018, and he's now moving it to the end of June 2019. He's moving that 6 months on, and so there you go. And then we also had the property in relation to St Patrick's Primary School, Altamont Street, Westport, County Mayo. The estimated time frame is now moved to the end of June of next year from the end of this year. So no commitment that was given to us, as far as I can see, has been honoured at all.
19.
Yeah. So look, this is what's happened for 14 years in a row. It's not going to continue to happen, and somebody has to call a halt to it. And I'm saying to the Department of Education, whether it's the Chief State Solicitor's Office or whoever legally is not getting the business done, or whichever state body, I don't personally want to have to bring back Mr. Fallu to deal with this, but we might have to if this keeps happening. I don't intend doing it now at this stage. We'll accept these current deadlines, but we want the reason why he gave us the deadlines he gave us, why they weren't met, and how confident is he of the new deadline. And these new deadlines, if he doesn't meet his new deadlines, he will be explaining one by one as to why that happened. Sorry now for going on about that, but if the PAC are to be thorough in our work, that's the nitty-gritty end of our business that we have to do, send a signal. We're not accepting letters here in future that are not honoured, that we can see due to the passage of time. Now, next item, 1664 from Jim McGlynn, Director of Organisation Support, Donegal ETB, providing information requested by the Commissioner regarding payment to the Revenue Commissioners because of an underpayment of PRSI 1997 to 2011. We'll note and publish that item. Next item is correspondence 1666 from Ray Mitchell, Assistant National Director, Health Service Executive, dated the 18th of October, in response to 2 requests for information from the Committee as follows: regarding the direct and indirect costs of the Portlaoise Review Group and the charging of residents for incontinence wear at the Brothers of Charity Services in Roscommon. So, in relation to the costs of the Portlaoise Review Group, the HSE confirmed to us that the legal fees...
Can we go back to...
To which one?
You're going on to Portlaoise there.
Yeah, there's 2 items. Yeah, there's 2 items in this.
All right, sorry,
no, absolutely. So, in relation to the Portlaoise Review Group, the legal fees were €94,340. The cost of the investigation team was €305,320 and 34 cents, giving a total cost of the Portlaoise Review Group of €399,660 34 cents. And he said that there was no significant indirect costs, as members of the review group were all external to the service. So I want to note and publish that information. And in relation to the charging of residents for incontinence wear, we note and publish the response and send a copy to the Deputy Fitzmaurice. I haven't a copy of it. Is the response on the screen there? It is. It's on the screen. I just haven't the copy in front of me. Deputy Fitzmaurice raised that. Can we note, Deputy MacSharry wants to speak on that?
I would be aware of the case, and I wouldn't concur with the briefing note, and I'd be concerned that the HSE aren't fully up to speed with the situation. Of course, the HSE didn't exist in '97, and they're stating, presumably they mean the Health Board at that time. But from my perspective, the history here is this group were charging a daily rate in the normal way, £12.50 as I understand it, and that in addition to that we're charging people for incontinence wear. The issue was pursued by a long-term resident's family, and eventually the HSE and the group were dragged kicking and screaming to reimburse some money to the individuals' families involved. This is saying that everybody has got all of the money back. I would have information to suggest that they haven't, and that some of the people were not reimbursed for a period from 1997 to 2001. In addition, initially at least, that following, and they mentioned the particular family raising the issue in 2013, were refunded an amount of 6,000 of a possible 21, 15,000 remained. And then on the back of the 2005 change, I think Minister Harney at that time brought in the Illegal Charges Act or something to that effect. And for this one resident, they decided to impose a retrospective long-term state charge in order to reduce the amount of the 15,000 that might be applicable for return. And the thing went on for quite a number of years. Families were put through an extraordinary level of difficulty. Questions were refused to be being asked. And I think that there is a deeper problem here that this is covering. And frankly, what I would like to do is have this Section 38 join us, together with the appropriate people from the HSE, to discuss this matter in more detail. So the issue is, yes, it occurred. Yes, this would seem to suggest that this synergy project and the Mary Harney bill and the HSE's own initiatives dealt with this problem. That is not the case. The evidence will show they had to be dragged kicking and screaming to acknowledge this as an issue, to refund the money in full, and to this day I believe some monies for the period of 97 to 2001 for some families is outstanding. I also have concerns that the Ombudsman closed the case without adequately dealing with all of the facts available to it. So I think that in the interest of the public money provided most recently in 2018 to the Brothers of Charity on a once-off basis of 105,335. I think that we could usefully have this Section 38 organisation in, together with the appropriate people in the HSE, and that in advance of that they might provide to us on a redacted basis, if necessary, redacting the names of the individuals, how much was charged to these individuals, how much was refunded, and when, and that could inform our, I would believe, a short deliberation with them would be sufficient, but I do believe that they need to be brought in because I wouldn't be entirely comfortable that this wasn't replicated elsewhere throughout the country.
Deputy MacSharry, I would have said it at the last meeting. I met the family concerned myself directly over the course of the summer, and I propose, and I understand we can't leave it at this. Perhaps I think in the first instance we'll send this out with our caveats. And I think perhaps the best thing, just as a first effort, maybe those members of the committee who are interested should meet with the family outside of the PAC setting, because it might be a situation they might not want it brought to a public PAC meeting to the extent of bringing in the organisation.
Yeah. Basis. Certainly, I have met with the family at length at the beginning of the summer. And I have gone through it, and we have this response now on the back of the inquiry from
that's the first response we've got.
Yeah, but I don't need to meet people again. I mean, there are sufficient questions that arise for me. I won't be mentioning the names of any of the residents. I won't be talking about any personal information. I'm only interested in public money and the illegal charging of people.
And we want to go there, and I want to go there with you on that. However, the families might have a concern, even we've mentioned, they're clearly identifiable within the institution, the people involved, because the organisation knows about this issue. I just want to be sensitive to the people who are living in the nursing home and their families, that we don't escalate a thing that they might be uncomfortable with. I've no problem going there, but I would like to check back.
I know where you're coming from, but who, did you speak to all the families?
No. I just met one delegation here in Dublin.
But so how are you going to identify all the families?
Well, I'll go back through that person to start with.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I think we can possibly have a chat.
Drop them a note. We all have enough meetings to go to.
Yeah.
I mean, in the sense that I don't need any more information. Drop them a note and say, look, do you mind us pursuing these? We won't be mentioning your name.
I'd like the family
I would say unanimously, they'll all say, absolutely, how quick can you do it? You know, rather than adding more meetings that aren't necessary. I mean, let's just get on with it if we can.
Just from my own perspective as chairperson, I wouldn't like to call in the organisation without touching base again with the family concerned.
Well, will you do that on all our behalf, and we'll just move forward?
I'm happy to do that.
That's great.
Deputy Connolly, I know. Thank you for, first of all, delegating that up first. Deputy Connolly.
Yeah, just on this particular item, it might be wise perhaps to broaden it past incontinence wear, and that might help the people's personal details. I just, from my own previous job to here, I have had reason to notice that it's not just incontinence products, sometimes more complex syringes and things that aren't covered by the HSE coded, as the term we use. And you often hear where residents get a bill for blister packing of their medications, for catheters, for incontinence wear, and just for maybe the committee, incontinence wear is generally provided in a public health place, and you pick it up in the boot of your car. And then there's, might probably entertain people, but there's actually luxury incontinence wear that people tend to buy and sometimes have a preference for it over the state product, and there's a differential there in price. But it might be wise, the whole area of the charges that people in nursing homes incur on top of their basic rate. You often hear about activities being charged for. Mass apparently sometimes can have a price as well. So it's maybe a wider issue, not just focusing on incontinence.
Chairman, on that point, Deputy O'Connell, sorry.
No,
sorry.
Yeah, I know. No, you can say.
No, just a comment just on that point that Deputy O'Connell raises, and she's quite right. And we actually had the Ombudsman in front of us at the Petitions Committee, specifically on the report into that aspect of the charging of additional areas in the nursing home sector. And indeed, the Minister for State only came down to us in the last couple of weeks to address that as well. So it is a whole area, and there's detailed reports into that whole sphere as well. Of course, the private sector was beyond the scope in terms of the investigations of the houses of Oireachtas, but it is worth noting.
And which report are you referring to?
The Ombudsman had a report into the charges, just on the point of that Deputy O'Connell raised, in terms of what is charged for beyond the state care, what is paid for by the state.
Yeah, and we all know our recommendation that the Ombudsman is not legally binding, so we can take up that report if he's done a body of work already. Take from the Deputy Murphy.
Yeah, I concur with the wider issue. In fact, I've come across things as like a mattress being required to be provided for it. You know, like it's just. So it goes across the spectrum. But can I just move, just so I support that, but can I just ask in relation to the other response in relation to the Portlaoise review group? I have a memory of somebody at the committee asking that other inquiries that were done, that it was that there would be that those inquiries were done and shouldn't be just sitting out there as something that costs something, but there should be some learnings from them, and that there was it might have been Deputy Connolly that asked it, but that we had an understanding of those inquiries, the totality of those inquiries, you know, from the point of view of what they cost, but also from the point of view of you know, of there being some learning from the review itself.
Okay. So how do we? Are you talking about Portlaoise or other hospitals?
I'm talking about the other inquiries that would have been done. It was raised here in the last couple of weeks.
Medical negligence.
Yes. Specifically,
we've written to the State Claims Agency. It mightn't be quite the same topic, looking for to identify the number of hospitals on their books in relation to material cases and the costs of the reviews. We've written to the State.
Right, okay. Yeah. Well, then it's covered. They'll come back.
And the State Claims Agency are coming in on the medical negligence, right, okay, I think, in the next meeting.
Just recently, the item I raised in relation to looking at all the independent reviews carried out for various incidents in hospitals. I think that's what we're talking about now. Yeah.
So and the State Claims Agency have a system for monitoring and recording all those, and you know, I think that's the MIMS, or there's some name on it like that, if I recall. And it's an issue that we will come back to with the State Claims Agency, because we're dealing with medical negligence substantially at the meeting with them in the next fortnight. Okay, next item then is correspondence. So what we're doing there is, in relation to, I've given an undertaking to follow up. We'll send our correspondence out, we'll note and publish that. I've given a commitment. I will meet with the group I met during the summer, just to touch base with them before we make further contact with the direct organisation, the Section 39 organisation, and Deputy Connolly has suggested we broaden it to other issues, but Deputy Cassells has informed us that the Ombudsman has done a report. So I think the first thing is circulate that Ombudsman's report to this committee to see are there aspects in it that we can follow up, because we're not going to redo the Ombudsman work, but we'll take...
We have specific evidence to do with this one issue.
Yeah.
While it's a very good idea to look at the wider thing, as other deputies have said, I mean,
I'll go meet them.
I don't want to lose the key issue.
I'll meet the group because I met them during the summer.
Brilliant.
Okay. And we'll come...
I mean, it depends which class is the key issue. I mean, I think the key issue here is charging of people who are in residential homes in addition to their bill, and that can cover bingo to incontinence pads. So correct. I think it's a wider issue if people are vulnerable.
There's a specific issue which we're dealing with, and there's a broader issue as well. Okay, and we'll keep both alive. Next item then is correspondence item number 1667 from Catherine Nicken, Secretary General, Department of Culture, Heritage and Gaeltacht, in response to information requested by the Commissioner regarding Galway European Capital of Culture 2020, including the new structures in place, the plans in place for the money that has been allocated, and what service level agreements have been put in place, so we can note and publish that item of correspondence. Is that agreed?
Yeah, I agree, but just in relation to that, so this is dated the 17th of October. I welcome it. It's something that we're keeping a close eye on in view of what happened with the Palace Cinema in Galway and the failure of governance there and oversight by the department. And so the letter is reassuring us that the department is keeping a close eye on this, that there's an audit committee set up, that the Minister is represented on that audit committee in relation to 2020, and that it meets regularly. Now, what is still of concern to me is there is no performance agreement, a performance delivery agreement yet with Galway 2020. And I've asked numerous Dáil questions and I followed it up here, and I'm being told it's coming. And I'm told the terms of the agreement set out the conditions. Presumably that means will set out the conditions for the release of the funds. We're talking about 15,250,000 has been given out, and by 19 we'll have another 6 million. Why I'm raising this is we've been here with the Palace Cinema, we've been here with a special chapter from the department. All of these are very good ideas. The Palace Cinema was a very good idea. It's a privilege for Galway to get 2020, but the operation of it is a completely different matter. So, Chair, the performance delivery agreement is at an advanced stage of negotiation. In the meantime, we've had a series of people leaving in Galway, leaving the board, and what's interesting is we have a head of programme, a head of production, a director of communications, a director of finance and operations, and a head of human resources for Galway 2020, but we don't have anyone in charge of the cultural leadership role yet. And the department recognise that this is important. So we have 2020 with a serious lack of someone in charge that, in their words, the required creative talent. I just highlight that because we look back on the Palace Cinema when we couldn't do anything about it. We certainly can do something about this from the department's point of view and from our point of view in terms of governance. So I would like to see a performance delivery agreement or whatever else it's called.
Okay, so they've given a commitment that the performance delivery agreement will be in place with the department by the end of October, which is next week. So we will ask that by our next meeting, we will ask that to have a copy of that here by the 6th of November, in advance of our next meeting.
Thank you, Chair. As an aside, but very important, I would say that the board should have some sense and go back to the creative talent on the ground in Galway, which the artists have asked for. But that's for outside of here. They should go back and make it an artistic endeavour, not a business endeavour. But
okay, so we'll ask for that to be with us in advance of our next meeting. So that's agreed. Next item is 1672 from Professor Cian Oireachtas, President of NUIG, providing information requested by the committee in relation to non-competitive procurement to the value of 5.2 million and a severance payment and out-of-office leave payroll cost of 91,000, both in relation to the 2017 financial statements. Can we just put up on the screen the letter says details of the non-competitive procurement. We attach, as requested, the Excel format together with the background explanation details. Have we got a copy of that? Because I didn't see that. I'll be only a moment. Yeah, that says, it says, it's the follow-on document. That paragraph says we attach the requested list in Excel format. Have we got that? We have.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
The CNAG.
The G4 Security Solutions were paid 373,000 without competitive procurement. Extraordinary. 373,000. Tompkins and Co. were paid 241,000. Micromail Limited were paid 208,000, Core Computers Consultants 180,000, and Swimworld were paid 128,000 without competitive. I know they're probably not much procurement options when it comes to Swimworld, etc. But some of the other ones I can't understand.
Just the second that you identified, CNAG, and And then they have this other list, which doesn't include your 7. Did they not identify those 7, or are you just putting both together? Or?
I can't say offhand, but maybe they're, that they had identified these separately. What we've been pushing for is that third levels, all state bodies, would actually undertake an exercise themselves every year, looking at all their procurements and identifying where they had not procured by competitive means. So we would expect to see a schedule every time.
Isn't it frightening that would take a review? Like, presumably it's one payments office.
Yeah, usually in an organisation. It would be different in the HSE.
You know,
yeah,
so
in a very
how would they be kind of not remember?
There would be very many procurements in a year. Detail gets lost sight of, I think.
But you know, if you didn't put it to tender, wouldn't you?
You should. You should. Yeah, we would expect that there would be a register of all procurements, and that they would be able to generate a report from that readily.
What do SwimWorld provide?
Now that I can't say offhand at the moment.
The international
leisure centre or swimming pool or something. I don't know what it is. Yeah. There are 13 items identified where they didn't meet procurement requirements, where in each of the 13 cases the amount of money involved was over €100,000. And that report says the actions at the end of it. Can we go on just to what's on the end of the report? What actions have they identified to? It says, the covering letter says, we attached a request to the Excel format together with background explanation details as furnished to the CNAG, styled Appendix 3, Finding 1, including actions to mitigate reoccurrence. So, finding procurement. Okay, I missed that Excel document in my own document. You know what? I'm going to hold that over. I'd just like to study that in a bit more detail. So we're going to hold.
Great.
We'll note and publish it as it is, but we're holding over a discussion on it because I'd like to come back to that. And it's a useful example of public procurement.
And would the Controller and Auditor General be in a position to look at that between now and the next time that we look at it as well?
Yes, certainly, I will look at it. Yeah.
Okay. So we're actually going to come back to that because there's quite a bit of information there, and I think we won't delay this morning's meeting on it. Next item is correspondence 1673 from Jackie Maguire, Chairperson, County and City Managers, dated the 22nd of October, who declined her invitation to attend today's meeting on a voluntary basis to assist in her examination of matters relating to housing supply. We had asked, as I mentioned there, the City and County Managers to send a representative because we're dealing with housing in view of their very senior position and key role in delivering housing, social and affordable housing. They understandably and correctly, and we know it, the CCMA are not under the remit of the PAC, but I propose we rewrite to them, Deputy Cassells, I propose we will rewrite to them asking to assist us in a voluntary capacity and to be helpful to the Public Accounts Committee and the Oireachtas in examination of the housing issue, and we would they have knowledge and information that could be helpful to the public, and I think they have a key role, and we would ask them to, whether they come as individual chief executives or whether they come as formally representing the CCMA, I don't mind, but we do need to see some people here who can assist this committee in its work. So we'll write back on that vein. Deputy Cassells.
Thanks, Chair, and I would endorse what you said, but I would put it in the strongest possible terms to Ms Maguire as Chairperson, and I don't mind, as you said, Chairperson, if the CCMA send one representative, the Chairperson or someone else, to answer the questions, but they must. Or as you said, as they come of individual CEOs, we can bring all 40 odd of them, we can get deck chairs, put them out and bring them in, but they have, and I have consistently said this point, Chairperson, statutory responsibility to this state and its citizens, and they are as crucially important to the delivery of services as any Secretary-General and any Minister. They are a linchpin in society to the delivery of services, because at this level, in these houses of the Oireachtas, we allocate money on a headline figure basis, and the implementation of that then goes to the Chief Executive Officers, who are giving a very high standing within this society. So it is imperative, Cathaoirleach, that the CCMA do send a representative and do participate with this committee in respect of these matters.
Okay. Yes.
I mean, the chief executives obviously have the overall responsibility for the local authority, for example, that they're the chief executive of. But there's if you drill down on some of the aspects, the housing obviously goes across a range of different departments within a local authority. For example, the oversight of approved housing bodies would be one. The like of the delivery of local authority housing direct. The bills and that particular thing. Then there's the finance section that would maybe be dealing with, you know, everything from local authority loans to maybe the HAP payments or rents or things like that. So there's elements to it, and it may well be worth our while identifying the elements that they could be helpful to us with, in terms of, because it's the oversight is very fragmented, and it's not possible to close that circle without having that side of it reflected. And so it might be worth our while identifying specific pieces. And they may well want to bring the director of service of a particular local authority where there's, say, a lot of approved housing bodies, that can give maybe the more nuanced understanding of it, where they have a day-to-day kind of responsibility as well.
I don't think the chief executive of local authorities has any regulatory role or supervisory role of the approved housing body. They go to the department directly. Yes, their documents have to be approved and consistent by the local authority, but the department, the gap in regulation of the approved housing bodies is in legislation. There is a. They're not.
Housing agency is fulfilling it on a
they're doing it on a voluntary basis.
On a non-statutory
basis.
Yeah, but they do have to provide their accounts, for example.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's one aspect of another.
Exactly. So look, we will write back to them because we need them as very senior public servants who have a key role in delivering houses to assist the Oireachtas. One would expect that they would see the merit in that. We accept, you know, they're not under the legal remit of the PAC, but just because they're not legally obliged to come here is no reason why they can't come here. So I think we understand.
We'll be talking later about the relationship between the local authorities, because Local Government Audit Service actually carried out a review within the local authorities of how they oversee the AHBs that operate within their own locations, and they've made a number of recommendations on how that whole relationship needed to be tightened up.
Okay. And we'll come back. That's the main substance of our meeting for the rest of the day. We'll come back to that. So next item is correspondence 1675 from Pat Harkin Clerk to the Health Committee dated the 19th of October regarding the report undertaken by Dr. Scally in relation to the cervical check screening programme. We note and publish this is in an effort to ensure the Health Committee, while are doing work on this, the PAC doesn't duplicate similar work, and there's clear areas in relation to value for money, tendering for contracts with the laboratories and financial matters that the PAC can deal with, and it's good to get that clarified. Next item is 167. We note and publish that 1676 from Deeper regarding the appointment of Brendan Gleeson as accounting officer to the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine. We note and publish this. Correspondence item C. 1595 was held over from the last time. 1652 is from an individual dated 16th of October. The Secretariat has sought permission of the individual to forward the earlier query regarding waiting lists for psychological assessment to the HSE. Since then, the individual is letting know there has been some developments. However, she raised the question in relation to what she might suggest as ad hoc administration of the waiting list. While this may be a matter for the Health Committee to look at, I propose we request a note from the HSE in relation to this matter. So we agree to that, to get the note. Next item 1654 from an individual the 16th of October regarding funding and ethics of research undertaken by a higher education institution. The correspondence has also been sent to the Department of Education and Skills. The matter that fall within our remit have formed part of our engagement with the third level sector, and we will be continuing to work on that area. Next item 1658 from an individual dated the 16th of October and matters to the committee in relation to the electricity interconnection. I propose we seek a note from the Department of Communications, Climate Action and Environment on the points raised. Next, item 1661 from an individual dated the 17th of October regarding University of Limerick. I propose we write to the individual and inform him that the committee will be examining the matters relating to University of Limerick when it receives the upcoming report from the CNAG, and we will be in contact further with the individual at that stage. That's agreed. That's agreed. Next item 1663 from Deputy Catherine Murphy regarding the Hanaway report. We previously requested a report and the HSE provided a number of slides, but according to the information provided to the Deputy, this was not the full report. We will again request the HSE to provide the full report. Is that satisfactory, Deputy?
Yes.
Yeah. We'll write again for that. 1669 from Deputy Murphy, 19th of October, regarding an extension of the contract for the maintenance of the Metropolitan Area Network by ENET. Would the Deputy like to comment on that particular matter?
Essentially, the clerk asked that I would expand on what I was looking for, and I can expand further after the meeting. It's just to get to the net points that we'd be looking for.
So in the meantime, will we ask for a detailed note from the department on it? Or what does the Deputy want us to do?
Essentially, this is the item that I want on the, that we set aside time to explore. And the net point is that the man's contract was extended in March 2017, and then the Irish Infrastructure Fund purchased the 78% of it, and subsequently the remaining 22%.
And just tell us, who is ENET?
ENET is the Granahan McCourt are the people behind ENET, and ENET was the rollout of the broadband for the metropolitan area networks. Okay, there's 94 of those, and the contract was up to 2019. In 2017, the contract was extended to 2030 without a tender. Okay. Now, there was another entity that was looking to tender for it prior to the tender being rolled over. And essentially what I'm asking is was there value for money in rolling it over to 2030 and 3 or 4 months later the estate entity purchasing a more lucrative contract? That's the net point.
Okay. And how do you want us to proceed, or do you want to do anything in the meantime, or include it in the work programme? Part of broadband?
On the work programme.
As part of the broadband?
As part of the broadband, as soon as possible.
Okay, so we'll include this as part of our work programme in relation to the broadband topic, which we will be dealing with. So we'll hold it up. So that completes the correspondence for today, and then statements and accounts received since the last meeting. There's only 3, so if they can come up on screen, we're nearly done with our own business. The first item is on board East Covara is the Clear Audit Report. On board BIA is the Clear Audit Report, and the Heritage Fund is the Clear Audit Report. All of them are in respect of 2017 fund balance. Can you tell us what's the Heritage Fund? That didn't seem to have much transaction in the year. What is it? It's not
it was a fund that was established in the early noughties to acquire heritage assets. And most of the money was provided, I think, between 2001 and 2005, and then it was used to acquire assets, I think, for the library and maybe some for the museum, some artworks as well. So effectively the fund is deplete, and the balance that remains is just over 200,000.
So there's 200,000 there available.
So it's dormant, but in fact I think there's a prohibition on monies being used unless the purchase price is less than 325,000, I think. Okay. So that money is caught to a certain extent unless the fund is topped up.
Much above that figure. So okay, gotcha. So they're the list of accounts, and then finally the work programme. We have a work programme, but I think we'll hold over discussion until the next meeting. There's nothing new in it. We know what we're doing, and then
Missing is the prison officer.
Oh no, we're scheduling a time. We've written to him, and we would expect that
it's just not on it at the moment.
Immediately after the break. The whistleblower.
It is on there, 15th.
Yeah, actually, we're proposing to deal with that on I have a date here, the 15th. on the 15th of November. It's on the work from the one I have from you as well today. Yeah, so we actually are scheduling that for the afternoon of the 15th of November. So we have a date scheduled.
Did we put anything about the school buses? I remember I asked for a request.
What we're saying is we'll just hold over discussion on the work programme until the next day, because we can discuss the timetable for the next day, because we haven't done any advance work on. All we've done is the next few weeks. So we're quite happy to come back to that on the work programme, and we won't ignore that and make sure it's listed as a topic for consideration. Yeah, the school transport is on the list, but no date set yet. Oh, no date set yet. Okay, so at this stage, I think we'll suspend for a few minutes while the witnesses take their seats. Today our meeting will be focusing on matters relating to the achievement of targets and value for money achieved in relation to housing supply and delivery. We will be dealing with the Appropriation Accounts 2017 for the Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government, the Housing Agency Financial Statements 2017 and the Controller and Auditor General 2017 report, Chapter 10, which specifically deals with the funding and oversight of approved housing bodies. We're joined today from the Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government by John McCarthy, Secretary General, Mary Hurley, Assistant Secretary, David Walsh, Assistant Secretary, Nina Murphy, Principal Officer, Marguerite Ryan, Principal Officer, Aidan O'Reilly, Principal Officer, Teresa Donoghue, Assistant Principal, Maurice Cockton, Finance Officer. And we're joined from the Housing Agency by John O'Connor, Chief Executive, David Silk, Director of Research, Margaret Jordan, Head of Finance, and Pat Fitzpatrick, Senior Executive Officer. Please note that we have a second meeting scheduled on this topic for the 22nd of November, and we will deal with the Housing Assistance Programme and housing support and matters in relation to the approved housing bodies and matters arising from today's meeting. So this is the first of two meetings. So can I remind members and witnesses and those in the public gallery that all mobile phones are to be switched to airplane mode or off entirely. Merely putting them on silent will still interfere with the recording system. I want to advise witnesses that by virtue of 1721 of the Defamation Act 2009, witnesses are protected by absolute privilege in respect of their evidence to the committee. If you are directed by the committee to cease giving evidence in relation to a particular matter and you continue to do so, you are entitled thereafter only to qualified privilege in respect of your evidence. You are directed that only evidence connected with the subject matter of these proceedings is to be given, and you are asked to respect the parliamentary practice to the effect that, where possible, you should not criticise nor make charges against a person or persons or entity by name or in such a way as to make him, her or it identifiable. Members are reminded of the provisions of Standing Order 186 of the House that the committee shall refrain from inquiring into the merits of a policy or policies of the government or a minister of the government or the merits of the objective of such policies. While we expect witnesses to answer questions put to the committee clearly and with candour, witnesses can and should expect to be treated fairly and with respect and consideration at all times in accordance with the witness protocol. We will start by taking the opening statement from the Controller and Auditor General, Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Chairman. The 2017 appropriation account for Vote 34, Housing, Planning and Local Government, records gross expenditure of just over €2 billion in 2017. As the figure which can be brought on screen now indicates, housing-related expenditure accounted for 63% of that expenditure. The Housing and Sustainable Communities Agency, usually referred to simply as the Housing Agency, operates under the aegis of the Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government. The agency's role is to provide a range of support services to assist the Department, local authorities and approved housing bodies in the discharge of their functions. This includes implementation by the agency of the Pyrite Remediation Scheme. The Housing Agency is mainly funded through state grants. Its income in 2017 was just over €34 million. Expenditure in the year was €33.1 million, of which payments under the Pyrite Remediation Scheme accounted for €25.3 million. The agency has two roles relevant to housing provision that might not be immediately obvious from the principal financial statements. First, in 2016 and 2017, the agency received capital grant funding of over €70 million from the department, which it used to establish a revolving fund for social housing acquisition. Using the fund's resources, the housing agency acts as an intermediary, purchasing targeted suitable residential properties from banks, investors and other owners. The properties are then sold on to the relevant approved housing bodies, which are not-for-profit organisations that provide and manage housing for people with a housing need. Second, at end 2017, the agency held 243 hectares of residential development land in 72 locations. This land was transferred to the agency from local authorities under the land aggregation scheme that operated between 2010 and 2013. The agency does not have the authority to dispose of or develop the land without ministerial sanction and carries the land at a token value in the financial statements. Turning now to Chapter 10 on funding and oversight of approved housing bodies. Both local authorities and approved housing bodies are outside my audit remit. As members are aware, the local authorities are subject to audit annually by the Local Government Audit Service. I felt it might be useful to examine how the Department gains assurance about the effectiveness of the use of the resources being channelled through the local authorities to the approved housing bodies. That examination resulted in the chapter that is before the committee today. The report sets the context for operation of the approved housing bodies by outlining the range of schemes used to provide social housing or to support households in rental accommodation and the associated costs in 2017. When we tried to match the scheme expenditure with output data, we found that the Department does not currently report outputs on a scheme-by-scheme basis. We also found that the Department does not report the size of the overall social housing stock. It has figures for local authority stocks, but not for social housing held by the approved housing bodies. In 2017, the Department provided capital funding of just over €180 million to the approved housing bodies through 4 schemes. The schemes involve varying degrees of complexity in terms of flows of funds between the Department, the local authorities, the Housing Finance Agency and the housing bodies. We have tried to summarise those fund flows in diagrams in the chapter. The key message from this analysis is that the bulk of the capital funding for the housing bodies' stock of properties comes from public sources. We found that there is currently no statutory regulation of the housing bodies. An interim regulation office was set up within the housing agency who launched a voluntary regulation code for such bodies in July 2013. By mid-2018, 246 bodies had signed up to that code. This represents less than half of the housing bodies registered with the Department. However, the Department has pointed out that the bodies that have signed up for the voluntary code account for an estimated 95% of the housing stock of the sector. The chapter recommended introducing a process for identifying inactive housing bodies so that they do not retain approved status indefinitely. The Department is committed to tidying up the register prior to the introduction of statutory regulation. In 2015, the Local Government Audit Service published a report on the oversight role of local authorities in the provision of social housing by approved housing bodies. That report recommended a review and reconciliation of all mortgages charged on housing bodies' properties should be carried out and that a comprehensive management information system should be put in place in local authorities to record details of properties and their tenants. As we were completing the chapter in September 2018, the Local Government Audit Service was reviewing the implementation of its recommendations. The chapter also makes a recommendation aimed to ensure that the standard requirements in relation to the management of Exchequer grants are met in relation to the oversight of public funds provided to approved housing bodies. The Department is undertaking a review of all circulars relating to approved housing body activity. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you indeed, Mr. McCarthy. And now we'll have a statement from Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Chair. Members, I'm pleased to be here this morning as Accounting Officer to assist the Committee in its examination of Vote 34, insofar as it relates to housing supply issues and its consideration of Chapter 10 of the Controller and Auditor General's Annual Report for 2017 concerning the funding and oversight of approved housing bodies. I'm joined by a number of colleagues today, which the Chairman has already introduced. As requested, I have provided some advance briefing on housing expenditure and delivery, as well as a range of notes on specific issues of interest that had been raised by the committee, so I will therefore keep these opening comments brief. In terms of vote 34, the Department's gross voted expenditure on housing programmes, as set out in the subheads of the appropriation account before the committee today, totals some €1.3 billion in 2017. This includes an additional €100 million that was provided to the local authority housing and regeneration subheads by way of supplementary estimate towards the end of 2017 to meet costs arising from the level of housing-related activity then underway across the country. A further €98 million was also made available in 2017 from surplus local property tax receipts to fund housing programmes, bringing the overall total resourcing for the Department's housing programmes to over €1.4 billion last year. The implementation of the Government's Rebuilding Ireland Action Plan is the core focus of our daily work in the Department and indeed across central and local government, as we strive to make meaningful, tangible and sustainable progress towards a better housing landscape. I and my colleagues in the Department, together with our ministers, are firmly committed to achieving the maximum outputs possible from state investment, both current and capital, while ensuring that close attention is paid to delivering value for money and tangible housing outcomes for citizens. We are committed to regular review of policy and delivery and work very closely with colleagues in the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform in this regard. Rebuilding Ireland is a 6-year action plan with a very firm emphasis on delivery across the full range of housing mechanisms. All stakeholders agree that accelerating the delivery of new build activity is absolutely critical. However, at the outset of the programme, we knew that establishing viable pipelines and building local authority and AHB capacity to expand new build delivery would take time, taking particular account of the significant extent to which house building, both in the general market and in terms of social housing, had contracted. Therefore, in parallel with driving increased capacity building, we focused also on harnessing the potential of the available housing stock. In summary, Rebuilding Ireland seeks to achieve the delivery of some 50,000 additional social housing homes through build, acquisition and leasing schemes out to 2021, with a further 87,000 households having their needs met under the housing assistance payment and rental accommodation schemes. The relative contributions of individual programmes to overall delivery is to shift significantly over the course of the 6 years, taking particular account of the substantial increase in the delivery of new build social housing homes as the programme progresses. During 2017, significant progress was made to deliver on the commitments in Rebuilding Ireland. In overall terms, housing supports were delivered to some 25,900 households last year, through the range of social housing measures Rebuilding Ireland provides for, significantly ahead of the target of 21,050. Within this, almost 2,300 new build social housing homes were delivered, more than 3 times the level in the previous year. In addition, wider housing supply continued to grow, with the number of new homes becoming available for use reaching 18,222 in 2017, an increase of 29% on 2016. Significant progress was made in 2017 in advancing many social housing projects through the range of delivery mechanisms and programmes. By the end of last year, a substantial construction pipeline was in place, which will result in further increases in the number of new social housing homes being built this year and in the coming years. 2018 is a critical year for delivery. Pipelines established over the last 2 years in particular are yielding fruit, with the number of private and social homes on site and completions increasing quarter on quarter. While this is welcome, there remains very significant further progress to be made right through to the end of the Rebuilding Ireland Action Plan. There is absolutely no room for complacency, and we continue to actively monitor, refocus as necessary and mobilise the range of players involved in order to achieve our ambitions in what is a very challenging landscape. Nowhere is this more evident than with regard to homelessness. It is essential that supply continues to increase if we are to address both the backlog of housing demand in the system and also new demand arising. While Rebuilding Ireland is heavily focused on this, in the interim we must and are continuing to work to provide the most appropriate accommodation possible for those of our citizens that find themselves in immediate housing need. The programme of family hubs is intended to provide more family-friendly transition accommodation, and the implementation of the HAP Place Finder service will further assist families in various types of emergency accommodation to transition into more long-term housing solutions. One of our key areas of focus is on prevention and avoiding the use of emergency accommodation wherever possible by matching families and individuals in need with appropriate accommodation. While the numbers presenting to homeless services continue to be very challenging, the numbers for whom pathways to more sustainable housing solutions are secured are also increasing significantly. A record 4,729 adults exited homelessness into an independent tenancy in 2017, with a further 2,332 adults in the first 6 months of this year. Overall, in the first 2.5 years of Rebuilding Ireland up to the end of Q2 2018, housing solutions have been delivered for over 57,000 households across all delivery streams. The impact of this delivery can be seen in the year-on-year reduction in local authority housing waiting lists. In addition to highlighting outputs, it is critical to mention the pipelines for future delivery, particularly new build homes that are now being put in place. The latest social housing construction status report published on the Department's website provides significant detail on projects at various stages of advancement across a range of delivery schemes led by local authorities and AHBs as at the end of Q2 this year. Overall, we can see a substantial increase in the scale of the build programme since end 2016, when it included over 500 projects delivering over 8,400 homes. By end Q2 2018, the programme had virtually doubled in size to over 1,060 projects and 16,350 homes. 3,508 of these homes have already been delivered, 4,602 more were on site and under construction, and a further 1,577 were at the final pre-construction stage, with the remainder progressing through the various stages of planning, procurement and design. In Q2 2018 alone, projects delivering almost 1,100 homes went on site, an increase of 27% on the previous quarter and an increase of 239% on Q2 2017. Table 1, which I have circulated in the briefing paper, sets out for the information of the Committee the key Rebuilding Ireland targets for the period 2016 to 2021 and details the progress that has been made to mid-2018. Delivering on this scale and committing to doing even more is crucially dependent on effective cross-organisational cooperation. Within the policy and legislative decisions made at political level, the Department provides the funding streams to support delivery. However, on-the-ground activity and delivery can only be accelerated by local authorities, the Housing Agency and AHBs working in partnership. Turning to Chapter 10, as I have highlighted, AHBs play an important role in our work to address housing need. Indeed, in terms of social housing delivery, it is expected that AHBs will deliver up to 1/3 of all built, acquired and leased social housing homes out to 2021. Given that the sector has been mandated to deliver on this scale, it is imperative that appropriate structures and oversight mechanisms are in place. Chapter 10 of the Controller's Annual Report provides an account of the range of housing programmes generally, including detail on AHB delivery and the associated funding and oversight arrangements for local authorities to deliver social housing supports in partnership with AHBs. Funding under these programmes is provided by my department directly to local authorities, who in turn advance the funding to AHBs as appropriate, with robust arrangements and agreements in place in order to ensure value for money and quality delivery. A number of years ago, the Department recognised the need to put in place a more comprehensive regulatory regime for the AHB sector, beyond that which had been put in place historically under the Housing Miscellaneous Provisions Act 1992. Rather than wait for the development of legislative proposals for this purpose, in parallel, a voluntary regulation code entitled Building for the Future, a voluntary regulation code for approved housing bodies in Ireland, was put in place as an interim step. The implementation of the code is overseen by the Interim Regulation Committee based on the Housing Agency. Since the code was put in place, any AHB applying for housing funding from the Department and local authorities must furnish proof of compliance with the code. This interim arrangement will be built on by a new statutory regime, which will include placing the code on a statutory basis. The Department is at an advanced stage in preparing the necessary legislation under which the regulator will be responsible for approving and registering housing bodies, setting standards for the sector and ensuring AHB compliance with the standards, and will be provided with the necessary powers to fulfil that role. Subject to government approval, it is expected that the bill will be published in the coming weeks. To conclude, Chairman, in these opening remarks I have touched on the important work of my own department, the local authorities, the AHBs and other partner bodies to address the housing challenges that we face and to support our most vulnerable citizens, while managing long-term programmes to create a clear pathway to a more stable and sustainable housing sector. I and my colleagues will be happy to respond to questions or issues that emerge in the course of the committee's work today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you indeed, Mr McCarthy. And Mr O'Connor, if we can have your opening statement. Thank you.
Chairman, members, thank you for the opportunity to present to the Public Accounts Committee today on the 2017 financial statements of the Housing Agency and the work of the Housing Agency. The Housing Agency works with the Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government, local authorities, approved housing bodies and others in the public and private sectors in meeting the current and future housing needs and demands. For example, in the last few weeks, the Housing Agency has provided an apartment building to one of the homeless charities, has concluded an agreement to deliver a large housing project for Dublin City Council, and has finalised an agreement to deliver 155 houses and apartments for social and affordable rental housing on housing agency land in Dún Laoghaire, Rathdown County Council. The housing agency supports direct delivery initiatives centrally, such as the acquisition of vacant properties from banks through the use of a 70 million revolving fund. 487 properties have been acquired to date. The sourcing of properties and potential developments for local authorities and approved housing bodies. Addressing homelessness by the acquisition and refurbishment of vacant properties for permanent accommodation, including suitable homes for families and for the Housing First initiative. The sourcing of properties for family hubs and for supported temporary accommodation. Working with NAMA and the Department on the acquisition of properties from NAMA's loan portfolio, a total of 2,475 housing apartments have been delivered to date. The provision of procurement services to local authorities and approved housing bodies. The management and development of sites owned by the housing agency, essentially supporting the implementation of the housing strategy for people with a disability. The housing agency undertakes a significant amount of work in research and in supporting policy development. Specifically, the housing agency prepares the annual summary assessment of housing need report and the national statement on housing supply and demand. The housing agency works on supporting affordability measures. This is done through the central management of specific schemes such as the mortgage to rent scheme, the underwriting of local authority Rebuilding Ireland home loan applications, and supporting the Department in the development of affordable housing purchase arrangements and a cost rental scheme. The agency provides an interim regulatory function for approved housing bodies and is working in partnership with the Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government towards the transition to a statutory regulation. Finally, the housing agency remediates homes under the Pirate Remediation Scheme and has remediated 1,237 homes to date. The primary objective of the housing agency is to promote the building of sustainable communities, ones that last, places that are well planned, with good quality housing where people want to live and where they have opportunities. Good housing has 4 key features: security, quality, affordability and appropriateness. Our housing stock needs to be appropriate in size, accessibility, and the location needs to meet the current and future needs. The housing agency has undertaken much additional work over the last 2 years to assist with the significant housing challenges that face us. We are committed to ensuring there is financial probity, good governance structures and efficient measures in place to meet the remit and objectives of the housing agency. Finally, I would like to thank both the Controller and Auditor General and his staff for their insistence and courtesy during the conducting of this audit. I thank the committee and the Chairperson for your attention and will answer any questions you have.
Thank you indeed. And just Mr McCarthy, one just straightforward question before we call our opening speaker. You rightly say in your opening statement that delivery in relation to housing can only be accelerated by local authorities, the housing agency and the approved housing bodies working in partnership. Give me a report in the most recent meeting you have had that you would have called as a department who is the funder of all of these, collectively with the local authorities, the housing agency and the major approved housing bodies, because that's obviously the nub of where everything should happen. When was the last meeting you had with all of those groups?
It was in early September. One of my colleagues might be able to remember the date. It was a meeting that the Minister and the Department convened with the representatives of the CCMA and with representatives, I think, from possibly 15 of the approved housing bodies. And with representatives of the housing agency, particularly because the housing agency... And
how many from the CCMA were there?
There were... I think it may have been 4 or 5, possibly 4 or 5, I think.
From the housing subcommittee?
Yeah, we had a separate, similar type meeting with all of the chief executives and directors of housing of the local authorities. The meeting that I'm referring to in September was specifically for the AHB sector, but we wanted obviously that link back into the local government sector to be there as well. So it was...
Would it be possible during the course of the next couple of hours to get a record or a minute of those meetings to give us a real flavour of where it's happening? You provide the funding, we're not seeing the delivery. Obviously those meetings, I presume, identified the critical issues in that process. And I take it there was a record of no taking of those meetings.
I presume
there had to be a minute of some description.
There were certainly a set of actions that were to flow from it.
Is it possible then to assist this committee in this work here today for somebody to contact the office and get it emailed over? Because I'm sure a meeting between the department, the housing agency and the CCMA and the approved housing bodies in relation to delivery of housing, that's a crucial issue for us as a starting point, to know where you are at collectively, rather than talking to you today and the housing bodies next week. Are you in a position to have somebody, you might...
Yep.
There must be a record. I'm sure it's even FOIable if it came to that, so we don't want to go there, just to make it available to the PAC here this morning. For, I think you referred to 2 separate meetings, did you there? One with the Chief Executive.
There was one with the Chief Executives. The one with the Chief Executives was sort of a workshop-style meeting. Again, there would have been actions flowing from it. I'm not sure if there was an actual formal minute or not, but there would have been a set of actions.
Yeah, well, actions, or I don't mind what you call the document, but it would be helpful to this committee in the next couple of hours if that could be emailed over to the Secretariat, and maybe we'll get it copied and circulated, because at least we're all starting from the same position. So the speakers today, they've indicated in the following sequence: Deputy Catherine Murphy, who has 20 minutes, Deputy Kate Connolly has 15, and each of the subsequent speakers have 10, who have indicated in the following sequence: Deputy David Cullinane, Marc MacSharry, Deputy Connolly, and Deputy Cassells, and Deputy Aylward. Deputy Murphy, of 20 minutes.
Thanks very much, and you're all very welcome. I'll try and keep my questions a bit focused, and I'd appreciate fairly succinct replies, just to try and get as much in the time available to me. I just want to clarify something with the Controller and Auditor General first. Page 125, I think it is, of the report. It relates obviously to this chapter. In 10.35, you more or less highlight who you audit the department and the Housing and Sustainable Communities Agency. Say that they're subject to the audit of Controller and Auditor General, by implication, direct examination of the Committee of Public Accounts. I mean, clearly there's a degree of we're trying to get some clarity on a range of different topics, and there's different levels of responsibility and different levels of audit, which makes it pretty difficult for us to do that. There's 2 billion across all of the headings in 2017. Is this in terms of the amount of money and the oversight, is this, let me use the word fragmentation of oversight, is this degree of fragmentation unusual, or does it, to the best of your knowledge, does that occur in other sectors, or is it desirable?
Well, I suppose there is a level of fragmentation in all of the major sectors. Let's say in health you'd have section 38s and 39s, for instance. They're not, or most of the 38s are not within my remit, and there's a lot of the spending happening in agencies there. So it's not completely unusual, but I suppose one of the reasons why I wanted to do this chapter was just to get a sense of where was the money going. Where would you expect to see the delivery of service? That's why I did the chapter, to try and bring a bit of clarity, and I hope we succeeded in doing that for you.
Okay, thanks very much. Just staying with the same, Mr. McCarthy, just staying with that same page. I mean, there was. And maybe just to get a sense of something to begin with, the 500 and odd approved housing bodies. I mean, obviously there's different tiers to those. How many of those now would be tier 3, which I understand to be the larger ones, and what percentage falls into the other 2 groups?
Yeah. one of my colleagues is just getting those figures for you, Deputy. Just to say, in terms of the Tier 3, 2 and 1 is a function of the voluntary regulatory system that's been in place since 2013. So within that regulatory system, there are 232 AHBs registered, and they account for 95% of the stock. Of those ones that are registered, 73% of those homes, if you like, are under the control of 17 Tier 3 AHBs. Okay. And 90% of the regulated stock is managed by 50 AHBs in total. So while there's a significant number would have historically applied for and received approved housing body status in excess of 500, 90% of the regulated stock is actually owned and managed by 50 AHBs.
Right, okay, so it's
quite concentrated.
Yeah. Okay, and I mean, obviously there's a number of sources of funding that come through the department. One would be obviously the capital to actually build in the first instance. Then there's an amount that is drawn down annually, so long as there's compliance, and that relates to maintenance and the maintenance of that housing stock. I presume that would only, from what I'm reading here, that would only be drawn down by those organisations that are complying with the voluntary code. That would be the case?
Absolutely, yes, yeah.
Is there any oversight of the amount of money that the approved housing bodies right across the spectrum have in terms of cash reserves? Some of them will have mortgages, most of them probably will have mortgages, some of them won't. But is there any oversight of that, understanding that some may well have quite sizable reserves, and does that impact on the drawdown of this maintenance funding every year?
Maybe just thank you, Deputy. Maybe just taking your last the last part of your question first. The drawdown of funds on an annual basis would be related to project related costs, very much tied into a scheme by scheme, project by project basis. In terms of financial standards, and maybe I might ask, with your indulgence, Chair, the Regulation Office is based on the Housing Agency, but the interim regulatory arrangement that's been put in place since 2013 has focused on, I suppose, three different areas. Firstly, governance. Secondly, finances, and more recently, performance standards. So maybe one of the Housing Agency colleagues might just talk. Obviously, the submission of annual accounts, etc., is part of that voluntary regulatory process. But maybe Pat possibly might want to say a few words on that.
Yeah, thank you, John. In terms of the regulation of the larger bodies, all of them have registered with the Regulation Office. The annual reports that would have been produced out of there consolidates the global accounts for all of those larger bodies, the Tier 3 bodies. And there's quite a bit of interaction with those larger bodies, and that there's meetings with them. There's at least once a year we meet, or the Regulation Office would meet with all of the larger AHBs, looking at their financial plans, their business plan, basically looking at the viability of the organisation and what plans they have in terms of their growth. It's the larger AHBs that are delivering quite a significant number of the units. They're the ones that are taking on a lot of this debt finance, and they're the ones that would probably pose the greatest risk, so they're the ones that the Regulation Office would focus most of its regulatory efforts on.
Okay, right. Just it goes across a range of different things. I'm going to just dip in and out of some of those. So the local authority, this is on page 123, 1025. In addition to the local authority pays the approved housing bodies an annual management and maintenance fee for each unit. These fees are also recouped by the local authority from the department under the scheme. How is that? I presume that's the department. How is that decided, and how much how much in total was drawn down, say, in 2017?
Deputy, I think that relates to the capital loan and subsidy scheme, which in fact is now terminated in terms of taking in new applications, being replaced by a new scheme. So in 2017. So basically the payments that are being made, apart from the management and maintenance, the payments that are being paid in relation to that are payments off borrowings that were undertaken since the scheme operated over its 20 years. So in 2017, between Exchequer funding and local property tax funding at local level, there was just under 67 million spent on, if you like, servicing those loans.
And that's counted in the housing budget?
That's counted in the housing budget, it is, definitely.
Does that continue after the mortgage is discharged?
No, once it is paying down the loan. So once the loans are paid down, that brings that to an end. And obviously we'll move into the next phase as to how those units are to be managed and maintained after that.
Okay. Just going back to the point that was made in relation to the local property tax, and that crops up in this chapter as well. You provided us with some documentation which was quite useful. This is the reply we got on the 25th of October, PAC 32 or 1670A. And it shows the various levels of subsidies and grants, and there's the local property tax, I think, is included in that one. Yeah. What it's saying just above that is that there's a surplus of local property tax receipts to fund housing programmes as follows, and it gives us 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019. Or 2018 is 92 million, for example. Now, there's a review happening at the moment in relation to the baselines that should be involved in your department. In relation to the baselines, you confirmed that to us there not that long ago, and that money may well change and could change very significantly, because, as we know, population is not counted in determining the baselines and hasn't been since they were established around the year 2000. So there's a significant shortage in some of the larger local authorities who are the ones who are contributing to this. It's not all local authorities that will be making a contribution into this. It's the like of Dublin, some of the commuter belt counties, the like of Galway, Cork and that. So they're the ones that are contributing to this, and they're the ones that are likely to be the winners in this reconfiguration if the baselines are changed. What consideration has been given to the sustainability of that as a source in the context of that change, or if any, or is that more a policy area?
It is, Deputy, it is more a policy area, but I'm loath to stray into that space, but just I know it's an issue that you've raised on many occasions, and as you said, we did undertake to carry out this review earlier on this year. We kicked it off. It's at a very advanced stage at this stage, but obviously I can't say what the outcome is. But it is fundamentally designed to try and provide a mechanism, I suppose, that would take account of a wider range of factors in terms of how LPT proceeds would be distributed. But we're probably a little bit away from wrapping it up completely yet, but it's not too far away.
Right, we will come back to that when we see it. Just picking up on something that you referred to in your opening statement, and it's on page 4. And you refer to the number presenting to homeless service continuing to be very challenging, and it goes on, and you were talking about pathways to more sustainable housing, and you talk a record 4,729 adults exited homelessness into independent tenancy in 2017. There was nearly 10,000 in homelessness in 2017. So if you add the 4,729 that experienced homelessness in 2017, does that not make it way worse in that it was 14,000 or more that experienced it. It's very often, I don't understand why this is presented as almost a positive thing that people exited homelessness. The very fact that they were in it to begin with, I think it more or less reinforces the point that in actual fact the 10,000, it's actually more than 10,000 that would have experienced that year. Would you agree that's the case?
Well, I'd agree certainly with you, Deputy, and I don't want anything that I say to be in any way sort of presenting this as being something other than what it is, which is a very serious issue. The 4,729. I suppose there's two things. The figures that you've talked about, the sort of the just under 10,000. That's a point in time figure. The 4,729 is over the course of a year. So they're sort of two different figures.
It has stayed, unfortunately. You know, it's been growing, and it has stayed. It's not that there's a huge difference between July and September, let's say, last year or this year. So this number is a number to be added to, say, the number at the end of the year that will have experienced homelessness. Well,
I suppose, yeah, if you look at the numbers that experience homelessness over the course of a year, then you would look at the numbers that were there at the start of the year, the numbers that presented to homeless services. And obviously, I suppose the key thing here, the point I was trying to get across, is that the numbers that we are actually finding solutions for is also increasing quite significantly, but not at a fast enough pace.
There's way more people than the 10,000 experience it in a year, is the point. Just in relation to the delivery, and to be honest with you, one of the things that prompted us to have this session and the other one later this autumn is the lack of clarity and the lack of transparency in relation to the various housing solutions. Let's put it that way, in probably your own terms. And very often there's a degree of what I would describe as spin, not necessarily coming from yourselves, but certainly politically, in relation to the number of houses that are actually built, as opposed to, for example, the like of housing assistance payment or leasing or the various other schemes. So finding clarity, and in fact I think that was one of the things that was referenced in this particular report, finding some clarity or having a more transparent approach is something that was a recommendation made following the CNAG's report. It says that in addition to the current output reporting, the Department should consider reporting output of social housing support schemes on a scheme-by-scheme basis, both to assist its own oversight and increase transparency. Has that been taken fully on board, and if so, what initiatives will feed into that?
Okay, thank you, Deputy. In some respects, maybe I might just take one step back. When we started out with Rebuilding Ireland in the middle of 2016, we set very clear targets. So obviously, the whole process of trying to measure and report on and be held accountable for delivery against those targets was something that we grappled with very early on. And in fact, when we started out in this initially, we would probably have had more of the scheme-by-scheme type specific reporting of the kind that the Controller has referred to. So we would have said there would have been so many homes delivered under the Capital Advance Leasing Facility and so many under the Capital Assistance Scheme. But the sort of view that we were getting back was that those are sort of terms that we understand, but that people don't understand. So we moved from that to a programme of reporting, and we publish data every quarter, fundamentally built around build, acquisition, lease, the rental accommodation scheme and the housing assistance payment. Now, in terms of the recommendation from the CNAG, that form of reporting that we have and what the CNAG is recommending they're not incompatible, because we can tell sort of behind those broad categories what the individual schemes are. But the reason that we have the type of reporting arrangement that we have is because the suggestion we were getting was that it was more simple and straightforward for people to understand. But we've said in response to the CNAG's report that we will we have the if you like, the underlying scheme by scheme data.
You differentiated the internal language around the schemes and the external consumption of information.
Yeah, well, that's quite doable. Yeah.
The thing about it is that still is vague enough, you know, there's, like, for example, the reporting of the budget. You know, in the budget statement, it did outline that there was leasing, there was acquisitions, there was and there was bills. But the way that's reported very often to the public is there's 10,000 new homes. In actual fact, some of those won't be new homes, and in fact, the like of leasing will be leasing of existing houses. The totality of new builds is, you know, publicly funded new builds. It's important that irrespective if that's approved housing bodies, if it's irrespective of what scheme it's under, it's the totality of new builds that's the important thing. And I just make that point. That is the piece.
And we do that is already there, Deputy, in the data that we publish. We separate out very clearly the build, the acquisition, the lease, the RAS and the HAP as very, very separate and distinct categories. Yeah.
Can I come to you on another aspect? There's a four-stage process that local authorities go through from beginning to end, from the identification of a site to the tender stage. But there's a single-stage process that was initiated, but it appears that there's a very low uptake on that. Why is that?
We introduced the one-stage process initially, and we got very poor take-up on it. And we investigated and engaged with local authorities, and there was a sense that it was too risky for them, and that in effect they would sign up to a project and an associated budget, and that if they encountered unexpected costs, that they would be left. So
it was financial risk.
So it was financial risk. So Deputy, just to continue on, we then modified the one-stage approval process so that we would allow a local authority, if they encountered certain types of issues, say for example unknown ground conditions or something that gave rise to a significant cost, they could actually could come back in to get an increased budget for it. But still, the financial risk piece doesn't seem to have been gotten over, because in the latest construction status report that we published, which is the position at the end of Q2 2018, there are probably around about 200 projects of a scale that could go through the one-stage process, and only, I think from memory, about 12, I think, have actually come into that process. There is a more general review of the public spending code now being initiated by the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform, and I think this is an issue that we're going to have to look at again as part of that, to see how can we actually get improved take-up on that one-stage process and just get things moving and not be coming backwards and forwards to the department when they don't need to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's what people are looking for, is you know, that there isn't impediments that shouldn't be there. I mean, I can understand why local authorities would be trying to make sure that they're not financially exposed, yeah. But that really should be something internal to be worked through. Just in relation to the various schemes and value for money, really, do you do things like, for example, or have you done pieces of work, for example, looking over the lifetime of, for example, the like of the housing assistance payment, say over the lifetime of say, a typical mortgage of about 30 years, and, you know, building as opposed to rental, because I mean, obviously rents are very high at the moment. Hopefully they won't continue to stay that high, but it does seem to be a very expensive and unsustainable approach. What background work have you done on that? And as well as that, there's something like 10,500 subsidised leases there were in 2018. So there was apparently 22 leases for every new build in the country. And a subsidised lease is twice, I'm reading from an article here in the Village magazine, it was penned by Mel Reynolds, who's very vocal on the issue of housing. The subsidised lease is twice as costly as a local authority new build on state land. Would you look at that aspect of it from the point of view of value for money? Have you done work on that in terms of the actuarial assessment of the like of HAP, the like of RAS, the like of rent assistance, the like of leases? Because if we're looking for value for money, we need to have those comparators, and if that work is already done, it would be very useful for us to have a look at that.
Okay, thank you, Deputy. I suppose the approach in Rebuilding Ireland and the policy decision that was taken was to aim to try to deliver from within a particular pool of resources, to try to deliver as much or get as close to a target of 50,000 new social housing units that the Special Joint Oireachtas Committee on Housing that was established in 2016 had recommended. So we clearly, on the basis of capital cost, not only would that not have been fundable through capital cost because the capital resources weren't there, it also wouldn't have been deliverable in the time frame required, in order, because construction takes time, and as we know, construction had virtually ground to a halt. So the mix of approaches between construction, acquisition, lease, RAS and HAP that are there in Rebuilding Ireland reflect a sort of a policy balance between how can we get as much as we possibly can through the capital side, but also what do we need on the current programme side in order to be able to achieve the 50,000 by 2021. So going back historically, I mean, we got into the business of leasing type programmes in 2008, 2009 when the market had crashed. In about 2000, and I think it was 2010, 2011, there would have been analysis done by the Housing Agency at the time that did look at capital and current models and show them to be broadly similar in terms of costs, depending on the assumptions that you make, of course. And more recently, just in the last, as part of the budgetary process, we had asked the Irish Government Economic and Evaluation Service to undertake an analysis of the kind that you're talking about, which they published as part of the budgetary process. And I suppose the conclusion that they came to was that in certain parts of the country it may be more expensive, in other parts of the country it's not. But the broad conclusion that they came to was that the change in the mix of housing delivery mechanisms more towards capital delivered mechanisms over the course of Rebuilding Ireland, that was the way to go. So when we get to 2021, for example, we will deliver more housing solutions in 2021 through build, acquisition and lease rather than through the rental accommodation scheme and the housing assistance payment.
Okay, and that's the totality of the documents that we'll refer to. In terms of the questions I asked about the evaluations that have been done, if we were to look at this from a value to money perspective.
Yeah, we would do various value for money tests according as different programmes are being rolled out, but in terms of that broad sort of current versus capital piece, right, there would have been the analysis back in 2011 and the more recent analysis part of the budget.
Okay. The just final question, and will you put me down for
yes.
Just in relation to the local the Land Development Agency, and it just going, we're continuously told it takes time to build houses, which we know, and there's a pipeline and a lead in and all the rest of it. So the Land Development Agency has been set up. If there is, has there been any work done in relation to, and that has the prospect of delivering affordable houses if there's the right mix, both social and affordable houses. If there is inadequate capital available, will that impact on the mix, or will it slow the work of the local development or the Land Development Agency? Is that something that's been considered? Because obviously that's looking into the future in terms of affordability.
I don't see that as an issue, Deputy. The Land Development Agency, once the legislation is established in due course, the intention is that it will be capitalised substantially from the ISIF fund. So I don't think that there won't be sort of one competing with the other.
Yeah, just finally, I mean, I remember when the code was being put in place, the voluntary code in relation to approved housing bodies, when that was being put in place, we were told that it wasn't possible to draw money or funding from the European Investment Bank because you know, they're required to be a code to give certainty for, you know, for that kind of investment, but they're also required to be some sort of partnering from the government side, because approved housing bodies as charities, or most of them as charities, wouldn't be permitted to make a loss. Has it been possible to draw down European Investment Bank funding for approved housing bodies, or is that something that just comes directly from the Exchequer?
No, approved housing bodies, a number of them would borrow funding for some of their projects. To date, it's been largely borrowed through the HFA, the Housing Finance Agency, but I do know that some of that funding that the HFA have sourced on the market has been through the European Investment Bank, so there would be some approved housing body projects that, if you like, a flow of borrowings from the EIB would have flowed to ultimately.
Okay.
Just to follow on one point that the Deputy mentioned, you said in your opening statement that 4,729 adults exited homelessness to independent tenancy in 2017. What were the comparative figures for 16, the previous year? Have you the figure?
It was certainly up on 2016 because it was a record. It was actually a record figure. We'll be able to get that for you.
Do you know the numbers that have exited homelessness in each of the last 4 or 5 years? Exited.
We should be able to get those for you, Chair. Yeah.
You'll be able to get them here shortly. We'll move on to the next speaker. Yeah. So when you get that, maybe after Deputy Connolly, you can just give us a figure for each of the years, the numbers that have exited. And I know you mentioned adults in that phrase, but if you can include children as well.
The data system, believe it or not, the data system doesn't actually capture the associated children.
I need to know people rather than, I want to...
We're looking at the whole data collection system at the moment, and we will capture that in the future.
No, but in terms of information you can access here shortly, you must have in some of the folders here, you have the number who successfully exited homelessness. You've given us the figures to date this year, you've given us last year's figure. I just want the figure for the previous few years.
Okay. We'll see if we can get that.
Deputy Connolly has 15 minutes, and when you have that figure, maybe after Deputy Connolly, I'll just ask you a question on it. Deputy Connolly, 15 minutes.
Thank you all for the work you continue to do in the most challenging of circumstances. And I know from my focus since I came in here has mainly been on health, but the HSE people tend to get a fair beating in the media when things aren't going great, and I'm very conscious of the fact that many of you are I suppose, get the raw end of it sometimes whilst doing your very best. Anyway, to start, Brexit, if you don't mind. I believe the Housing Committee has commissioned a report on the impact of Brexit on the housing and homelessness situation in this country, and this is coming down the tracks possibly very quickly. And really what I'm looking at is I believe that first of all in the UK there could be up to 500,000 people who exist in sort of a no man's land, and perhaps after Brexit there is a risk that they may end up here, and we have this problem, I suppose, if you want to look at it that way, to deal with, and I suppose the pressures it may perhaps put on our system. If you could maybe, if anybody knows anything about that, or if you've done some preliminary work on it, if somebody could perhaps speak to that and how we're going to deal with it. Second, regarding Brexit, I think it was last week or the week before, we had the OPW in, who were using the British standards for the Royal College of Chartered Surveyors, if I remember correctly, when calculating the size of a building. So assuming then that in building we, I suppose, photocopy what they do in the UK and use it here, such as building standards, could somebody maybe speak to the impact of that change, if there's any change in regulatory alignment on our system here? And second of all, or third of all, if there is any materials issues, supply of products that we get from the UK, and also the related building standards associated with those products. The second issue I want to deal with this morning is traveller accommodation. And I believe, and maybe somebody could clarify this, that local authorities have a ring-fenced budget for members of the travelling community, but it's often not spent in its entirety. And then we still have, obviously, with recent media reports, many people from that community seeking accommodation. So perhaps if somebody could give me some indications as to the barriers that lead to the development of traveller accommodation, although the resources are there, and perhaps the additional complexities that may be associated with the housing of members of the travelling community, and that it's perhaps not as simple as giving a house or a bed, that there are far more complex issues to consider. And I'm really thinking about lifestyle issues like connections with the equine industry. I'm also speaking about complex medical needs that require perhaps additional equipment and that in homes. So really just to outline for us here that it's maybe not as simple as putting somebody in a bed. Just you might just actually answer those first, please, and we'll go back there.
Okay, thank you, Deputy. On the first issue, I can't attest to the £500,000 figure that you've quoted, but I suppose there is a difference between the UK and Ireland in terms of how, I mean, here in Ireland, if there are families or individuals indeed that present as homeless, they are, even though they may not actually have entitlement to housing services strictly within the law, they are actually provided with emergency housing supports on a sort of a short-term, repeated short-term basis. In the UK, as I understand it, those services are not provided to anything like the same extent. Obviously, in a post-Brexit situation, the movements of people, both legally and otherwise, is an issue that is being looked at, and just at the moment, I mean, the whole issue and the possible implications for homeless services. The DRHE have formed a group to look at that, and we're liaising with them, and are about to engage in a liaison with the Department of Justice as well, because obviously there are connected issues that across the system we will need to join up. On the standards piece, it's the National Standards Authority of Ireland that is the key sort of accreditation body for products generally in the construction industry and otherwise. And I suppose the key thing from a building point of view is that products will continue to have the relevant CE mark, that they meet the relevant standards. So again, I know the Department of Business, Enterprise and Innovation and the NSAI have been looking at this, and there have already been some inquiries from some, I forget the technical term, but they're certifying bodies, and maybe looking to relocate to Ireland so that they can continue to provide those kind of CE marking services. In terms of traveller accommodation, we've certainly had difficulties in recent years in terms of the drawdown of funding from the traveller accommodation budget. I mean, if you look back as far as the year 2000, not far off 20 years, we have invested a total of about just over 350 million in traveller accommodation. But when you actually look at the more recent years, particularly in 2017, for example, the allocation for capital was 9 million and 4.8 million was drawn down. And there are problems in particular areas, and indeed Minister of State Damien English has established an expert group to really dig into this and drill into it and see what are the issues that are giving rise to the poor drawdown of the available funding. I don't want to start talking about specific cases that have been in the media or anything, but I suppose we all know that there can be, and local authorities would be able to provide plenty of examples of where there can be difficulties about getting projects through the planning process. There can sometimes be local opposition, and as we've seen in some cases when projects are delivered, they can even run into issues at that stage. But as I say, there's a group has been established by Minister English to actually drill into this and see what are the issues that need to be tackled in order to get the traveller accommodation programme back delivering at the rate equivalent to the rate of funding that's available for it.
I think that's, you've answered the first few. Just on the, delivery of homes and supply, we have a skills shortage here because of the gap in people entering that sector and immigration. Are we doing anything to attract people back home to work in the sector? Could you maybe outline any measures your department or through other departments, how you're going about dealing with this manpower, woman power issue? And also, we have targets set by local authorities, and in the case of Dublin City Council, we've had recent examples of councillors voting against projects. In South Dublin, we had 1,000 homes at Kilcarbery voted against. And those houses in Kilcarbery, while I don't want to be drawn into what's the average house price or what's affordable, they would have been in or around the affordable or the property price index sort of average price. And there's 1,000 homes that could have been delivered that were voted against. So, again, you might just talk us through how, from the time you have a field that's zoned housing and how there's not houses on it 18 months later. You might just walk me through how... Pardon?
I'm just talking to my colleague here.
If you could just talk me through the steps and perhaps the barriers you meet along, or people meet along the journey to making houses appear in the field. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. In terms of the construction industry capacity, that was an issue that was recognised and flagged when the new National Development Plan was being published, because it doesn't apply just to it's the construction industry generally, right across, not just residential but commercial and civils as well. So the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform has established a group with relevant departments and the Construction Industry Federation and others in order to look at this and obviously engage with the likes of Solace in terms of apprenticeships and skills, but also, I suppose, to engage with the construction industry around sort of modern methods of construction, and is the industry engaging with those to the extent that it needs to. In terms of attracting new workers, I suppose from an overall perspective, you'd nearly prefer to see people already in the country being upskilled into the construction space, because the more that we attract more people into the country, obviously there's an increased demand for housing. So I think first, I'm not saying that we'll get all of the skills that we need from within our own space, but I think that's the efforts, and that's why sort of the likes of Solace and activation measures by the Department of Employment Affairs and Social Protection, why I think those have to be an important part of the solution as well. In terms of the if you like, the going from a field to houses appearing. I think Deputy Murphy referred earlier on to the one-stage approval process for certain projects, and I'm talking purely about social housing projects. I'll come to private ones in a minute. But on social housing projects, we have a 4-stage approval process for the bigger type projects that don't come in within the limit of the one-stage process. And that 4-stage process is really, it's born out of the Public Spending Code and the Capital Works Management Framework that the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform have in place for capital projects generally. And I'm sure most of the members will probably be blue in the face, as I have been blue in the face from hearing about the 4-stage approval process and projects bouncing backwards and forwards and all of that. So in order to try to deal with that, we sat down with the local government system, and we actually set timelines for each stage of the process, and we benchmarked getting from a sort of a thought of a project, first idea, to actually getting on site with sort of comparable private sector delivery, and it's as good as what can be delivered in the private sector. It's 59 weeks, and that 59 weeks, people talk about it as 59 weeks for approvals. It's 59 weeks to actually do the design, to get through the Part 8 process in the council, to do the procurement, and to do all of the work in terms of assessments at various stages of the process. If you look at the 59 weeks and how it breaks down, about 45 weeks of that 59 is, if you like, work that the local authorities are required to do at the various stages. And do you want to?
What percentage of the projects met the 59 for 9-week target? Like, that's the theory. What percentage?
Absolutely. We've just the 59-week process was agreed at the back end of last year. So we've just done the first measurement of the projects that, if you like, started through the process under the new arrangements. And I'll just get you the data now. So really, once projects got stage 1, the first test was going to be, did they get through stage 2 in the required time? And for stage 2, there's 16 weeks allotted, and 22 of the 33 projects got through stage 2 on time.
How many?
22. So it was 2/3, and the average time for the 33 was 17 weeks. So those that didn't, on average, those that didn't quite make the 16 weeks, it on average wasn't too far beyond it. But obviously there are ranges within that. So we've actually assigned now a resource to manage and to monitor projects as they're going through, so that we'll be, as they're moving on through the stages, that we'll actually be able to show not just, as you say, Chair, the theory of the timeline, but is it actually being met? And more importantly, where it's not being met, why? And
how did they get on in stage 3 and stage 4?
They're only moving on because they're only projects that came into the process in the early part of this year. They haven't completed the stage 3.
So we haven't seen the outcome.
We haven't seen the full.
Not to the end of any 59-week period
yet.
No,
because it really only kicked in at the start of this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Deputy.
Sorry, and I just need to go back and. Yes, you were asking me, sorry, going from start to finish. So we've put this arrangement in place really to stop all of this to and fro, and really set down and commit to what are we going to do at various stages and how quickly are we going to do it, and that each part of the system between the local authorities and ourselves, that our performance can be measured, and we will continue to.
So essentially, you've moved to a point where you're as efficient, essentially, as the private sector. Would it be fair to say that?
We have asked our planning people who have kind of considerable experience of what happens out there in the private housing space to look at this, and that is their view, and they would have talked to a lot of people in the industry as part of that. In terms of the private housing, while we're talking about it, just in terms of getting things moving, we have introduced a new a single-stage planning process for housing developments of a particular scale. They go straight to on board Connolly, and that new arrangement kicked in July 2017. And all of the cases that have been submitted as part of that process have been decided within the timescale. It's quite a short timescale. All have been decided within the timescale.
Have they been positive And the board approved them?
The vast bulk, there's been about, I think, possibly 5 were refused from memory, and there's probably
5 of how many?
20. How many?
So a quarter.
29. Yeah.
Right.
And just to say, I mean, I think the particular project that you referred to in Kilcarbery, as I understand, it's not. It's a South Dublin County Council promoted project. I think that was the approval on that was deferred. I think at the September meeting of the council, but I think it was approved at the October meeting of the council. So that one is going to move on now.
And just finally, other than no home, what is the most, I suppose, common reason for people presenting homeless? So is it family breakdown? Is it substance misuse? Is it stigma? What is, other than the bed or the solution, I hate the term housing solution, it seems so made up, but other than a place to stay, a roof over your head, what's the reason, and are you doing anything to try and get at it from that angle? I suppose the reasons why people are presenting. Thank you.
Okay, I think just taking Dublin as I suppose the area of where not all by any means, but where the greatest pressures are. There's probably about 90% of homeless presentations in Dublin are accounted for pretty much evenly split between people coming out of private rented accommodation and what are sort of collectively termed family circumstances. That can be family breakdown, it can be overcrowding, and then obviously there are the other cases, as you describe, Deputy, where there are very complex health and social care issues that require a different form of solution. We have a programme in place with Threshold, a tenancy protection, tenancy sustainment service to try to promote tenant rights, and I don't have the figures with me, but it supports quite a significant number of tenants in the private rented sector in terms of them staying in their own homes. We've also obviously made changes in the residential tenancies legislation around longer notice periods if people do get notices to quit, so that there is that longer time period within which services can engage with people who are at risk of homelessness. And obviously, when people present as homeless, particularly families, the new HAP Place Finder service is playing a part in terms of trying to actually source accommodation for families, so that they, in some cases, don't actually have to enter emergency accommodation, or if they do, for short periods of time.
Thank you. Next speaker was Deputy Cullinane. We're down to 10 minutes last, and I want to get, if possible, get everyone in before the first voting session. So
put me down a second time. I'll never get to all the issues in the first one.
Oh, the second time, I'll put your name on the list. Absolutely, yeah.
Welcome, Mr. McCarthy. Again, I think we had some lengthy discussion on many of these issues a number of months ago, so it's good that you're back. The housing crisis, as it's termed, has been around now for some time, so it isn't a recent incarnation. We've discussed this for years. Would you accept, first of all, that there is a housing crisis?
There is.
Would you accept that it's an emergency? Is that the type of language that you would use? Would you accept that for many families who are in need of housing at the moment and who simply can't access housing, whether it's affordable housing or social housing, or maybe people who are stuck in high rented accommodation, for them this is a housing emergency?
Certainly, I mean, people are presenting as homeless and they enter emergency accommodation. It's absolutely.
Record levels of homelessness as well, as you acknowledged earlier. Because the people see all of the time the politicians and the talking heads on the television, but you guys who are before us, whether it's the finance agency or yourself, you're the public servants and the civil servants who are tasked with building the homes and supplying the solutions, as Dr. O'Connell spoke about earlier, to meet the demand and to meet the needs of people. So you're that face that are before us today, and I want to put myself in the shoes as I will do, of the people who come into my constituency office on a daily basis, almost like a conveyor belt of people asking me to make representations for housing which pretty much don't exist. So people come in and they are on the social housing list, and unless they're waiting 7 or 8 years and have a particular set of circumstances, there's very little prospect of them getting a social house. You would accept the vast majority of people's housing needs are now met through the private rented sector. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes, if you look at the data that we published for the first few years of Rebuilding Ireland, you can see the contribution of the constituent parts. As we get closer to the end of Rebuilding Ireland, that twists back around.
Housing needs primarily, because I can speak only for myself. I would imagine it's the same for other members of the Dáil as well that are here, that people come into my office and they will have a housing need, they want social housing, there's no chance of getting social housing. I can make as many phone calls as I want to the housing office, but the homes are simply not there, and the response in any event will be the Housing Assist programme is their only solution, and we send all of these people into the private sector to find solutions. And what we've done as a consequence of not building social housing is that everybody, from people who can afford to rent and want to rent, are competing in the same space as those who are social housing applicants. And that, as we know, as a consequence, has driven up the price of rent. So I first of all want to just get your agreement that is the reality for people, and that is the outworking and the reality of what's happened because the state hasn't built social housing. Would you accept that?
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to 2013, 2014, the level of social housing build really hit the floor. So the Rebuilding Ireland is obviously framed on the basis of getting back substantially into that space, but it is going to take to the end of Rebuilding Ireland before the mix of the various delivery streams.
And we'll get to that in a second. I have Rebuilding Ireland as one of my topics I want to get to. But as a consequence of policy, my point is that rents have now gone up to record levels, and many people would see as unsustainable levels, especially in Dublin, but in other parts of the country as well. And part of the reason for that is because everybody is now in the same space. Private rented accommodation is the only solution for the vast majority of people in terms of their housing needs. So what socio-economic analysis has the department done over the last number of years in respect of the state making a decision to stop building social and affordable housing, and what implications that would have on the private rented sector? What analysis has been done, what reports have been done, and what research has been done by your department, because the buck stops with your department in many of these areas. What research and analysis has been done in relation to the impact it would have on the private rented sector?
I suppose the analysis that would have been done, we would have drawn quite significantly from the work of the Joint Oireachtas Committee in terms of what was an ambitious level of target to try to deliver in terms of new social housing. And Rebuilding Ireland initially was 47,000, now it's 50,000, which marries pretty much with the Joint Oireachtas Committee report, sorry, the Special Oireachtas
No, I'm not talking about that. That's the future, okay? We've landed in a situation, because we look back, and we can look to the future, and we want to look to the future, but as a committee, we primarily look back. So 5-10 years ago, over the course of that time period, decisions were made to stop building social housing and affordable housing. And as a consequence, that has resulted in the vast majority of people having their housing needs met through the private sector, which has pushed up rents to unsustainable levels. So over that 10 or 15-year period, when that was happening, what analysis was done by the department, and was it pointed out to people like yourself and the department that, listen, as a consequence, we're going to drive up rents and it's going to affect our competitiveness? Was there ever any such research done or any analysis done? And was that advice ever given to the department over the course of the last 10 years? Not what might happen in the future, we have to correct what's happened now, but in terms of why we got here in the first place.
Well, I suppose in the early part of the last 10 years, we were actually in a very different situation, where we had rents that were dropping. We had a massive overhang of accommodation, so there was and we had a very significantly contracting public spending programme. So put all of those things together, and they formed the rationale for why did we tap into.
And that was done, Mr. McCarthy. Right. My point is, in real time, here and now, as we sit here, too many people are in private rented accommodation where their rents are too high. The simple question I'm asking is, did the department see that coming?
The department certainly saw that social housing delivery had dropped to a level.
Did the department see it coming, that rents would get to such an unsustainable level that it's a huge element of people's incomes, and that the vast, vast majority of people who are in social housing need would not have their housing needs met by local authorities, but by the private rented sector, and in so doing push up the price of rents? Was that foreseen by the department, that we would be in the position we are as of today in 2018?
Well, to foresee the specifics of the implications is one thing, but I mean, from our point of view, we saw very clearly, and this is where we were in 14 and 15. What led to Rebuilding Ireland in 2016 was that we had a shortage of housing delivery generally, and it's not just social housing. The housing spectrum is a continuum, and what's happening in the private sector, private purchase sector, affects what happens in the rental sector, affects what happens in the social sector, and affects what happens in terms of homelessness. So the department certainly recognised that housing supply needed to be massively ramped up, and apart from the social housing measures in Rebuilding Ireland, there are a whole range of other measures in order to try to support that as well.
Okay, and I'm going to get to that in a few minutes, but I do want to come to the traveller accommodation issue, because alarm bells went off in my head earlier when you talked about an expert group that's established. I have to be quite frank, I couldn't care less what the expert group says, because I'm sick of expert groups. So you're the accounting officer that's before us. You're the person that's responsible to make sure that policy is implemented. Every time we hear it's just a classic civil service governmental response. We'll set up an expert group to a problem, and they'll discuss it until the cows come home. We'll get a report at some stage, and then we'll discuss that, but nothing changes. Money is allocated to local authorities on the basis of need for traveller accommodation, and it's not being spent. And I want to know from you, as an accounting officer, why that's still happening, and what you and your department has done. Not what some expert group might say in the future, or what their opinions are. I'm sure they're all wonderful, but I want to know your response, and I want to know what your department has done and what you have done in response to what is a very real problem. The local authorities are given a budget on the basis of need, and it's not been spent.
As with, Deputy, as with housing programmes generally, we engage with local authorities on delivery right across the board. We provide them with as much forward sort of visibility as we possibly can in terms of the available funding, so that they can plan for what they need to do in order to be able to draw it down. We certainly, even for some authorities, we move money around when there are some that actually go beyond their allocation. We do that, so we get a very clear supportive arrangement in place, both in terms of finance and in terms of any issues that we possibly can actually help with. But it does come down to the local authorities themselves. Local
authorities themselves are not stepping up to the plate, and let's cut straight to the chase here. I don't need an expert group to tell me what the problem is. I was a councillor for many years. I was in a minority at times who supported traveller accommodation when it came before me. So we all know what the problems are. We don't need an expert group to tell us why there is a problem in some local authorities. The reality is that there is. So if there is, and it's continuous and ongoing, then I want to know from you what more can be done by the department to make sure that the housing needs of travellers are met. And that money that's allocated on the basis of need is actually spent.
Well, it does come back to, you say, Deputy, that you know the reasons, and I'm sure you know the reasons in your own area. I'm not at all disputing that. But we need to get a proper understanding of the range of things that are affecting the delivery of the traveller accommodation programme, because if we don't have that, any measures that we actually choose to take won't be grounded. We won't have that proper basis to understand that they're actually responding to what the problems actually are.
Can I just say, and I'm just going to finish on this, because I just want to make this point, because it's I suppose my personal point of view. I don't believe that the system really wants to change the system. I think it's almost acceptable that the local authorities don't do it. The money comes back, and sure, it's only traveller accommodation, and there's no real focus on it. I don't see any focus, I don't see any urgency, and it's a real cause of concern for me. But I want to get to rebuilding Ireland. You mentioned it several times. I know what the overall...
Because we want to get everyone else in before the vote, you know.
I'll come back. Well,
you will get a second chance.
The chair will tell me when my time is up, colleague. It won't be you. Yeah. Rebuilding Ireland. You talked about we know what the overall targets are. Is there a county by county breakdown of the targets under rebuilding Ireland?
What we started this year, again going back to the conversation with Deputy Murphy in terms of transparency, what we started from this year was to publish targets in the year, if you like. So at the start of the year, we published a target for each local authority for 2018, and we also gave them targets for 19 to 21. So all local authorities have, and these are published, and they're the targets against which delivery is.
So it's just to find it's just one more question, and it's in this space, because the figures from my own county of Waterford, city and county, the target from 2018 to 2021 is 687 units. Now bear in mind that's acquisitions, it's lease and it's build. Okay. The figures I got then from the local authority is that up to September of this year, 288 new families were accepted and came onto the housing list. So I'm looking at the actual people coming onto the housing list who have a housing need, and then I'm looking at the target, which won't even meet that need. So by 2021, we won't even have ate into the existing or dealt in any way with the existing housing need in Waterford. The housing need will have got bigger and greater.
Yeah, I think the figure that the 687, I think, was it you referred to, Deputy? Yeah, is build, acquisition and lease, and obviously the housing assistance payment will support households as well over the course of those 3 years. But there's no target.
But you take a county the size of city and county the size of Waterford, from 2018 to 2021, 687 units, including all of those mixes. And as I said, I have the figures here from the local council. 288 applications approved up to September of this year alone.
Well, the social housing need figures for Waterford as measured this year were 1117 households.
That's people on the list. That's people, the overall figure. I'm talking about the number of approved applications. And we're not even at the year end, is going to exceed 300, and yet the number of units that will be built under Rebuilding Ireland will be much less than that. And then if you look up to 2021, the number of units that will be built, my point is the targets that we've set are woefully unambitious and are not going to in any way tackle the housing crisis in the county that I represent. And I'm saying that's a microcosm of what's happening in the state. I know other people do want to come in, so I'll
maybe just come back on that.
If you can respond, I'll come back in the second round on a number of other issues.
Yeah,
I suppose, going back to what I said earlier, the level of ambition in Rebuilding Ireland flows fundamentally from the Special Oireachtas Committee report. That is the level of ambition. The reason that I point to the 1117 figure, which is as of June 2018, you're talking about the numbers of households, Deputy, that have been added to the list. There will have been others that will have come off the list as well. So the reason I'm pointing to the 1117 is to say that that is a point in time figure, and the 687 out to 2021 is designed to contribute to dealing with that need, along, as I say, with the housing assistance payment.
Okay, Deputy MacSharry.
Thanks very much. I'll move very quickly if I can. The Minister has announced this morning new initiatives in terms of Airbnb. Have you analysis on the number of rental spaces that's going to make available?
Could I ask on this one, because with preparations for today, Chair, I left my colleague to do some of the heavy lifting. This, can you?
Okay, good.
Yeah, very briefly, I suppose there has been some anecdotal analysis undertaken by Dublin City Council in the last year or so, looking at properties that were previously available for longer-term rent and engaging with what information is available on some of those letting websites.
Nationally?
Looking at probably up to 2,000 could come back in towards longer-term rental, assuming that
2,000 actually, as soon as everybody is compliant, without any enforcement.
It's very difficult to actually, until you have a register.
Okay.
That's the key point. Is
so assuming everybody decides, look, I'm going to do the right thing now, I'm coming off Airbnb and I'm making it available at an appropriate market value for a long-term rent. Let's say everybody does that. Who's enforcing it?
The local authority, planning authority.
Okay, and how much money is that going to cost the local authorities to do?
Well, it's part of the planning enforcement. We're changing the planning
that's correct.
rules.
So we're changing the planning enforcement. We're giving additional chores for the local authorities to do, and no extra resources. Is that the case?
No. The Minister has signalled
would you agree then that, given the pressures that are on in terms of trying to fulfil the four-term planning process and so on, that it's probably fairly limited in terms of the enforcement ability of local authorities throughout the country to carry out this work? So it's somewhat superficial in terms of its vision?
Well, I think the issue, and kind of, again, the regulations will be published in due course and will...
Well, I'm seeing kind of most of them today in terms of their interpretation that, you know, okay, if I live in a flat on my own with one extra room, I can rent out that room for a period, no problem. But if I have a second home, I can't, and I can't let my own home for any more than 90 days. So I think it was fairly self-explanatory on the media today.
The key issue, I think, is requiring anybody who's availing of the planning exemption. So you can rent out for short-term accommodation of a second home, but you must seek planning permission. So but the issue is, Deputy, is around each local authority must create and manage and monitor through a register. So anyone availing of those will actually have to write in, and that will be used to assist in enforcement.
They will, if they're enforced. So it's the existing number of staff that local authorities have, many of them hard-pressed throughout the country, with no additional resources, are being told, go out and enforce this. Isn't that the case?
As they would.
And we're basing that on anecdotal evidence from Dublin City Council suggesting that it could be 2,000 nationally.
Well, indeed, kind of in terms of you asked how many...
So just, I mean, would that be, do we tend to rely on anecdotal evidence? Or, I mean, how was it approached? Did somebody sit down and look at daft.ie? Was it that kind of analysis? Or did we get statisticians from the CSO to help us with the analysis?
The difficulty is all of the information in relation to short-term letting platforms are not available on detail. So
the answer is no.
The answer is the Dublin City had to actually extrapolate out from information that was publicly available.
So which is what?
Which is that they estimated that there could be 2,000 properties that could potentially...
Based on what?
On the basis of talking to what produced Airbnb and other platforms would have produced and published. They talked about every year they have so many hosts.
They looked at Airbnb's website over the last period to see what was available, and they looked at Daft and did analysis in between. Is that it?
Airbnb published, they say that they have 11,000 hosts that actually make themselves, they register online.
Okay. So this was a desktop analysis by somebody in Dublin City Council?
Not just desktop, they actually went out and they actually discussed and met with key people.
Met with
and
who?
Indeed, different providers. They
Such as?
The IPOA, they met with other kind of the Property Owners Association, the different kind of platform letters that actually kind of operate in the city centre.
Okay.
They also looked at what enforcement and what complaints were coming through.
Okay, so there's no supplementary estimate, there's no money, it's a non-scientific method of analysing the number of benefits that it could be, and in many ways is a superficial act because there's no additional resources for people to enforce this throughout the country.
The Minister has signalled that he will provide additional resources to...
But you just told me that there's no additional resources.
No, I said actually that the Minister said this morning...
I asked, would local authority get any additional resources to enforce this? You said no, it's part of their function. We're extending their functions, but not their budget.
If I did, I was incorrect because...
All right, so how much will Sligo and Leitrim be getting, for example?
These are matters that the Minister will consider as part of the rolling out.
How much is the overall budget?
It has not been decided yet.
So there's no budget available for enforcement at this time, but you feel that the Minister has indicated that he may?
He has indicated, and this is a matter for 2019 and kind of as the scheme is rolled out.
Okay, so can you inform this committee what proportion of money is going to be allocated to each local authority and on what basis for the enforcement of this new measure, which is going to give us an additional portion of 2,000 places?
We'll ask you to come back in writing.
Yeah, that's what I just did. Yeah, that's what I just did. Okay, that's grand. In terms of process trumping delivery, and we know we had the one-stage process and the four-stage process, can I put it to you, Secretary-General, that the sum of the parts within the department do not add up to the overall mission? That on one hand, and let's use Sligo as an example, they don't have the money to have appropriate staff to meet the technical process that has been demanded by the 4 or indeed 1-stage process to get planning for a scheme. Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't, Deputy.
So Sligo has the optimum number of staff. It should be able to roll out a scheme as quick as Fingal, who have 100 million on deposit at any given time, and Sligo should be doing the same.
What I can say to you, Deputy, is that we have made a range of supports available to local authorities in order to allow them to upskill and upscale in order to deliver on their housing programme. So, for example, if there was one 30-bed, sorry, not 30-bed, one 30-unit of 3 beds in a housing scheme, just take that as a housing scheme, on the basis of the cost of that scheme.
I've limited time now, so I haven't time to go through a whole scheme.
Well, in fairness, sorry, Deputy, I'm not going through a whole scheme.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm trying to be helpful.
Yeah.
On the basis of the cost of that scheme, the local authority would be entitled to over €500,000 for their design team. If they had 2 of those projects, it'd be twice that. If it was 3, it'd be 3 times that.
And at what point in the process have they given that money?
They can draw it down according as the project moves on.
So if the county manager in Sligo, I'm just using Sligo because I'm from Sligo, if Sligo ring you up or Fingal or whoever ring you up and say, listen, we have an idea for a scheme, send us down $500,000, there's 30 beds, is that how that works?
No, it would be part of the project as it's moving on. So
all right, okay, but I mean, if you need a bit of chicken and egg though, if you don't have the people, you can't do it.
Well, I mean, I can't have money being given out and no projects being delivered in the street.
No, absolutely, but we can't be busy fools either thinking, well, look, there's money there, live horse and get grass. As soon as you have a scheme that demands the level of support that we're in a position to give, we'll give you the money, but until then you're getting nothing. And meanwhile, we all know that we have all these schemes available, but because it's so chicken and egg, you're getting no money and therefore you're getting no houses.
Just to clarify that, in the design, can the payment be made on an ongoing basis during the process
It's incrementally through the project. We don't not pay the staffing costs.
What stage here? I have the lovely chart here. At what stage do we get the $500,000 in this?
According as it's moving on through.
But when is it moving on? I mean, here's the beginning. So when do we get the $500,000? When is the money divvied up to begin this process? Lovely colourful chart. I'm at site identification here. So how much do I get at that stage?
According as projects are drawing down money, they can draw down the proportion.
But that doesn't mean anything to me. I mean, I have the process. I'm asking you, at what point can I get $500,000?
You won't get it all in one go.
All right, what's the first increment? Is it 5 grand, 10 grand, 50 grand?
No, can I just ask the local authority to employ either external people to do the design work or their own team? As soon as they have a bill, they can send it into you for recoupment.
Exactly. But ultimately, a local authority has a guarantee that if it, going back to the hypothetical project, it can work on the basis that if it needs to incur, that hypothetical project, if it needed to incur just over $500,000 costs for its in-house design team, they'll get that money.
What if they don't have an in-house design?
There are other mechanisms. If they do the architectural in-house, there's a
what if they have none? What if Paul Lamass has shaved the budget to the nth degree and they don't have the staff? What do they do then?
Chair, sorry, I don't think it's appropriate.
Yeah, just explain.
But sorry, Chair, I don't think it's appropriate for officials that aren't here being named.
If I may explain, what's not appropriate?
There's an official that is being described as shaving a budget. That's not what. I don't think that's appropriate.
Why don't you think it's appropriate?
Okay.
The person is an assistant secretary of the department, answerable to this committee as you are. What's the problem? What's the problem?
But you're levelling a charge against him.
I'm not levelling any charge at all. I'm asking you if, as I know, and I've been in meetings with you to show that a particular local authority is to the pin of their collar to survive and don't have an in-house design team, what are they to do? Perfectly legitimate question. We can't be precious in here.
We can provide funding for an external.
Okay, so at what point do you get it in? What point do you get it? If I lift the phone and say, Secretary General, I'm a county manager, but we have a very tight budget here. We cannot survive on our rates page. We depend on the local government fund. We have a great idea for a 30-bed scheme, but I need 100 grand to get things moving. At what point can I get it? Or is it live horse and get grass, which is my impression of it, reading this wonderful document here?
You get 5% on stage 1, 20% on stage 2, 40% on stage 3.
5% on stage 1. So 5% of $500,000 is 25,000, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. So is that enough?
Well, I think on the basis of what stage 1 requires, it's very, very preliminary stuff. I don't think that that's unreasonable.
Okay. So you might send us that breakdown on 5%. The other thing is you've told us about the one-stage process and the new 59 weeks and so on. But obviously before last year there are a lot of schemes. Now, you talked about 33 that came in presumably since the beginning of this year that you're assessing against that performance period. How many schemes are in the system? In total?
Construction status report had just over 800 now, so that includes it shows projects the whole way through. So
I understand that, yeah. So there's 800 schemes, or so what is the number?
Excuse me. At quarter two 2018, the total was 1,067, but that includes ones that are finished and ones that are on site. So if you take those out, that's about 5. That's about 6. That's about 550 are at planning, design, or procurement.
Well, I'm not interested in anything that's finished.
No, that's why I've stripped them out.
So there's 550
at planning, design, or procurement stage.
In total,
pre-construction. Yeah.
Is that stage 1?
No. Stage 1 is the very initial, just basic capital appraisal. Stage 2 is at pre-planning.
So let's say between stage 1 and completion, how many is there?
There's we can give you this table, Deputy, afterwards. At the moment, at the end of Q2 2018, there was 145 projects at stage 1, 140 at stage 2, 79 at stage 3.
Just can you slow down, because I'm going to add these up. Is there a total on it? Because that might suit me.
Well, the other bits are in there as well. It's 7, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 5, 4, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, I think it's 4. If my maths are right, I think it's 442. I think.
All right, 442. Okay, so
yes, it's published on our website. We can send the link.
Together with the note you're reading about the 5%
apart from the 33
payment,
that came in this year, how many years are they operating?
I couldn't honestly say, Deputy.
Could you give us a breakdown of that? Because again, anecdotal evidence that's come in from some local authorities would suggest that some are there from local authorities for years. Indeed, I didn't include the approved housing bodies, but if you looked at the Ivy Trust, had a 78-unit one that took 7 years. So that'd be a concern, you know, if that was going to be the benchmark for some of the other 442, not including the 33 that are performing so well since January. Anyway, can I move on?
Maybe can I just clarify maybe in relation to that, Chair? There are undoubtedly some projects that, when you talk about a project that took 7 years, that wouldn't be 7 years because the process took 7 years. It would, a significant chunk of that would have been because the 7 years when there was no funding.
So, and it might be down to the local authority not having staff as well.
Well, possibly, but I'm kind of there's a funding issue back in. I mean, if you look back at the figures through 2011, 12, and 13,
wouldn't it be fair to say that larger local authorities, let's say Fingal with 100 million on deposit at any given time, they'd be in a position to kind of supplement the staff costs and stuff like that to be able to get to that design stage, to get over those initial humps without drawing down the 5 and 10%. Like that wouldn't be holding them up. Whereas the likes of a Sligo are at a disadvantage. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
I wouldn't think so. We are treating all local authorities for the purposes of delivering.
I know, but some don't have the money. Others do. Some have Dublin Airport in their rate based, others do not.
Well, there's two issues, Deputy. One is what we are funding on housing, and the other is the broader financial situation of a local authority. And as you know, we have been and continue to engage with Sligo as part of that process.
Yeah, two more questions. Has there been any change on policy level nationally when people become, because you mentioned in your opening address about prevention and matching families with need appropriate accommodation before they become homeless? Okay. Are you aware that a lot of local authorities are telling people we can do nothing for you until you're declared homeless?
In what context?
Well, in terms of a marriage break-up, if their name is on a mortgage and it was a domestic violence situation, the local authority could do nothing for them because the rule is you don't have a housing need, you own a house, we can't look after you.
No, we have issued guidance, and I think we in fact changed regulations.
All right, could you inform us on that?
I'll send you a note on that. I know because that issue has been raised in
Parliament. And also the mortgage arrears situation where it was a house surrender. If somebody owned the house but they surrendered the house because they couldn't afford it anymore, that they can't be considered? for housing, and just what is the status of these guidelines? Is it open to the local authority to interpret these, or are they obliged to follow them? You know.
But I think that the domestic breakdown situation that you speak of, I'll come back to the committee in relation to it. I think it might actually be a regulatory change that we may have made. So if that was the case, it should be quite clear, and there shouldn't be any.
It's something that we'd all come up with in our local constituencies. So it'd be interesting to get the clear statutory position on that, and if there isn't one, that perhaps
there has to be a divorce involved. A breakdown doesn't work. It must be.
No, this is the problem. I mean, like a separation has to be 4 years old before a divorce is possible.
Even in separation agreements situations, Chair, I think now I will come back and clarify.
And even in that, it can take several years to get a judicial separation, never mind a divorce. You have to be a minimum of 4 years separated before you can get a divorce. So again, I think there is anomalies that we could usefully look at there. Very final and last question. A lot of local authorities around the country, when houses come up, and I know that part of our Rebuilding Ireland is not just to build houses, but to try and buy ones where there's value and so on, and that's reasonable. A lot of local authorities refuse to buy in former local authority schemes. Is there any statutory rule on that?
I'd say I'm not aware of one, Deputy, for sure. Okay. I don't think there is.
And I suppose to go to the other side of it, could the department look at issuing a direction to local authorities that they must consider buying in former schemes? Because what I've come across is, and fine, it might have been a number of years ago, 5 houses in a local authority scheme being available for maybe 130,000, and the local authority is going out buying one for 250.
I'm loath, Deputy, to get into the business of issuing directions. I mean, we get lambasted in the Custom House quite regularly for issuing diktats of various kinds. I mean,
we don't mind being lambasted once we're getting delivered. Well, so if you could have 5 houses for the price of one, then surely that's basic common sense. That surely you'd be amenable to issuing directions along those lines.
Well, no, because you'd be issuing a direction that would be requiring something to be done without knowing the local circumstances. We rely on the local authorities to make a decision as to, is the particular house a type of house that they have a need for? Is it in an area where we can't manage that from the Custom House?
Okay, we're moving on to the next speaker is Deputy Connolly. But Deputy, I just have but just say,
honestly, I'm stunned. But
just Deputy, there are mixed views. The last thing I would personally, for Laois, want to see a directive coming like that. The Chief Executive and the Housing Officer are the best people to identify and to buy them in former local authority houses, to bribe them in them. And in fact, the problem we're having is they feel they're buying too many houses, and other low-paid workers are now having to compete against the
Chairman,
I'm just saying there's different views.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Yeah. I'm just saying, wouldn't it be great to have an element of consistency? And if I had a choice of sleeping on Molesworth Street or sleeping in a house in a former local authority scheme, you know, it doesn't take much thought.
Yeah, well, I would
so I think that we could have a national direction as opposed to superficial things on Airbnb.
Deputy, all I say, tomorrow I have my meeting, our Oireachtas members have our annual meeting with our Chief Executive. That's something to bring up there. I say it to every Oireachtas member, their issues within the local authority, I think, and I wouldn't like things to be as prescriptive. It might work for Sligo, but it could cause problems everywhere else. So I just make that so.
That's your view.
I tell you, and exactly, and all I'm saying, there are different.
It'd be good to have consistency, though.
Consistent, good Chief Executives is what I'm looking for. Deputy Connolly.
Chair Rash. And I just want to put it in perspective. I checked for the figures for Galway, and there are 239 homeless. There are 154 in the West, and they don't cover, Mr McCarthy, those living in cars, those staying with friends, those in refuges, and those in direct provision, amongst others. Those figures don't capture any of them. I'm also in a city that didn't build a single local authority house since 2009. I'm just giving a context. 2009, it was inevitable that there'd be a major housing crisis. I think we've now built 14. I'm not even sure if they're available. So that's the length of time, 2009. We got quarterly reports, which I'll refer back to. We bought land at astronomical prices, which is partly under the land aggregation scheme, which I'll come back to. And we got quarterly reports, and from 10 onwards we had our housing programme laid out, and in the final column, suspended, no construction, absolutely none. Okay. Today I looked at the empty properties in Galway, and again I'm going to ask my specific questions now. They're the empty properties as at the end of August. 60 houses. 60 houses, and I can tell you that I am most unhappy with the oversight of the department in relation to these, because as the crisis intensifies, less information comes out. And in these quarterly reports, we were told when the houses became vacant. That significant piece of information is now gone. And then reasons why they're empty. Pre-tenancy works completed, under consideration. Next one, under offer. I don't know what the difference is. Then we have under offer or offer accepted pending allocation. So 60 houses, most of them in the middle of the city or very near the outskirts. That's the background to my questions now. Thank you for all of the information. It has been very helpful in giving me clarity about the lack of clarity. So we have 547 voluntary bodies. We have a Department of Housing. We have the Housing Agency. We have the Land Development Agency. We have another agency, the Finance Agency, that doesn't come under us. We have a new agency about to be set up because the banks aren't loaning, so we need to set up another agency to loan. And in the midst of this, we have the most major housing crisis ever in our history. And I'm glad you've acknowledged that, Mr. McCarthy. I think you did. Major. Now, in relation to the 547, and I acknowledge that the vast majority, 95% I think of the voluntary houses come under a small group, 50. What did you do about regulation? Why has it taken up to now to talk about how is that sector unregulated for so long?
Yeah, I mean, it started out, I suppose, Deputy, in 1992.
Why has it taken so long to be regulated? Where has the impetus for regulation come now? From the Controller and Auditor General's report?
No.
So from your own analysis of the lack of...
No, I think in fairness now, Deputy, I think the Controller has acknowledged in his report that not only is there a voluntary regulation system in place, but that there is legislation at an advanced stage of preparation.
I've asked that, but why has it taken till now, given that they're a major operator in social housing? Why has it taken so long to bring in legislation? Where does the fault lie? Where does the difficulty lie?
The key thing from our perspective was to ensure as early as possible that we got a regime in place that would give us a good and fairly comprehensive overview of the sector. So we had a choice to make, and I'm around long enough to know that if you put all your eggs into the legislation basket in the first instance, you could be waiting a very, very long time to get anything. So we made a conscious decision that we were going to put a voluntary regulation system in place, and a voluntary regulation system that actually had implications in that if you were found to be not complete, number one, you had to subscribe to that regulation system in order to get funding, and number two, if you were subscribed to it and were not complying, then you wouldn't get funding either. So that was where we took our first, I suppose, significant initial step.
Well, I have to say, Mr. McCarthy,
further step that we've taken.
No, Mr. McCarthy, 1 second, because I find it unacceptable that this sector is unregulated. That has taken this long. We have a report here, and it sets out the local government audit service and the deficiencies found generally. And it seems to me that you're being pushed into doing something. Now, you're giving me a different explanation, and I hear that.
Sorry, I can't accept that, Chair. Sorry. I mean, if I can go back and I can find for you, Deputy, when we first proposed. I mean, you can see the voluntary regulation system is there since 2013. That was 5 years before the Controller's report. I can find a date for you to show when we first flagged in the legislation programme that we would do legislation in relation to this. So we haven't been forced into it, in fairness, Deputy.
We have a
for government. To deal with
I couldn't tell you if it's but it has certainly been in the legislation programme for some time.
We have a situation where this, I think I heard you saying it's going to provide 1/3 of social housing. if it's not doing that?
One-third of the 50,000 units under rebuilding
Okay,
Ireland.
lovely.
Yeah.
So it's unregulated. We have a serious report from the Controller and Auditor General, page 125, and he refers to where mortgages related to 3 schemes were not fully executed and recommended conducting a review and a reconciliation of all mortgages charged on approved housing bodies. Then he goes on to point out the Local Government Audit Service made a number of recommendations. I think there are 12 bullet points. Okay. What's happened in relation to that?
Well, on the mortgages piece, there's a very substantial piece of work has been done, as much for the credit register that the Central Bank is required to be put in place. So there's been the Housing Agency has been involved along with the Local Government Management Agency to support local authorities in pulling that full picture together, and they're sort of at the point of data exchange now with the Central Bank in relation to that. But more generally, on the Local Government Audit Service report, the Audit Service is working on a follow-up, so they're doing a comprehensive exercise to look at all of the recommendations and see what has been delivered, and I hope to get that report by the end of the year, or at latest very early next year. But could I think it's important here. I mean, I think there's 2 things here. We're clear that there is no statutory regulation beyond the Section 6 of the 1992 Act, but I don't think it's accurate to say that there is no regulation, because the voluntary regulatory system does actually have teeth. It produces does very comprehensive analysis work. It produces very comprehensive reports, and if a body was not to be in compliance with the regulatory regime, they would not get funding from us. And I suppose, secondly, the important piece from a regulatory point of view to say is that since another step that we took in 2016, was that the approved housing body sector has been brought within the remit of the Residential Tenancies Board. So tenants have added protections from that. They're subject to standards. They're subject to...
Back to me now for a second. Sorry. Serious issues have been identified here. You're telling me the answer to that is you're going to have a report at the end of the year, or in January? In relation to the 12 bullet points identified by the Audit Service.
The Audit Service, as a matter of course, when it does value for money exercises, it generally follows up with a follow-up report.
The Department also indicated that a follow-up examination of the implementation of the recommendations with the final report due by the end of 18 or early 19. Is that on target?
That is on target.
Great.
It's the Local Government Audit Services.
Great. And within those bullet points, we see things like local authorities should carry out periodic inspections of funded properties, and so on. You know, they can't even inspect the properties that they're giving out on the HAP scheme and the RAS scheme. There's a minimal inspection rate. And now there's a recommendation, rightly so, to inspect also these voluntary housing bodies.
And we are providing funding this year, and it's going to increase every year to 2021 to support them in doing that.
And you've provided funding in relation to the very low inspection rate at the moment?
The inspection rate, I mean, the target...
It's very low.
It is. The target in Rebuilding Ireland is that it should get to 25% by 2021, so that basically every property would be, on average, inspected once every 4 years.
That's something came up before. They're all required to be inspected under legislation.
The
legislation.
The HAP properties.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry,
now,
I was talking generally about rental
my question to you is, who gave you the authority to, when legislation says there to be 100%, you're, 2040 or whatever Home Building Ireland plan you mentioned is going to have a target of 25%. Who gave you the authority in this plan to set aside 75% of the legislative inspection requirements? Because you're only targeting 25%. You should be targeting 100.
No,
somebody made up this 25%.
No. Sorry, Chair. There's two different things there. The 25% is a 25% of all private rental accommodation. So there are 320,000 tenancies, many of them not supported by HAP or anything else. So that 25% is 25% of all private rental tenancies. The other target is a statutory requirement that neither I nor anybody else can, other than the Oireachtas, can change. That target, that requirement rather, remains there. And when I was here the last time, I said that we were doing a piece of work that we would have finished by the end of the year to pull various data systems together that would actually tell us exactly how many of the HAP properties, but that statutory requirement hasn't changed. So in other words,
this report is to tell you how much in breach of the law you are?
Well, hopefully how in compliance with the law we are.
or in breach as well?
Well,
both sides.
Both sides.
Okay, sorry, Deputy.
Just a specific question, Mr McCarthy, in relation to my colleague here, Deputy Murphy, asked, but it wasn't answered. Page 123, paragraph 1025. And she asked about an annual management and maintenance fee. And you went back to talk about the loans, and you talked about the payments of the loans. But this is in addition to the loans. The local authority pays the AHB an annual management and maintenance fee. Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, as part of that, the capital loan and subsidy scheme, Deputy, there's the loan repayments and there's a management and maintenance fee. I think I gave the Deputy a figure of about 68 million in total.
No, you didn't give any figure. You gave a figure for the loans.
No, I think the figure I gave was a total figure, and I think about 5 million of that I think is for management and maintenance, but I can just check that for you.
5. What does that mean, management and maintenance?
5 million, and it's in a footnote too.
What does it mean? Just explain. Yeah.
Yeah, figure 10.5. I think it has it.
What does that mean?
There's a breakdown
on that. It's under this capital loan subsidy scheme. The approved housing bodies collect the differential rent, but that isn't sufficient in terms of managing and maintaining the properties. So they get approximately, for each property, €480 per annum as a management and maintenance allowance for every property they have under that scheme as well. And that's approximately 5 million per year. So anyway, in addition to the differential rent they're collecting for those properties, they collect, there's a management and maintenance allowance provided.
Paid over by ye or paid over by the local authority?
It's paid by the local authorities. The funding comes from the department to local authorities and then on to the approved housing bodies.
And does every single approved housing body get that?
Every single approved housing body that has a property was provided under this
scheme.
Under the scheme called the Capital Loan and Subsidy Scheme. It's where it's general social housing a scheme provided by an approved housing body.
I'm going to be limited and I want to come back to you before I finish. There are so many schemes here, and the Controller and Auditor General refers to the complexity, and because of the complexity that leaves less oversight, and that's of serious concern. Now, you don't have data on how many social houses are held by the voluntary bodies, do you? You have data on that, the total number and the nature of the tenancy or the tenure. Because when we started out as councillors, we were told there was no difference except that you couldn't buy the house out. Over the years, I now learn that there are different tenure times. So instead of having a house for life, you might have it for 10 years or 20 years. So what I would like, because I want to come on to a different question before I'm stopped, is the exact number of houses held by the voluntary bodies, the nature of the tenancies, the duration, and the maintenance fees paid. If I could have that, Chair, and we come back to it later through yourself. Yeah. In relation to yourselves, Mr O'Connor, I've looked at your reports, and I have absolutely no idea, really, why you're necessary. Forgive me, it's not personal. I have no idea. You're getting a 70 million plus revolving fund, and then in addition to that, there are all the salaries and the administration costs. To me, it is another, I won't like the word quango, it's another unnecessary level of bureaucracy when the money should be going straight to the local authority. So let me just, that's my preface. So
I do want to try and get
I finished.
In before the vote. We can all get back in again, if I can.
How many houses have you purchased? Because it changes under the 70 million. I see a figure for 487. Yeah. I see a different figure for 500 and something, and then a different figure. How many houses have you bought under the 70 plus million? Houses or apartments or units?
Yeah, we are buying houses on an ongoing basis. So we bought 407. Actually bought and completed the purchase of 487.
You see, that's what you tell us, 487, and your annual report tells us 536, and somewhere else I have a different figure. So specifically under this programme, we've purchased 536 houses and apartments under the rolling fund. Under your public statement, 487. Precisely how many apartments and units have you purchased, and is there a difference or a distinction within that overall of which ones are social? Again, if you don't have the answer, could we get it, Chair?
You can send on clarification.
Do you have the answer?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, which was under the 70 million fund, we have bought 487 houses and apartments. We also have been, in terms of our annual report, buying houses for local authorities. So the difference in the number is we'll send you on the detail.
Clarify that. The final question is your research expenditure, and it's jumped. It's gone from 249,000 up to 320,516 research. Research is great. Did you do research on Airbnb?
We didn't.
Did you?
We didn't do research on
Did you do research on Galway City, which has an equal housing crisis to Dublin, where no local authority house was built since 2009, and where the HAP is the only game in town, like my colleague said earlier on? HAP is the only game in town. What research have you done on Galway, on the HAP scheme, which this year is going up to, next year, 431 million, just under the HAP scheme? What research have you done on that? Because they're not available in Galway under the limits. That's my final question, Chair.
We've done an amount of research under the HAP scheme. Just if I could just step back in terms of our overall research, we carry out specific research projects, and then very specifically in the area of homelessness, and the research carried out by the Dublin Regional Homeless Executive, a lot of the funding comes through the...
And I only can ask within my time. And within time, Galway has a serious housing crisis. I'm asking you specifically what analysis your organisation has done. Nothing. You didn't look at Airbnb. No initiative has come to say this policy is difficult here. It's going to lead to a worsening of the crisis. I don't see that coming out of any single piece of research or paper that you've done.
I want to go to Deputy Cassells, and there'll be an opportunity to come back here. Deputy Cassells.
Thanks very much, Chairman. To welcome Mr O'Connor and the staff from the Housing Agency, and to welcome Mr McCarthy and the staff from the Department, and thank them for their work and the support. Chairman, if I can start, first of all, with the Housing Agency, Mr O'Connor. Here last month, NAMA and their Chief Executive Officer, Brendan McDonagh, when questioned on their remit in respect of the role of housing in the CNHE's report, disclosed that 6,984 social housing units were offered to local authorities in the state, but only 2,717 units were availed of. Now, following on from that information by Mr McDonagh here at this committee, I asked by way of parliamentary question to the Minister as to the reason why. And the answer that I received was to kick off by saying that the Department, the Housing Agency, yourselves and the local authorities worked systematically through the full list of homes supplied to determine if there's a social housing demand for the properties identified. Now, we have tens of thousands languishing for years on waiting lists. The average waiting time in my county is around 8 years. I'm sure it's similar in the other deputies' counties. Systematically, you say, we have huge resources going into HAP, and that's getting bigger and bigger with every budget. So could you please explain to me what the Minister means by that when he's talking back by way of reply, because he specifically mentions yourselves, and how 61% of the properties offered by NAMA were deemed not fit?
Yes, Deputy. Just put it in context, we have been working with NAMA along with the Department in terms of getting as many houses as we can from NAMA's loan portfolio for social housing. Just one clarification in terms of numbers. The original number identified by NAMA was 6,951 properties. Of those, the 1,843 were sold. So the actual number that was actually available from NAMA was 5,108 properties. So I think it's important in terms of number of properties that were actually available to the local authority system was 508 properties. The more than half of those properties will be delivered when it's finished with NAMA. So it'll be over 50% of the properties that were available will be provided as social housing. The properties that were determined not suitable by local authorities would be holiday homes, there was large houses in golf villages, but more importantly maybe that there were some very large developments in parts of the country. Say one example, there were over 500 apartments in one local authority area in one development. They had already got a percentage of that development under Part 5. They decided that 65 additional apartments was appropriate, not to cause over-concentration of social housing in that area. And similarly in some other locations there were large quantums of housing, and the local authority decided to take, it was appropriate to take some. In my opinion, the decisions made by the local authorities were reasonable in relation to what they considered to be suitable.
Okay. I'm going to just jump in there. Even accepting in terms of the 1,843 properties were sold, that still left 50%, and there was no way there was 2,500 holiday homes. Okay. Now, in respect of the decision-making process here, because the Secretary General has said that he doesn't want the department issuing missives or directives in terms of what local authorities do. And in response to me asking this question, what was said to me was, as part of the process, the Housing Agency has been liaising and in direct contact with all the relevant local authorities to discuss the demand requirements and for the Housing Agency to coordinate the response to NAMA. So it seems to me that that's exactly what's happening here. So the Secretary General is saying the department isn't issuing directives or missives, but the Housing Agency here seems to be acting in a very, very controlled way. What got picked, what didn't get picked, and it's not the CEOs or the housing authorities making the determining factor here, but indeed yourselves. And that phrase in terms of over-concentration of social homes is and absolutely, in the midst of a housing crisis, I believe, a terrible statement.
In terms of...
Can you address the first part, Mr. Connolly,
yes,
in terms of who's making the call here? Because the Minister is putting it firmly that you guys coordinated the response as to the fact that only 50% of these homes were taken up.
Deputy, it is correct that the Housing Agency coordinated the response. Firstly, the Housing Agency worked with NAMA. We actually provided staff into NAMA to identify all the residential properties. We then, having identified the properties that were in NAMA's loan portfolio, the Housing Agency approached each local authority with a list of properties in their area and asked the local authority which of those properties it considered suitable for acquisition as social housing. So we liaised with each local authority and we went with their response. We did, if we thought the local authority were rejecting properties that we thought were suitable, we would push, and we did push the local authorities in relation to them. But at the end of the day, we took on the view of the local authority in terms of they had to be supportive. And I say again, in my opinion, the local authorities took reasonable view and reasonable opinion.
Okay, just in terms of that, because in terms of we have witnesses coming in here. Last week we had the OPW telling us 11 million squandered on empty office space was a good deal. We're now hearing that the rejection of 50% of social homes is reasonable. It is not reasonable, and this response goes to the heart of the matter in terms of what's deemed suitable or not suitable. Elsewhere in the answer, I got that we said that some of the homes were located in areas with no demand. I know of nowhere on the housing list that I'm looking at where we don't have a case where there's no demand. It is indeed the complete opposite. Of the units declined, in the majority of cases, it was because of the need to avoid over-concentration of social housing units. The reply goes on. Again, I ask you, is this philosophy being borne out from yourselves in the Housing Agency, and is this becoming the overarching philosophy that is then influencing the fact that we are not actually going into a construction phase, but instead we're dependent on HAP?
Deputy, the view in terms of the appropriate mix of housing at the end of the day, it's a decision for the local authorities. So the local authority...
It's you guys saying that it shouldn't be of a particular of magnitude. So you're saying it's the local authorities. The local authorities are blaming you guys. I'm trying to get to the root of this because it's good that we can actually get people all together in the one room.
In terms of very specifically on the NAMA properties, the housing agency didn't take a view on what was over concentration or what the proper mix of
the
housing
minister
was.
is saying that you did.
It was a decision. I'm not putting it on local authorities, but it was a decision for each local authority, and each local authority, they know their particular areas, and we judge. We accept their judgment in a situation.
Okay, but I mean, this goes to the heart of every frustration in here in terms of dealing with the bodies who are responsible to state. Because I asked the Minister for Housing at a time of a housing crisis how, as you said, 50% can be discounted and deemed not suitable. He's the Minister for Housing. He blames you guys. You're blaming the local authorities. So who is ultimately responsible, and where is the philosophy being driven by?
Mr. McCarthy has indicated briefly.
Just to clarify, in terms of the Minister's response to the parliamentary question, I think it talks in terms of the housing agency. The housing agency was used as the vehicle for coordinating the activity and working with the local authorities. But as Mr. O'Connor has said, fundamentally the decisions as to was there demand in the area? What were the over-concentration issues? They were taken at local level. So it wasn't. I don't want there to be any misinterpretation. The housing agency wasn't overriding local authorities. They were just the vehicle for coordinating the inputs from the various local authorities. But I mean, there is a government policy going back to 2007 in terms of delivering home-sustaining communities, and it does have a sustainable communities philosophy at the heart of it, which does point to, I suppose, the issues and the difficulties associated with large concentrations of social housing in particular areas. Not always, but in some cases in the past there have been issues.
Okay, well, Mr. McCarthy, I wasn't drawing you into this whatsoever, but you've jumped in. So, I mean, in terms of that interpretation of sustainability, I mean, again, that frustrates the life out of me. I was raised in the middle of a large town with council estates. We seem to lose that phrase as well, with council estates on every single side of me, and I didn't determine between what was a private home and a council home, and there were very good communities. And I again am going back in terms of the philosophy of how local authorities are determining that 50% of available homes in the midst of a housing crisis were deemed non-suitable, and we're talking about the need to avoid over-concentration. At what point does over-concentration kick in?
It's a point where it's determined by reference to the facts on the ground, Deputy, and I'm not in any way saying that there aren't, that in some way that we're not talking about bad communities. I'm not in any way casting any aspersions on anybody. I'm just saying that there is a government policy in place since 2007, and in framing that policy, it took account of instances in the past where very significant social housing only developments did not work out. There are others, of course, where they did, with very strong communities, but there were areas where it didn't work out, and I suppose it cautions.
Well, we don't have time to get into the myriad of reasons why they didn't work out, because I saw at the start of the noughties where still substantial council estates were being built in my town, and in tandem with that, funding was got from your department to build community centres in the middle of them to make sure that they worked to sustainable communities, indeed swimming pools and so forth as well. In terms of Mr. McCarthy, in your opening statement, you said in respect of dealing with this issue of delivery that on-the-ground activity and delivery can only be accelerated by the local authorities, the housing agency and the AHBs working in partnership. We have a letter today from the CCMA. They didn't come. They didn't come here today to discuss this most critical issue pertaining to the country. So in terms of us actually finding out the on-the-ground activity, that's kind of hard. But I mean, you didn't make reference to the Q2 of this year and the 200 projects of a scale at the one-stage process, and only 12 have gone through the process. What's going on with the local authority system, if that's the figure?
I don't know. Deputy is the very short answer. I mean, we did investigate it when we weren't getting a response in the previous version of that one-stage approval process. We did get very strong indications from the local government sector that it was too risky for them. We did take a number of steps to de-risk it, and it hasn't. It still hasn't seemed to. So, but as I mentioned earlier on,
but you must be frustrated because I know you said you don't want. I mean, and I believe in autonomous local government. I'm a strong believer in it. So I'm not going to. But if you've got to a stage where they're not delivering, okay, both you as Secretary General and the Minister must be saying, you know, when you have that meeting that you referred to earlier with all the city and county managers, guys, you're not delivering, you're not prepared to take risks. What's the point? What's the point in having you in the first place?
I share your frustration, Deputy. I mean, in putting a system in place that, putting it in place first of all, then revising it in order to try to address the issues that were being put to us, and the take-up still hasn't hit anything near what it should. It is quite frustrating.
Well, I mean, that's not good enough. And I'm not blaming you. I'm saying there's a problem here at local government level. But you are the accounting officer for local government. There is a significant amount of money in the appropriation vote in this area. I've touched on one area which I believe, as a result of this, we're ending up having to spend more money on. We've a report in yesterday's paper and today, 3,500 council-owned homes lying vacant. I mean, who's accountable? Because I'm asking questions here, I'm being told it's housing agency saying no, it's local authority bosses. Local authority bosses telling me no, it's a housing agency. And the Minister saying, you know, so if there's 3,500 vacant homes lying idle for a prolonged period of time, if there's 2,500 social homes being refused by local authority, county and city managers, is it time that we say this system is broken at a local government level and you actually centralise the whole thing and be done with it?
That's now I'm not going to stray into policy in that area, but
it's not. But no. This is not a laughing matter, Chairman. This is a situation whereby, and by the way, I refer again today. The CCMA didn't come here today. We were to write to them again and ask them to come, because there is no point in you, as accounting officer, and your minister allocating significant monies and funds to the local government system, and they are failing to deliver. They are failing to deliver.
Well, they're certainly failing to take advantage of efficiency that is there in the system. The programme has certainly ramped up quite significantly. In fact, last year we had to get a supplementary estimate of €100 million in order to be able to support it. So the programme is, and you can see that in the construction status report, it is ramping up, but it is frustrating when there are mechanisms that can accelerate delivery. In relation to the voids issue that you raise, I mean, local authorities are accountable to, well, they're accountable to their elected members, and they're accountable to the National Oversight and Audit Commission. And this is one of the specific things that, and this is why it's in the public domain for the Oversight and Audit Commission to shine a light on it. Now, it's cold comfort in many respects that the average relet time is actually coming down, because it was actually worse in 2016. It is coming down. It's the second year of the relet time coming down, but it is still too long on average. And it is too long on average because when you actually look at the local authority by local authority breakdown, there is a very, very significant range. And some local authorities can actually relet properties very, very quickly. And we have to get that best practice rolled out across the system.
I want to ask you about the LIAF scheme in terms of it delivering what it's supposed to delivering. I know in my own county there has been no substantial progress in the two schemes that were acknowledged, but I don't want to focus on my own. I want to focus on in general in terms of what's that actually has that resulted since its inception in terms of actually finished units being made available, both through private schemes and indeed council delivered schemes as well?
Well, finished units would have been expected to really come in sort of 19, 20 and, and 21.
What's under construction?
The rollout of the LIHAF projects has been slower than we would have liked. It took quite a bit longer than we would have liked to actually get signed off agreements between the local authorities and the landowners concerned, so that we were going to ensure that we were going to get some value out of the and speed of delivery out of it. So at this stage, 2 of the LIHAF projects are now under construction. I think there's another 7 or 8 are at procurement.
How many was in total in the scheme when it was first initiated?
I think there is 30
nationwide.
Yeah.
Okay, and 2 are under construction. Two land banks or 2 pieces of infrastructure to enable those land banks are under construction.
Yeah, one in Fingal in Deputy Farrell's area, and the other is in Limerick.
And how many are maybe at a planning stage or progressive?
There's another 7 or 8 are actually at procurement at the moment, so some of those will go on site before the end of the year, and others in.
Yeah.
Do you want to?
Yeah, there's 4 that will actually start before the end of the year, and a further 7 will start in Q1. And actually, just to answer your other question, 600 units are being delivered on those sites before the end of this year.
600 on the 2 that have commenced?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because in some cases you can actually build in parallel, because you know that the enabling infrastructure will open up the site eventually, but some of the sites can be delivered.
Mr McCarthy, can I ask you one final question? I've asked you this before as well in terms of land acquisition, because obviously you're dealing with, through the LAG scheme as well, a series of bad land deals. Notwithstanding that, there is a very definitive need for land acquisition in certain counties, especially in the commuter county areas. You were kind enough to supply a table in terms of the what is actually in council ownership throughout the country. I see in my own case, in my own county, we have 9 local authority sites zoned in council ownership, but only 1 of those would be of any substantial land holding. The rest are all less than a hectare or so, 1 hectare or so. The one being actually subject to a LIHAF scheme, which hasn't kicked off. My question is, what is the position of the department in actually acquiring land banks in commuter county areas to actually try and develop council homes?
We're, I suppose, before we maybe get to that, the first thing we wanted to do was to try and build up a good overall picture of what was the land bank of local authority. So we have that mapped now on the Rebuilding Ireland land map, and there are about just over 700 sites across the local authorities. So that was the first piece that we wanted to put in place.
Is it 700 in local authority ownership or state ownership?
700 in local authority ownership.
Okay.
I think it does make a first step at mapping, I think, approximately 30 other state-owned properties, but the 700 are local authority ones. So I suppose we wanted that as a baseline, so that if we did get applications in from local authorities to borrow money for land, we would kind of be able to say, well,
what are you doing with that?
You've either got this land or you don't. So that's been hugely important. So we haven't had a significant demand for land loans. Where I don't want to say we're open for business. That's not one. But if a local authority was to come to us, we would certainly look at it. And I think, in fact, in your own county, I think we did actually approve a land loan earlier on this year. I'm not sure that it's actually been drawn down yet, but I think it has been approved. But you could count probably on the fingers of one hand the number of loan applications that have come our way in the last number of years. But I suppose we would really look at it on a local authority by local authority basis, and we do it as part of the engagement that we have with local authorities on their social housing programme, because as we look forward for what they plan to deliver in the next 3 or 4 years, one of the questions that we absolutely engage with them on is, well, where is the land that you're to deliver those sort of units, so that we're planning forward. And
I appreciate that it's very difficult for you guys, because once the state enter the market in terms of the price and the acquisition, I understand that perfectly. Is there a discrete amount of work at any level being done, though, by directors of housing in terms of trying to look at possible land banks that exist, and even preliminary work being done with yourselves to say, yes, this is something we could progress?
I think I wouldn't say it's been done collectively within the system, but I think many local authorities are very active in that space, primarily because they now have their social housing targets out to 2021. They need to start to think about, well, if we're going to deliver X number of units in 2021, we need to get through the construction, the planning, whatever before we get there. We need the land. So they're actually getting into that space. So it's a much more sort of structured and forward-looking arrangement, and if there was a need for land and if it was available at an appropriate price, then I don't think we'd have, subject to the council's capacity to be able to service it, we would approve it.
Suspend in a moment, just suspend, because they're voting in the Dáil, and I'm proposing to bear with me 1 minute. 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. We don't want to. We'll resume, but for 2 o'clock, before we suspend, will you have for us a copy of the numbers who left the homelessness over each of the years? You'll have that for us. Secondly, the copy of the minutes we spoke about between the department. You'll have those for us to get to the Secretariat over lunch. And finally, the obvious question, and maybe you have the note on, the 1.4 billion on housing last year. Can you just give us a simple breakdown? How much was construction? How much was purchases? How much was HAP? How much was leasing? How much was maintenance? How much were improvement? You probably should know that off the top.
Yeah,
by the time we come back at 2, just because we're talking about 1.4, I don't know how much of that is actually for construction. So you know what we're looking for. So we're now suspended until 2 o'clock. And we are resuming our discussion on Chapter 10, Funding and Oversight of Approved Housing Bodies and the Appropriation Accounts 2017, Vote 34, and specifically in relation to the housing aspect of that particular vote. And we're also reviewing the Housing Agency Financial Statements 2017. And the next speaker is Deputy Alan Farrell.
Thank you, Chairman, and I thank our guests, and I thank you for your efforts in your various departments. The department in 2017 spent about 1.4 billion, I believe, of which 230 odd was on rents. Could you indicate to the committee how much was recouped in terms of the receipt of tenancies, rental payments to the state? If you can give me a figure for that later. Could you also provide the committee with a list of active approved housing bodies as opposed to a full list of approved housing bodies, because I think that's quite useful for the committee's consideration, and also how many approved housing bodies have been removed as approved housing bodies in the last, say, 5 years, for example. Perhaps 10 might be a good indication as to how many have withdrawn themselves from the market. I'd be very interested to see a figure for the total sum of money provided to approved housing bodies as a separate figure to that which has been spent by the department in the provision of housing. If you can answer those questions straight up, please do so, but if you want to take some time to gather them, that's fine. I can move on. I'll move on. What percentage of the LIHAF funding has been drawn down? You might be able to provide us with a note on that and maybe break it down per application. Is there a specific policy within the department which precludes the development of large-scale social housing? Or is it just a general, we shouldn't, because we'd like to try and learn from the past, or is it a specific policy? Would you like to try and tackle those, Mr. McCarthy?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy. Maybe just take them in. I was scribbling as you were talking, so I might need you to just come back to me on some of them. On the total differential rents figure which accrues to local authorities, I'm not sure that I have that with me, but in 2017. But we can.
Maybe you could come back on that.
We can come back on that one. Maybe in terms of AHBs that were removed from the system over the last number of years, maybe one of the PAT or one of the regulator side.
In terms of this was done in two ways. Going back a few years ago, every approved housing body was identified, and the ones that were inactive were contacted in terms of kind of delisting them. So there was a significant number. I'd have to come back with you with that figure.
Please do.
But probably of the order of 100 were removed.
How do you qualify? What qualifies you to become an approved housing body? What checks, balances are performed in order to become an approved housing body?
under Section 6 of the 1992 Act, there is a set of requirements, that the department have set down to be approved. They include you have to be set up as a charity. Your constitution has to contain certain conditions. You have to set up a board with a minimum number of
Do you have
members.
oversight over that? I mean, is there a secondary oversight? Is there a parliamentary oversight over that?
It's a function decided by the Department of Housing.
So it would be functional oversight would be the Committee on Housing.
No, it's done internally, by the officials in the Department of Housing.
Okay, so there isn't an oversight function. You're saying?
No,
you're saying it could be introduced into committee, for instance.
When it comes to doing, we're not far away from publishing a piece of legislation to put in place a statutory regulator for the AHB sector, so that will come into at committee stage will go into the line committee.
In terms of the oversight, the auditing, the probing of how AHBs are spending their money, and again the figure I asked for, which again you can provide in due course, the number of properties and the cost of the delivery of those properties through AHBs, and then our own direct delivery either through yourselves or local authorities. I'd be interested in knowing those figures, and then obviously the actual number of properties delivered in both of those categories. And then, yeah, if you could try and indicate those figures to me, it would be helpful.
Sorry, Deputy. In terms of if you look at the overall funding overall funding for housing in 2017, and break it down between AHBs and local authorities, about 229 million would have gone to AHBs, and 1.07 billion would have gone to local authorities. So it was about a ratio of about 4.5 to 1. Now,
number of dwellings.
Number of dwellings delivered by each. Just give me 1 second. In our delivery.
Maybe while you get that, I'll move on. Over the last number of days, there's been quite a stir in regards to one particular contractor hired by the Department of Education, but also by by I believe local authorities, or perhaps directly, and that's Western Building Systems. I understand they've delivered some social housing. How confident are you that those particular units, and whenever they were delivered, are robustly developed, and do they present any safety concerns to the department?
Certainly, as of right now, no safety concern issues, Deputy. They would have been involved in the first of the rapid build housing project, the one that was done in Ballymun. They may have got other contracts as well.
Have they been inspected?
I can take that. Yeah, there's, as far as we're aware, there's one scheme, that was done by Western Building Systems for Dublin City Council. In that particular case, it was after the introduction of a new building control system came into play. And I know in that case, Dublin City Council carried out a very extensive set of inspections during the manufacture of
So you're confident
housing.
they are?
Yeah, you'd be very confident, and even very importantly, Dublin City Council put inspectors into the factory in Northern Ireland.
Have they been inspected since they were delivered? On foot of the information that's now in the public domain?
Yeah, it'd be something that you'd have to, check with Dublin City Council. But I'd be confident that they carried out a very robust set of inspections.
I accept that. Thank you. Could you outline to me the number of individuals in the state who are in either emergency accommodations or being supported by the state through HAP scheme or any other scheme going, who do not in fact have a right to housing, to permanent housing?
In terms of mainstream social housing, I wouldn't think there would be. I wouldn't think there should be any, because if they're not entitled. So the prime area in which people without housing entitlements would be supported would be in homeless emergency accommodation.
That's exactly what I'm asking.
Yeah.
So how many people in emergency temporary accommodations don't actually have a housing right?
I'd need to probably drill down into the DRHE figures. They did a report earlier on this year, and I think what they said was that about a third of, from memory, a third of families that were presenting as homeless did not have a housing entitlement.
One third.
One third is my recollection, but I'll come back and
okay, if you could, please, that would be helpful. Just turning to hubs, Chairman. Could you outline in 2017, the year we're looking at, the number of family hubs delivered and the number of persons housed in those hubs, and the cost involved of, say, whatever number of hubs there's being provided? I'd be interested in the total figure. The sole purpose of the Public Accounts Committee is, of course, to probe financial expenditure, so I'll move to that. The Department, I believe, has an extra 60 million this year for the provision of hubs across the state. Looking back in 2017, the year that we're analysing, do you believe that it is offering good value for money in terms of the time it takes to turn a hub into a hub, and then the amount of time it takes to find a permanent housing solution for the residents of those hubs?
Okay. Thank you, Deputy. Just to go back maybe to one of the questions that you asked me earlier, as a follow-on from the funding breakdown between HBs and local authorities, the units breakdown in terms of build, acquisition and lease, there was 7,095 in total. 2,330 of those, which is about a third, were AHBs, and 2/3 were. Sorry, 7,095. It breaks down 2,330 AHB and 4,765 local authority.
Okay, and you were saying that the cost is approximately a ratio of 4 to 1, or was it 3 to 4 to 1? You said.
Yeah.
4 to 1. Okay.
Then, in relation to family hubs, at this stage there are 20 hubs with family accommodation for over 500 families in place. So far this year, I think the figure that we've spent is 19 million in the provision of family hub accommodation. When it comes to, I suppose, when you look at the family hub programme and why it was introduced, it was primarily to provide better transitional accommodation than resorting to hotels. Yeah. So if you were to look at the comparison. On the basis of figures, projections by the local authorities for 2018 as part of their homeless budgets, the cost of a family in a family hub is probably the equivalent of about €36,000 a year. The average cost in 2017 for a family in a hotel would have been about 67,000. So obviously there's a capital cost associated with a hub, but just in terms of, if you like, running costs, the hub is significantly less.
Significantly less. And how many people exited?
And this is a better service.
How many people exited hotels in 2017? Do you have that figure?
Just bear with me 1 second. Do you have approximately 2,400 is what I'm told, Deputy.
Thank you. This just, I don't know whether you'll be able to answer these questions here, but what's the build cost of your average 3-bed semi in, doesn't even need to be in the city, just in the state, for yourselves, versus the acquisition cost?
Okay. In the mainstream local authority programme, this is an average across, so to be sort of a mix of units, but the average construction cost in the local authority programme is about 214,000, and the average acquisition cost on the basis of acquisitions in Q4 last year and Q1 this year, where we did a sample, would be about 177,000.
So the acquisition is
significant. And that would reflect that a lot of the acquisition activity is in areas of the country where prices are still...
I understand. As opposed to where the demand is, which is mostly in the cities. Have there been any, to best of your knowledge, have been any housing estates developed in the last 5 years where there's been no social housing or affordable housing provision?
That probably depends, Deputy, on when they got their planning permission. If they were post 20, when did we change Part 5? 2014 was it? If it was a post 2014 permission, it would have been 10% social. If the permission was prior to that, it would depend. The mix could have been, in some cases, it could have been 20% entirely social, or it could have been a mix between social and affordable.
Okay. A little earlier on, Chairman Deputy MacSharry was getting to the issue of the lack of personnel in certain local authorities, and he continually referred to my Fingal. So I thought I might as well raise it because I'm quite bluntly very proud of the work that they do in Fingal County Council. The Minister and I visited last Friday, where we were told of the target of 1,376 housing units to be provided over a 3-year period. Fingal had delivered 2,241, which is a significant increase on the target they were given. In fact, I was informed that they were going to exceed the target they were set last year as well, significantly. So just from a rather crude manner that it was presented, I have a simple question: is why are other local authorities not able to match that? And why is it that some local authorities are, I mean, you're talking single figures in terms of housing output from certain local authorities across this state. Now, I appreciate there may be expertise lacking in some local authorities, but ultimately what you outlined to me was that over the various stages of the drawdown of the funding that was being provided to them at the various stages of the development of a concept of a scheme, they were going to get 25 grand for doing very, very little, which sounds like the sort of money you might pay to an architect to draw up a plan. Actually, a very advanced plan, I would have thought, and a very large-scale plan for that sort of money. So it doesn't occur to me that that is an excuse for a local authority not putting properties out on public display for consideration for their development. So would you have perhaps in a less adversarial manner, it was presented to you earlier, would you have a view in relation to that? Because I certainly, from what I've heard, I have a very firm view, but maybe you'd like to enlighten me further.
Thank you, Deputy. There's probably a range of factors. Going back to earlier, there are some parts of the country, as I say, where it is actually still cheaper to buy than it is to build. So you might see a significant proportion of a local authority's output being acquisitions rather than sort of construction sites. You referred to the earlier conversations in relation to capacity, and while those issues would have been raised sort of historically, I mean the type of arrangement that I outlined, you'd imagine that those sort of issues should be pretty much resolved at this stage. The ramp up in the programme from a point where it was virtually not quite at zero, but not far off it, started back in 2013, 2014. That again takes a bit of time, but we're now in 2018, so that should be resolved. So it really is a case of taking the targets that have been set now and actually delivering on them. A lot of time in many local authorities has been spent in getting stuff through the Part 8 process, so that pipeline of proposals is there.
If I could intercede there for a sec. I mean, if I'm outside your provincial town, service site, road frontage, correct zoning, what you're saying to me is that it's cheaper for the local authority to simply ignore that serviced zone site and go and try and find properties to buy within that provincial town for social housing provision. And I suppose the point I would make is surely they should be doing both. It's not as if there's a lack of money here.
Yep.
So what I'm hearing or seeing in that analogy, or that example rather, is a lack of willpower, a lack of will to do that. So if we have service sites with, you know, and by service I mean power, drainage and accessibility, and if they don't have accessibility, that's what LIAF is for, even if it's only 100 grand for a few hundred yards of road. So I'm trying to understand why other local authorities are not hitting their targets at all, and why it is that we have local authorities not developing on sites that they may own, that are zoned appropriately and that are serviced, and purchasing properties in their local authority if the department has lots of money, which clearly they do. So I'm just trying to understand what the issue is here.
I wouldn't. I didn't want to present it as a sort of an either-or, and I suppose when I was talking about some places where local authorities would have access to cheaper acquisitions, that was just in terms of its relative share of their activity, because those opportunities would present. But I suppose we would, when you think of some of the, I think to my own town and other parts of rural Ireland, where there would be a fair amount of vacant properties in the town centre, that from a town regeneration point of view, it would make sense, apart at all from meeting a social housing need point of view. So we'd be quite supportive of local authorities that would, and in many cases these would be properties that might have been on sale for a very significant period of time, and there being no market for them. So, for example, our Buy and Renew programme will be targeted at that, to actually get in there into town centres in particular, take something that probably nobody else is going to buy, and do it up, rather than, even if there is a site further out on the fringe of town, that might be for the next phase of activity. So that, a bit like what the National Planning Framework talks about, trying to build up the core. But I mean, we wouldn't be in any way sort of saying it should be either or. If local authorities were coming forward looking to do both, and it made sense, then absolutely.
But I mean, respectfully, you didn't answer my question, or you did. My question being was, why are they not doing both? I mean, I appreciate that there are lots of vacant properties, but we're nearly 4 years into this crisis. We're nearly 4 years into various policies being put forward for local authorities who are now being funded, fully funded. And you know, you illustrated the drawdown parameters for funding to each of those local authorities in terms of bringing a scheme to development stage. So I don't think there's an excuse. You've illustrated that. So I'm just trying to understand why certain local authorities have not done what they're supposed to be doing.
I think what you're seeing on the bill side is, if you look through different local authorities, if you look at the construction status report, you can actually see that some of them did get out of the traps quicker than others. Yeah. So you're actually seeing some now, your own being a case in point, where you're actually seeing the product on the ground in terms of finished houses and people living in them. Whereas in others, you can look and they're at construction, or they're at the final tender stage. But all local authorities now have a significant programme, but they are at different stages in terms of actually bringing it to fruition.
Okay, I'm sorry, my time is very limited, so sorry. I'll just round up by asking you to please provide me with the figures to the questions that are outstanding. Okay. I'm happy to provide them to you if you didn't capture them all. My last remark, Chairman, is in relation to the additional funding to be provided for the provision of family hubs. You've illustrated the figure between hotel accommodation versus family accommodation, family hub accommodation. It's clearly very significantly cheaper. And yes, you've mentioned the capital cost. That's what this 60 million is for. How many of these facilities are we going to see delivered with that 60 million? And have you an idea as to where they're going to be located? Are we looking primarily at the major cities, Dublin, Cork, Limerick, Galway, or are there other locations where there's proposed provision?
That's where you'd be looking at primarily, Deputy, but not exclusively. For example, one of the family hubs that's in operation is in Athy in County Kildare. So again, it's really where it makes sense from the local authority's perspective in terms of the homeless situation that they're dealing with. But I think you will see the bulk of what is going to come on stream with that additional funding is going to be in Dublin and the other main centres. I mean, the Minister is engaged in a process at the moment with the 4 Dublin local authorities to just try and kind of nail that quantity. But you're talking about a very significant. We're talking in the significant hundreds of additional family hub accommodation places in Dublin.
Okay, Chairman. My final question is. I alluded to the fact that earlier on that it's quite a significant number of people being supported in housing across the state who actually don't have a long-term housing entitlement. I'm not targeting those individuals for any other reason than it isn't discussed. It's not something that's out there. We're not discussing it, that there are large numbers of people who are not entitled to social homes because of their nationality. So what I'd really like to try and do is to get some more information provided to this committee, and perhaps even to the Housing Committee, because I haven't borne witness to it being published, those figures being provided, and I think it would be very helpful in terms of seeing the total figures, so we have an idea of what we're dealing with. So
we can certainly do that, Deputy. And again, just to say to you, in terms of my kind of response to you, is for no reason other than the fact that, and why we surfaced it in the context of some of the work that the DRAG have done, is that these are individuals and families.
Absolutely.
They have no long-term rights,
yes,
and we are supporting them on a sort of nearly a day-by-day basis.
And I suppose my point is, this is the Public Accounts Committee. Our job is to scrutinise public expenditure, and it occurs to me that we're throwing huge sums of money at short-term housing for people without a social housing entitlement. We need to change the provision so that they have a housing entitlement. Get them houses, stop spending vast sums of money on an annual basis on the provision of short-term accommodation, and give them permanent tenant residency. And if we're going to be doing that as a state, well, there's no point in us continuing to throw money at it. We need to put them in a home. That would be my point, lest anybody think it was for other reasons.
No.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, Deputy, thank you. And Deputy.
Thank you, Chairman. I welcome the witness here today, and sorry I missed some of the morning. I was here, but I had to go away because of other commitments, and probably I might be repeating questions or crossing lines that was crossed already. I just want to start on Mr. McCarthy and your report this morning. It was glowing, it looked good, where we're going, and we seem to be getting on top of a house and all that. But that's not the reality in the ground. As I know, I come from a rural constituency, Kilkenny. And the waiting list, homeless at 10,000 plus, a waiting list a mile long, getting longer. What you gave here this morning as a presentation for the ordinary Joe Slope out there and what's happening on the ground are two different places. So I'd just like to ask you, our figures and census are all great things, but reality is a different thing. And, we are still in a housing crisis, and a severe one, and it's well known out there. And no cover-up or no figures will cover that fact. So I'd like to have your comment on that first.
Okay, thank you, Deputy. I suppose in coming here today, and in what I said at the outset, and in the answers that I've given to deputies over the course of the day, there's no intention to cover up or to gloss over anything. It's simply just to put the information and the data that we have out there. So when I started off this morning, I suppose I tried to do two things. One, to show the extent to which progress had been made, but I said very clearly that there is absolutely no room for complacency, and we continue to actively monitor. And in discussion with Deputy Cullinane earlier on, we talked in terms of the housing emergency for what it is.
Yes, so you do admit it's not all hunky-dory in the situation. We have a long ways to go to even catch up.
It's not a question.
Would you accept that? We have a long ways to go to even catch up.
It's not a question of admitting anything, Deputy. I'm just repeating what I said at the start. There is no room for complacency because we have a long journey to travel.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just as long as that's recognised, because the reports seem to say that we're
fully recognised.
Yeah. Okay, I just want to go now to a few different things. I'm sorry, I hit them quick. Yep. Mortgage to rent scheme, and this is probably for the approved housing bodies. I personally have tried to get the approved housing bodies to intervene and buy out mortgage to rent schemes in my own constituency, Kilkenny, but unfortunately I contacted a few of them and they basically told me they weren't interested. That was too costly, too much difficulty, and I was very disappointed with the response. I rang 2 or 3 of them, and I mentioned individual cases, and I thought they would be interested in buying out the houses and leaving the families in the houses. I was trying to do with the county council. The county council said they hadn't any role to play in this, but the voluntary houses had, and they could actually go in and buy out houses and take over the mortgage and leave people in instead of putting these people out of their houses by the banks, put them out of their houses, and then they're on the list for social housing. And I thought there was was plenty of room there for voluntary bodies to buy out these houses, at least look at them and see the viability and keep these people in situ instead of taking them out and put them on a social housing list. And I'd like to see someone give me a reason why they didn't take on this mortgage rent scheme that the government introduced and why they not use it for better utility, utilise it better. I was very disappointed in the few that I did contact, and their reaction to me, they could just told me that it wasn't fit for purpose. They didn't like the scheme and they weren't interested in looking at these houses. That's what they basically told me.
Deputy, in relation to, say, the mortgage rent scheme, what my advice would be is, in terms of the mortgage rent scheme, the bank have to put forward the case for mortgage rent in the first case.
They went through all this.
And they were, so it's to be put forward by the bank, and if the household wishes to avail of mortgage rent, it comes to the housing agency, and we seek an approved housing body in terms of.
I know that. I know all this. We went through all this, but there was no one. At the end of the day, there was no one in the approved bodies willing to take on any of the houses. I personally went to them about it, and I asked them why, and they said they weren't interested in the scheme. Really, he wasn't interested in the scheme, and they weren't interested in trying buying over houses. And I said why? They were said our costs involved to bring the house up to a certain standard, all this kind of thing. And I said that's nonsense. The people that are living in the houses were living there for 15, 16 years, their own houses, would gladly stay in as they were and would gladly pay out the rent if they were left in situ, but no one was willing to take it on or even look at them. And they went through all what you're telling me. They went to the banks sent out these, and it went to the voluntary housing scheme, but none of the voluntary house schemes would take it up. And that was disappointing to me when the scheme was there in place for that purpose.
Yeah, Deputy, yeah, if there are particular cases, actually, even if you could bring them up with the housing agent directly and me directly.
This is 2 years ago.
Yeah, but if there are any, current cases, we look at them and, find out why and, get a body to take them on.
So you're saying if I had contacted you instead of some of the voluntary houses, this could have been looked at and facilitated? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'd expect it would have been able to, yes.
Peter, I'd know that time now. I can go back to some of these people. I presume they're still in the same positions they're in. I presume they haven't got out of the situation they're in the last year or two anyway. But I will like follow back up.
If you could do that, Deputy, yes.
Oh, yeah. You have more money we have,
No,
you get it from different sources. You get it from different sources than we do. I just want to move on. I want to know about, just again to the voluntary houses, you have a system where you don't allow tenants to buy out their houses, and I've been in the local authority for 20 years before I came here, and it was always wondered why they couldn't buy out their houses, the same as in county councils and etc. Families have their house, they're paying mortgage for 10, 15, 20 years, and they can never own the house, and I always felt that was wrong. Just taxpayers' money. That was put into it, and I think everyone, if they're long enough in-house, even 7 years, whatever, they should be allowed to buy out their houses. And I'm just wondering, would you ever consider changing that these houses can be purchased and bought out?
It just has been, in terms of departmental and government policy, not to have tenant purchase in the case of houses provided by approved housing bodies. It might be a policy that can be looked at, but because of the funding going into them and to retain social housing, a decision was taken, not to allow tenant purchase in that case. So it's not the approved housing bodies themselves that are deciding not to sell, it's government policy.
But there's going to be thousands and hundreds of thousands of houses held by voluntary bodies into the future if you keep going this policy. And all these families that are resident in these houses will never, ever get an opportunity to buy a house. I think that policy is wrong and it needs to be changed wherever, whether it's at your level or at department level or at government level. It needs to be changed. At least if a person is living in their house, a family, for 7, 10 years, they should be given an opportunity somewhere along the line where they can actually buy out that house, a house that is their home and that they will live out their days in. And I think that is wrong, and I don't know who's responsible, but I've tried it several times, and no one seems to give me an answer where we can change it.
It should be a matter for the Minister and for the Government.
Can I ask Mr McCarthy on that?
As Mr O'Connor has said, that the policy that's there is for AHB properties not to be subject to tenant purchase, and it's partly tied into, I suppose, their charitable status and their sort of core purpose in their memorandum and articles of association. Nothing in life is not changeable. Where we are at the moment is we're doing a review of the local authority tenant purchase scheme. It would be a policy matter, obviously, if the AHB situation was to be reviewed, but it's not on. It's not.
Can I ask your personal view? Do you think a family that's lived in a house for 10, 15 years should be given an opportunity sometime in their lifetime to buy out that house, and should and as well as that, the money, the mortgage rent to buy that they pay out, rent to buy, could be used to purchase, to reuse to purchase more houses for more social housing, more voluntary housing, and I think it's a shame that it's not been taken up.
Well, I hear what you're saying, Deputy, but I won't be expressing a personal view in relation to a policy. But I hear what you're saying.
Does it not make common sense?
There's a common sense reason, I suppose, as well in terms of the maintenance of social housing stock. There's a reality in terms of public investment, in terms of the public investment that goes into social housing, and in tenant purchase where it does exist, the extent to which it's sold at discounts for good policy reasons, but there is a cost associated with that. So obviously, any extension of the tenant purchase scheme has a cost implication attaching to it.
This is just general information. I should know it probably. The voluntary houses that build these houses, who actually owns the houses? Is it the government has to own the houses, or the voluntary housing groups own the houses? Or
the voluntary housing groups.
They own them. All taxpayers' money owned by voluntary houses. And can they use them and distribute them according to their will?
No, to actually get Section 6 status the approval under Section 6 of the Housing Act of 1992 to become an approved housing body, you must have in your memorandum and articles of association a prohibition on the distribution of assets and the sale of assets.
But the reason I'm asking this, I know they're non-profitable voluntary, but they are owned by private individuals, private groups are set up, and these houses are actually owned. Taxpayers' money that went into these houses, and they are actually owned. I know they're non-profitable, I know that, but they're still owned by private groups that are set up in this country. And is that right?
Well, they're owned by private groups, but they are being used for the purposes of providing a public good in terms of social housing.
Okay. I question that. Anyway. I just want to move on to Part 5s. What percentage of Part 5 was a real big thing when the boom was going, and it was nearly took over all building of social and affordable housing at that stage back in 8 to 10, 11, or even 2000 onwards. What percentage of Part 5 is working, and is the system still working as good as it was, and is it starting to pick up now that the building is picking up, and are we starting to depend again on social housing that Part 5 would provide a lot of it?
Yeah, we're starting to see a pickup in Part 5 delivery associated with the pickup in private housing delivery. I think in 2016, I think there was 69 homes delivered through Part 5 for social housing, and last year that increased to just over 500, and this year I think the expectation is it'll probably get closer to 600.
What percentage would that be of total social housing?
Well, if you take it that in 2017, the build in 2017, there would have been local authority build of 1,014, AHB build of 761. Sorry, 1,014 local authority build, 761 AHB build, and 522 Part 5 units. So you can kind of see the relative shares there.
Okay. Deputy Farrell mentioned there about, to me, as I said, I was a long-time local government, and back in the 50s, 60s, it was always local authorities that built houses. Are the department pushing now towards voluntary housing to provide housing, social housing, instead of county councils? I know some county councils are better at providing houses than others, but as far as I'm concerned, they're all turnkey. They're all contracts and turnkey. They don't. What we had in the 60s, 70s, and even when I went into local government first, they were building houses themselves, and engineers, and they had the staff to build them, and etc. But now it's gone completely where they're looking at voluntary housing group or just buying them on contract with a turnkey. I'm disappointed that that's happened. We've lost a lot of good personnel that we had. Even the rural cottages were built in the 50s and back in the 40s and that to provide services. And is the department pushing towards that instead of pushing the authorities, more local authorities, to go back and do what I reckon they should be doing on the ground and building more houses, social and affordable housing. And as I said, I know our own one in Kilkenny, our own local authority here, I'm very happy the way they've been busy and they're way up there, I know that. But other local authorities are not so far around me, or haven't built any houses at all. I'm way behind. And it's a pity that that's happening. And why is the discrepancy between local authorities and some good local authorities that are active and ones that seem to be falling behind or don't seem to be making any effort?
Thank you, Deputy. I suppose just on the last point, it kind of goes back to what I was saying to Deputy Farrell, that I think the build programmes of all local authorities are ramping up, but some are obviously at different stages of progression. I don't want to give a sense that in some way we're sort of pushing local authorities or pushing AHBs one over the other. That's not what it's about. Rebuilding Ireland aims to deliver 50,000 social housing units through build, acquisition and leasing over the period to 2021, and 2/3 of that is to be delivered by local authorities and 1/3 by AHB. So it's a 2-to-1 ratio is what's envisaged. So it's a very, very big part envisaged for local authorities. And
is it up to every local authority then whether they get turnkey or they get in the personnel and start building themselves and actually go back to where we were, or I'm talking about value for money here, and I want to ask you value for money. Have you any statistics on value for money by local authority costs of, say, an average 3-bedroom house and the voluntary bodies costs? Are there any difference or variation between what a local authority will buy on average buying a house for anywhere in the country and what the voluntary housing groups are producing? Or are they the same? Are they coming in at the same cost? Have any statistics on that?
Yeah, there's in terms of acquisition costs, the approved housing bodies would come in on the basis of the data that we've looked at, would come in slightly less. In terms of construction, on some AHB projects come in less, some come in very slightly more, but there's very little in it. And I mean, again, going back to some of the earlier conversations, we very much want local authorities to be in the driving seat and to make the judgments around where and how social housing is to be delivered in their area, and obviously to sort of take the lead role in partnering up with whatever AHBs can play a part in that, and indeed taking turnkey opportunities. We would certainly have had quite a few more rural local authorities saying to us that in areas where they didn't have land, there were builders who did have land but didn't have access to capital. And in many cases, turnkeys are a sort of a vehicle to marry those together and actually get housing activity going and delivering social housing where it's actually needed. But again, we'd be informed as to the particular approach in a local area by the local authority itself.
Okay. I just want to switch out to Pyrite, and I see the House Agency is funded mostly through state grants. Its income in 2007 was just over, this is from the Controller of General's report, is 34 million. Expenditure in the year was 33.1 million, which payments under the Pyrite remediation scheme amounted to 25.3 million. Pyrite, what part of the country is that mostly up in Donegal, that area, or is it all over the country?
No, Deputy. It's. I was going to say Deputy Farrell would know about it.
I don't hear tell of many in Kilkenny or south east.
Down there.
We have good stuff.
We have good quarries.
It was primarily a Dublin, Greater Dublin area. And not even entirely actually all of Dublin in the first instance, but it was subsequently extended to South Dublin and Dún Laoghaire, where some instances were found. But it is primarily a Dublin phenomenon. I don't know whether you have any stats, John, in relation to it.
In terms of primarily, North Dublin and Meath would be the areas that are most affected, and some areas around. Just to explain just the difference between the pyrite as we have it, in North Dublin and Meath compared to Donegal and Mayo. In the pyrite that we have, it's in the stone underneath the ground floor slabs of houses, and it expands. and say it's confined because of as the Carr Hurlick said, it's because of the quarries and the stone that was supplied. In Donegal and in Mayo, it's a problem in the blocks that were used to build the houses, so it's a different problem. But anyway, the pyrite problem, was called pyritic heave, is North Dublin and Meath primarily.
And does it mean that houses are condemned and they have to be rebuilt, or is it just remedial work has to be carried on in situ?
It's remedial work in situ. The family have to leave the house, and basically we take out the ground floor slab of the house, take all the stone out from underneath the floor, put in new stone, put in the ground floor slab, and then fit out the ground floor again. So it's very disruptive. It's very disruptive on families.
Who carries the cost of this? I mean, is the builder or whoever supplied it originally, or whoever built it, have they any responsibility, or is it all back to the taxpayer again?
An amount of it has been paid for by way of various court actions, taken one by the developers against quarries, and also through the Pirate Resolution Board in terms of seeking funding from developers of particular developments. But
for the record, to my knowledge, there were no cases, one, that aren't pending appeal, but the vast majority of the private dwellings that were remediated privately, those were out-of-court settlements. They were not adjudications by the judiciary. Happy to show the deputy the photographs of my house when it was being remediated, if you'd like.
Yeah, with the woods, yeah. Can I ask, in modern technology, why was that, we say, material wasn't up to scratch? Why was it allowed to go through the system and no one copped it on, or that this thing was going to cause trouble down the line 10 years and blocks are going to start falling apart and that? In modern technology, would you imagine that would be the first thing if we test the stone and the strength of stone, the strength of cement, the strength of whatever is involved? How did that happen? And now the taxpayer probably will have to cover the cost of most of this.
What it was caused by the stone from quarries, and there's a small amount of people call it pyrite, but it's sulfides, and just a very small percentage of that in the stone can cause a huge amount of problems. And it was just lack of awareness in the quarries of the issues, and perhaps quarrymen in the past, because they were dealing with the stone and seeing the stone, they had a better judgment than when it was being extracted by machinery.
Are you convinced that that's all stopped now, that couldn't happen tomorrow morning, that other material is being used that's not up to scratch or not up to standard? Would that be happening now?
I wouldn't expect so, in terms of the National Standards Authority of Ireland have tightened up the controls.
In other words, now they're testing it and making sure it's up to scratch.
Well, they're testing it, but they've also improved the standards in terms of the amount of sulphide that's permitted to be used in stone supplied. There weren't controls set on it previously.
Okay, I want to move on now. I just see that there is received cattle funding. Hold on, I want to say second in 2000. The agency held 243 hectares of residential development land in 72 locations, and the land was transferred to the agency from local authorities on the land aggregation scheme in operation between 2013. I want to ask you questions about that. That seems an awful lot of land, 243 hectares. Being a farmer myself, I know what a hectare is. It seems an awful lot of land to have, and it's lying idle, from what I'm reading between the lines here. I read a bit here, you are doing something here, 2 sites here and 2 sites there, 4 sites, 1 site, 16 sites. But it's an awful lot of land with the crisis we have that you're sitting on, and I'd like to give me an explanation why that land is not being utilised and not being built on ASAP.
We're very focusing on getting that land developed. So any local authority, who wishes to utilise the land, that is available to them.
They hand it over to you, didn't they? But that's what's saying here, hand it over to the local authorities on the land decrees. This land was transferred to the agency. That's what's said here by the Controller General.
Yes.
So it's handed over to you from them.
It was
which I think they should have been utilising themselves, but I mean, that's another story. Yes. But they handed it over to you, and why is it left there?
Yeah, firstly, it was handed over, during a time when we had, an economic crisis, and there wasn't funding being provided to deliver housing. Now that we're back in the building game again, the local authorities are utilising a number of sites and developments are happening on them. We've gone out to the approved housing bodies to see, have they got interest in some of the sites. And then we have a number of large sites to be developed. And in terms of getting them developed, so when you see the large acreage of land, it'll come in maybe to the play of the Land Development Agency to have the funding and the capability in terms of developing the larger sites.
I thought there's no problem with funding, and we're being told the whole time there's no problem with funding. Money is there, money is there, money is available to build houses. And we have land and we have money, so what's the problem? There's 239 hectares still out there and the country's in crisis for housing. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. Where you have smaller sites that can deliver 20, 50, 100, 150 houses, they can be managed by local authorities or by approved housing bodies. There's some sites that you're talking about 500 or 600 houses to be delivered on the site. And again, we go back to having a mixed development on those sites. So it's just to have the capability and having it viable to deliver on those larger sites.
So how long can you envisage before those 239 hectares will be actually utilised and building will be actually happening? And when we talk about 10 years, 5 years, 4 years, 3 years?
In relation to any of the sites that are in areas where there's a need for housing, I would expect that they be all developed out within 5 years.
23 of those sites are at various stages in the
of the 237
in the construction programme. I don't have the acreage or the hectareage associated with them, but 23 of them are being moved forward under various housing programmes.
Can I ask no one?
Yeah.
I just want to ask you, just in return, the Department does not currently report outputs on scheme-by-scheme basis, and that you do not report the size of the social housing stock, and it has figures for local area stocks, but not for social housing held by the approved housing bodies. That seems strange that the Department has all the information on the local authority stock, but they don't seem to have anything on the approved housing. That's a strange situation when there's taxpayers' money involved, and it doesn't seem to me like there's good accountability there. I would question that, why the Department hasn't that. This is directed to you, Mr McCarthy. Why you haven't that information, the same as you have in local authority, and is it good governance?
Thank you, Deputy. In the discussion earlier on, we acknowledged that we need to move on to the point of getting a statutory regulation system in place for approved housing bodies.
Why isn't it happening now?
Because we initially put the focus on, rather than wait for the time it would take to do legislation and get all of that done, we put our first steps forward to put a voluntary system in place. Which is in place and is operated through an office in the housing agency. So through that
self-regulation,
no, not self-regulation. I mean, the process that the housing agency operates, that the regulation committee in the agency operates, is such that if an approved housing body wants to get funding, they have to sign up to the process and they have to be.
Are you happy the process is
they have to be. I think the process has shown itself in the years that it's been operating. I think it's probably 3 full years at this stage. It shows itself to be quite robust, but it's not statutorily based, so that's why we need to move on, and we'll be publishing legislation on that very shortly.
So that's the next question I'm going to ask. There's no regulation on the housing bodies, but you're bringing this into fruition now. How long will it take for regulation to be there? I imagine that should have been there before all these bodies were granted the status they were granted. That regulation should have been there first, and then the bodies set up to follow suit.
Well,
I imagine that's the way good governance will run.
There was a basic regulatory system in place in 1992, which set out various requirements that a body needed to demonstrate before they could be given approved housing body status. But obviously the world has moved on significantly since then, and as I say, rather than wait for the time it would take to get a legislative regulatory regime in place, we put a voluntary system in place. So rather than there being no regulation, it is a voluntary regulatory system. But to actually get funding, you have to be subscribed to it and to be going through it. And we had some discussion with some of the housing agency reps earlier on around how that process actually works.
And the last question: how many approved bodies, agencies are there in total? Because to me, I thought it only one time 4 or 5, and then I thought it's 10 or 12, and as far as I can see now, there's hundreds.
there are over 500 that would have gotten approved housing body status.
So where are they all?
Some of them are very, very small. They would have been established in many cases purely for the purposes of doing one project. I can think in my own hometown, I know there's an AHB, and it was established purely to build probably 6 senior citizens' houses, and that's it has no more ambition than
They sound like mushrooms growing.
What's that?
They sound like mushrooms growing, 500.
Well, that's one way of describing it. One way of describing it, Deputy. But I suppose, in terms of you talked about maybe having a view that there was a much smaller number than that 500 and odd. In fact, the 90% of the approved housing body stock that's registered with the regulator is actually in the hands of 50 AHBs. So while there's over 500, and we will go through a process before the regulatory system kicks in to identify any ones that are no longer active and remove them from the list. The actual vast bulk of the AHB stock is concentrated in a much smaller number of AHBs.
And can you answer me and just say 50? Are they in need for 50? Because most of the things we're doing at the moment for value for money is we're making groups smaller. We're confining them, amalgamate them, whatever we're doing. It's the D thing in now is to make them more efficient and more don't know what they're at. And instead of that, this agency seems to be growing and growing. And you have that many in them. You know, and they're supposed to be non-profitable, but to me it looks like they're just started up there must be a reason for that. I'm sure there's a manager in every one of them, there's staff in every one of them, and there's more money and they all have to be paid. They might be voluntary, but there's someone paying someone. And is it a waste of taxpayers' money to have so many? That we could have it down to 10, 12 maybe, and target who should be there, and having 50 and 500, as you said, okay, maybe 400 are not daring for build for house, something like that. But is it good management we're talking about here? Is it kind of, to me, it sounds crazy to have that many individual agencies out there.
But I think what we have seen over the last while has been an element of consolidation and mergers between bodies, and that has contributed to the fact that we now have the vast bulk of the stock concentrated in a small number. As the statutory regulatory system comes into place in due course, it's possible that we'll actually see that number, or that process of kind of merger and consolidation happening even more. But what you do find with some of the approved housing bodies is that they have a particular sort of niche focus. So they may be particularly focused on older people, or they may be focused on homeless people or people with a disability. So you will always have those niche players in the system, because not only do they provide housing, they very often provide a care element as well because of the supports that are needed.
Again, I wonder, is the regulation strict enough? I mean, can any group come in and meet in a room, say, we'll start a voluntary housing group, and we win, we just apply, and off we go, hunky-dory, everything's okay, and we go. Or, you know, if the regulation's tight, that shouldn't be happening.
Well, no, that can't happen. There's a process through Section 6 of the 1992 Act that organisations have to be properly established. They have to have a charitable purpose. It has to be set out very clearly in their memorandum and articles of association, and they have to subscribe to and come through the regulatory process before they can actually get money.
So if 20 more, last thing, if 20 more comes this year in 2019, next year, you will approve them again. If they just come and confide with the regulations that's there, they can up again and off you go.
Well, as part of the process, and maybe the regulatory people might want to comment on this, but as part of the process, we would certainly look at the extent to which a new body is meeting a new requirement. What is it bringing to the table? So I don't think it would be fair to say that it would be just sort of willy-nilly, and that if someone comes forward and satisfies the other requirements, that they'd automatically be approved. But I don't know whether
Can I ask Johnny?
Only, one or two at most now are being approved a year. So it's very difficult now to become an approved housing body, because you need to prove that you're, genuine in terms of what you're going to do, and there's a need for you to do it. So it's very restricted now.
Would you accept that there's too many there at the moment?
I agree with you, Deputy, in terms of, for the majority of to delivery, it needs to be a smaller number of organisations. There is still a need for some specialist organisations.
Will that happen in the future, whether it'll be disbanded or whatever word you'd like to use?
But I think there will be, merging of organisations. Yes.
There was a reference earlier that the approved housing bodies get a figure of is a 480 per house, and that there are people in for some kind of maintenance or upkeep. Was that mentioned?
Under the capital.
Right. So is that going to each per house to each of the 500 and something approved housing bodies?
No, just those that got funding under the capital loan and subsidy scheme, so they actually have to have an active stock of units.
Let's say in any town or village where there was a scheme set up for 10 houses for elderly people 30 years ago. They're not. Are they in receipt of funding now?
They probably wouldn't be under the CLSS because the elderly type ones would have been probably funded under the capital assistance scheme. These would be mainstream social housing type of units.
Just a few quick questions. Members want to get in the second round. They'll hold some of them until after the second round as well. But just ask a few. The charges submitted to us there showing. You needn't pull it up on the screen. It's the one showing your land, the land owned by yourselves in each of the local authorities, and you have every site listed. Some are listed as LA site. I take that's local authority, and others are listed LAGS. That land aggregate.
Land aggregation scheme.
Right, and is that you?
Yes.
So and now, what's the new land authority that's been mooted? What's the name?
Land Development Agency.
Right. So is it the plan that you would morph or merge in or transfer your assets to that authority?
Yes, we would transfer sites, that they deem suitable for their purpose to the Land Development Agency.
Right, so I just want to ask the question then. It's a great day for solicitors. So a local authority bought land a few years ago, didn't use the site. Solicitors get paid to conveyance on both sides to transfer the land to you. And then now you're going to transfer and pay for the conveyance and it to be paid over to this third body. We have about three sets of conveyancing here. All in the one piece of land, and about 6 different sets of solicitors just to move a title from local authority to you, from you to the next one, and it could even go somewhere beyond that. Like, I actually nearly think the legal fees at the end of this process will end up being more per acre than the cost of the actual site. Has anyone thought about that? Pardon? Yeah, well, not where you bought it. Okay, but where I live is on this list, right? So, but. It sounds grossly inefficient. If this is where we're going, why do we need another state agency? Why can't you be beefed up? Well, maybe it's a policy matter, but we just have to ask the question. Every time there's a problem, the answer is a new agency, And here we go again. You were a new agency. I was here a few years ago when the land aggregation group or whoever they were called at that time, and they're gone, and you're here. And still the same field we're talking about in all these places, and you're going to be gone a few more years, and there'll be someone else here, and there'll be someone else up here as well, looking at it in the name of a new organisation, another state organ, the same field, the whole time. It's great. It's great for solicitors anyway. You get the point. I'm not asking you to respond, but I'm getting a bit.
If I could just make,
I prefer to see a greater effort into building than transferring titles from one body to another body. That's all I say. Building houses it's the way. I just make that point, right? It's only because it flowed out of what was there when we all got to this for respective local authorities. And just tell me, the land that's under your stewardship in all the different counties, who manages that? Let's say you have 20 acres in this local authority, 20 acres. Does the farmer next door graze it, or what happens? All those sites. You have 3 hectares here and 3 hectares there and a half a hectare here. What's happening on that? And you send money out. In fact, not only when the council bought it, when you were taking it over, contractors were sent out to fence off every one of these fields from the council property because you wanted your bit fenced. So it'll probably have to be re-fenced again. But I'm just asking that question. Who manages? How many of these sites? I'm sure you have dozens in your ownership around the country, probably a couple of hundred, right? So what's the management of that?
The housing agency manages the sites. In some cases, the local authorities assist us in relation to managing it. Where land is suitable for farming at the moment, we rent it to farmers.
How much do you get from agricultural rent each year? Is that in your accounts? I didn't look at it.
It wouldn't be a significant sum of money.
I'm going to ask you to come back with a summary in relation to the land you have and the number of sites, the income you're receiving from them, because How many hectares do you say you have under your name? 200, 500, is that 500?
It's about 600 acres of land.
Just tell us what's the current economic use of that 600 acres of state land. You can send us a note on that. Now, back to the first question mentioned here this morning was the homeless issue. How many people are currently homeless? It's approximately 10.
9,800.
Yeah, 9,800. Okay. Right, and the figures that we asked you about this morning, because you made it quite, you referred in your opening statement that 4,729 people exited homelessness last year. I think that's adults and children, isn't it?
No, just adults.
Oh, that's just adults?
Yeah.
So, and when did you change from counting people to separate them between adults and children? Or
that particular part of the data system has only ever always counted adults, but we're
exiting.
Yeah.
And how many children exited homelessness then in that last year? Like, you have the figure for adults exiting homeless. How many children exited homelessness last year?
Don't have the...
We don't count that number presently. No, we're looking at our data at the moment with a view to enhancing the type of data we collect.
These are people, not data now. Like,
sure.
You're telling me you don't count the number of children home. Explain to it. It sounds...
Sure.
Please explain that is not what it sounds like. So, how many children exited homelessness last year?
At the moment, we count dependents and adults. So we count dependents and adults. So we count children and adults in emergency accommodation.
You count. Just say that again. It's just to come a bit closer to the speaker there.
Sorry, we count children, dependents, and adults in emergency accommodation.
You count children, dependents.
The children are part of the dependents. Yeah.
So, how many dependents exited homeless last year?
So, at the moment, we count the number of adults who exit homeless. We don't actually count the number of children's associated children.
And in this crisis, the Department of Environment is telling us here today, you don't even have a count on the number of children who exit homelessness.
That's a piece of work we're doing at the moment in terms of...
It's very easy to count children. You know, if there's 6 children moving to a hub, you don't need a computer system to count children.
Because we know the number that are going into homelessness.
We count the number of children going
into homelessness. How would you not count them on the other side?
We're not catching that at the moment, and that's why we've been doing a review of our data and of the numbers and the categories of persons that are in homelessness. So that's a piece of work we will be catching and tracking that.
And could somebody not just tonight, the end of the month, count the number of children there and how many are going to leave in November and how many are going to leave in I'm amazed. Like, we're the Public Accounts Committee and we're talking about money, but if we're not even counting people and children, I'm baffled to hear what I'm hearing now, and I'm hoping somebody's telling me, Sean, you're hearing it all wrong, but you're actually telling me you don't count the number of children leaving homelessness. It's awful.
We count the net. We count the actual numbers there at any point in time. But do
you not accept from what we're hearing today? It's
absolutely
awful. You count adults leaving homelessness, because I was trying to work out. So generally, the ratio of those people in homelessness, approximately 1/3 are children. That's the general. You tell us about 3,000 of the 9,000, approximately, right? So out of and the 9,800 that are there includes children.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, you have to bear with me on this, because I thought I'd have these figures presented to me here, but now I'm trying to work out. I'm going to ask the public to bear with me on this now.
Did we get that?
We asked for information over the break about the number who exited homelessness last year. And 1, 4, 6, 2, 3. I'm asking people who are watching to bear with me for a moment, because I shouldn't have to, as chairman of the PAC, come up with this figure that hasn't been come up with by anybody in the department today. It's awful that we're down to this. So just bear with me a minute, and I'll explain the figure. You've told us, and the reason I picked up on the figure that you mentioned earlier, Mr. McCarthy, you mentioned the figure of 4,729 adults exited home. I want people to follow now what I'm saying here. Exited homeless in 2017. You told us in your opening statement that 2,332 adults have exited homeless so far this year up to the end of June. The document you handed us over the break told us 3,079 adults exited homelessness in 2016. You told us on the document presented at lunchtime that 2,322 adults exited homeless in 2015, and in 2014 the figure was 2,161. That adds up to 14,623 adults exited homelessness since 2014. I'm taking it at a third, on top of a third of those. Is it a third of those? That excluded the children. Yeah. So I'm now going to add on another 5,000 children who exited homelessness. And I have to say, shame on the department that you didn't count the 5,000 children that exited homelessness. I cannot believe you don't count the children exiting homelessness. So that's 14,000 adults exited homelessness. It's about 5,000 children exited homelessness during that period. And you tell me there's 9,800 people still homeless, which includes adults and children. That's over 28,000 people have been declared homeless since 2014. I want to put that figure on the public record. We all hear about the figures hovering in 9,000 or 10,000. But every year there's thousands going out of the system, but that means there are thousands more coming into the system. So when I look at the people who've left homelessness since 2014, the 14,000 adults and the 5,000 children, that's effectively 20 people have been through the homeless situation in the last 4 years, declared homeless. We're in various homeless centres and hotels, are no longer there, thank God, but there's still another 10,000 or 9,800 still there. So the figure that is presented as homeless, adults and children, since 2014, as a minimum, based on what you're telling us today, is over 28,000 people. So that's a figure I have never seen or heard put together before, and I'm only putting it together on the basis of the information you've given. You follow my set, how I've arrived at my figures? The 14,000 that have, I'm adding on a third of them being children. That's nearly 20,000. There's almost 10,000 still there. So it means over 28,000 people have been declared homeless since 2014. I just want the public to understand that, because we talk about homeless and it's only 10,000. It's not really getting worse. But it's almost 30,000 people in the last since 2014. I can understand why the department doesn't get on top of it if you don't even count the numbers. And I'm going to move on because, and I don't want to be dramatic, but I find it hurtful as a public representative. After all it is, we've trusted you to deal with the homelessness, and now you tell us that you don't even count the homeless kids who are going out of the hotels and into hubs and everything like that. I've made my point, and I'd ask you to reflect.
Our topic as well.
We'll come back. We'll come back. But I put that on the public arena just to get that point across. Next item I want to ask you then is about the figures that you gave us at the break, about the breakdown of your 1.4 billion of the housing budget last year, which is fine. 800 of it is build, acquire or lease, and I'll come back to a breakdown of that. 296 million is on RAS or HAP, 109 million is on homelessness, and then 201 million is on pyrite resolution, house grants, agencies, travellers accommodation, and probably repairs for elderly and people with disabilities, and we understand all that. So we're just really focusing today on the build aspect of it. And 802 million was build, acquire and lease. Have you the breakdown of that 802 between the build, acquire and lease? Is it readily to hand, or
To pull it together, but I can do that. We'll do that, and we can send it. We can send it on to you, Chairman.
You see. Okay, I'm going to ask a simple question then. Out of the 1.4 billion spent last year on the housing programme, how much of that was specifically on building houses? It's probably the question I should have asked at the opening of the meeting. How much of the 1.4 was spent on housing construction? Not acquisition, not lease, not HAP, not homelessness, or not on house improvement grants, on construction.
I think we tried to provide an analysis of that. The previous page, please. Essentially, we divided the supports for social housing into a rental figure and a construct or acquire figure. So I think you can see there 885 million is the total. Now, I think the figure that may be the difference between the breakdown or the figure that's given here is possibly the social housing current expenditure, which is a figure of 84 million. So that's added in there, but the rest of it is an analysis of, I think, that figure of 802 million.
Okay, and can somebody answer the question then, out of the 802 million, how much of it was spent on building houses? Just a simple question, building new houses.
Well, if you look, I think a lot of there isn't an exact figure, but if you look here,
I suggest that's one of the that's why we have a problem.
Yeah,
we don't know how much we spent on building new houses. We don't know how many children left homelessness. It is no wonder there's a housing crisis.
It is an aggregate figure, so the build, lease, acquire would be in there. You have the capital loan and subsidy scheme, 67 million, the capital advance leasing facility, capital assistance scheme. They're all the ones that are operated through the approved housing. And then you have the local authority housing scheme, which again is acquisition and construction.
Yeah, that's local authority
housing. Figures.
A lot of that figure was acquisition.
Yeah.
Have we a breakdown of that for building?
Not readily available. We can certainly do it. I mean, we have a breakdown in terms of the actual number of units.
Oh, I'm coming to that.
Provided,
you gave me that,
but we'll come back to you with a breakdown of the figure between build and acquisition.
Okay, I just have to say, as chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, I find it extraordinary. Several hours into a meeting specifically called to deal with housing, and we asked a straightforward question: how much did the department spend on house construction last year? And there's no answer forthcoming. Do you not see how that makes people query the commitment to solving the problem? If you don't know what you're spending and you don't know the children leaving homelessness, I'm afraid the longer I go, the more I find out that you don't know what's happening.
Well, we do, Chair, we do know what we're spending. I just haven't got it in that formation today.
But that's the most obvious formation. How much do you spend on house construction?
Our commitment in terms of delivering solutions is evident in the number of houses.
No, I know that, and I take that. There's leasing, there's HAP, there's purchases. I mentioned you do lots of purchases in my own county. Happy with that, and have no issue with that. But that figure should have been there straight up. How much was actually spent on building last year? Now, you did tell us, I gather earlier, the local authorities built 1,014. I think you said last year.
That's right.
Approved housing bodies built 761. And Part 5 generated 522. We'd be in a sorry state if the private sector wasn't, through their Part 5 obligation, providing the 522. So I'm just saying, out of that 800,000 or 800 million on housing last year, the local authorities built 1,014 houses. How many will you build this year? Complete. Like, what's the equivalent figure to date this year to compare to that 1,014? That's an awfully low figure. You have to understand that.
Absolutely. It's 2,300 is the equivalent figure for the LA bill for this year.
That's the projected, or?
Yeah.
And what was the projected for last year versus the outturn for last year?
I think they achieved 92%, I think, was the build target that was achieved last year.
So you had the target of probably 1,100 or 1,200 or something like that last year. 92%. They had a target. They achieved it 92%. I want to know, what was the actual target last year? What you achieved last year? What's the target this year? Because this is what the PAC does. We want to put things to the test. And again, I'm asking people to bear mind with me on this, but these are the issues I thought would be hopped out at us first thing this morning.
The 90-odd% is the combination of the local authority and AHB build. I'm just looking at the targets versus the actual.
Include the Part 5s?
No, the Part 5s are down further on the table that I'm looking at here. Part 5s. Taking all of the build programs right across the, including the Part 5s. You
did 229, about 2,300 last year.
3,200 was the target last year.
And you did 2-3.
And well, if you take out, including Part 5 now, and including voids.
No, I'm not including repairing old council stock.
Yeah,
I'm talking about new builds here now.
Yeah, let's take those out then. 4 and 5 is their inventories for. So the target was 2,434, and the delivery was 5, 10, 11, was 2, 5, 7, 2, 6.
Yeah, so it's about 2,300 approximately.
Yeah.
Fine. Yeah. So what 2,434 was the 2,017 target. And that included, the figures you gave us, the 2,300 included the Part 5s as well.
Yeah.
So you're banking on the Part 5s, the private developers.
And obviously, if those Part 5s weren't coming through, we would have funded additional projects.
Purchases.
Build or purchases.
Well, I don't think you didn't. A house wasn't built because you were short of allocations last year.
No, we had additional.
You would have got the money.
Yep.
If houses, you weren't going to stop a house at roof level because you ran out of money. That wouldn't have happened, right? So what's the target for this year? Under those categories, local authority approved housing buildings and Part 5.
Okay. Between the local authorities and the AHBs for this year, the target is 3,819. And there's 590 Part 5s. So that's 4,419.
4,400. So we're now, what percent of the year? We're 85% of the year gone. How are we? What's the build up to the end of September, the last quarter?
We don't have the end of September figures yet. The published figures that we have are to the end of Q2, and the comparable figure to the target is 1,011, I think. Sorry, 1,051.
Pardon?
1,051.
1,051 done to the end of June.
Yep.
And you did 2,300 last year, so you're a little behind last year.
The profiling through the year is always the third and fourth quarter that the bulk of the delivery comes through.
So would you hope to exceed last year's figure?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Right. And what is do you have the target for local authority direct build for 2018? Pardon?
Local authority direct build is 2,319.
2,319.
Yeah.
For
2018.
18 for current. And where are you then at the halfway stage of the year on that?
Halfway stage in the year on that one, we are at 487.
Sorry?
487.
487. So you have 1,900 to complete. You're saying you will have completed 487 in the first 6 months. You're going to complete 1,900 in the second 6 months.
Yeah. The profiling is of units coming through is always heavily in the second half of the year, in the third and fourth quarter.
And what do you call completed? What's your definition of completed now? When we get to the 31st of December,
when the unit is physically completed.
What does that mean?
It's finished.
But is it ESB connection or the house handed over to the local authority? What does it mean?
It should be generally handed over to the local authority.
So in other words, 1,900 houses will be handed over to the local authority in the second half of the year. That's great news if that happens.
Yep.
And
6 months.
yeah, we'll be back. When will you have the figures for the end of September?
Yeah, towards the end of November.
We'll ask you as soon as you have them to forward it to us, you know, and I know you'll expect a lot in the last quarter. You know, I'm just saying that if you built 1,014 local authority houses last year, that was poor. In the first 6 months of this year, if we've only built 487 local authority houses this year, up to the end of June, that's poor. Now, let's hope there's a big increase on it. That's all I can hope. And I just ask one other related topic before I let other members come back. That's in connection with the Housing Summit. And thanks for giving us the information on that you had on the 17th of September in the Custom House. And you gave us a sheet of paper. I'm not sure was it fully circulated over lunch. Actions to be taken from it. And these are the notes taken by the Department of Housing officials as a result of the summit, attended by I'm sure. Mr McCarthy was there, Minister English was there, the CCMA, the City and County Managers Association were there, and the Irish Council for Social Housing were there. And at that meeting, here are the actions that's required. How many years are we into the housing crisis? I know you won't use it as emergency for those who are affected, but it's quite a number of years. Like if the homeless has been presented since prior to 2014, we're certainly 5 years into the housing crisis. Mm-hmm. Right, okay. So 5 years into the housing crisis, this is your note of your meeting with your minister on that day. When I say you, I mean your department. I said 5 years on, you've come to this action required. More high-level national strategic collaboration between the City and County Managers Association and approved housing body representatives in order to plan and develop best practice on a national basis. As it stands, we don't have a view on how the shortfall against targets will be made up, don't have a view of local authority plans at the level of the individual 31 local authorities. 5 years into the housing crisis, the minute of the meeting attended by the Minister of State, the Secretary-General, the City and County Managers Association and the body representing the approved housing bodies, they're actually saying 5 years on, we don't have a view of the plans at the level of the individual 31 local authorities. Is there any wonder where we are when it comes to housing? How 5 years on? If I was reading that as an document 4 years ago, I'd say, well, I hope you got your act together. But 5 years on, you're telling us, and you've been making light of the lack of statutory regulation for the approved housing bodies. You have a voluntary code, but the voluntary code, which you have been speaking about, has not delivered information to you that gives you a view of the local plans at the level of the 31 individual local authorities. Now, I can understand the CNAG might say that, and I think he does say that in his report, but this is the minute taken by your senior officials of your meeting with your minister and those organisations 4 weeks ago. You still don't know what's happening in the 31 local authorities. We had hoped to make a bit of progress here today, but if we're so badly prepared 5 years on that we don't even know what's happening in the law, and this is your minute.
But I think...
that's what you say. That's what's written here. I'm reading your minute from your department.
And I suppose what that's referring to is looking out to the end of 2021 and having the full build-up of the pipeline necessary to deliver on the targets. I mean, we had a target in 2016 across all of the schemes for 17,500 housing supports, and we delivered 19,000.
Their solutions, their HAPs and rents.
They are, but they're social housing supports.
VI's been brought back in
2017.
And relets.
We only count the voids where we give significant capital funding. We don't count normal local authority relets as part of that.
Okay.
In 2017, the target was 21,000, and there was 25,901 given. So one of the purposes of the summit that we had was to be planning for 2, 3 and more years down the road, and having a pipeline in place in order to ensure that we're well placed to meet those targets.
Okay, I'm going to the other members have indicated the following sequence. Deputy Catherine Murphy was first, and sorry for Deputy Cullinane, and perhaps Deputy Connolly wants to come, and I'll come back to it a few final wrap-up questions myself. So, Deputy Murphy.
Yeah, I think it was worth expanding out the extent of the homelessness crisis, because that 4,700 jumped out for me this morning, in addition to, and it does every time, because maybe it's just the difference that of our experiences in actually dealing with people coming into our constituency offices. Like last Friday, I had 3 new families came into me on the space of an hour. It usually happens on a Friday afternoon when you can do very little about it. But we're looking at the stress that these people are under, and you couldn't even quantify the damage that's been done where somebody has had that experience of homelessness, even if it's for 3 months or 2 months or whatever. The uncertainty and the stress that's caused. That I think we do have to accurately capture the number of people that's actually doing damage to. Just in relation to the figures you gave us in relation to build, acquire and lease, I think it's the acquire and lease, those are the kind of things in terms of transparency we shouldn't see connected together, because acquire and lease are not new, they're existing. So we need to see build expressed separately on every occasion, with the amount of money beside that. And just wondering in relation to regeneration, is regeneration included in that build component as well? There's a number of regeneration programmes underway, so presumably they are counted in. Some of those go back many years in terms of the like of, for example, O'Devany Gardens, the like of the one in Inchicore, in St Michael's House. So they're included as well as, okay? Just wanted to, you might just break that down again about regeneration in terms of a note back to us, which ones would be.
319 target for local authorities for build this year. Just 150 of it is regeneration.
150, okay. You see, I talked earlier about the kind of spin or flowery language, and I took a paragraph from one of the documents that we got. I don't know which one it was, and it says it's worth noting that 1,074 units went on site in Q2 of 2018. This is an increase of 27% on the previous quarter, which was 846, and an increase of 239% on Q2 of 2017. I accept the percentages are right there, but the numbers are so small relative to the scale of the problem, that's the kind of thing that drives us absolutely bananas, that there's a presentation that something is, a great leap ahead. You'd want to be putting an extra zero behind some of those numbers to really kind of make the impact that would show a sizable difference. Just make that as a point. Just going back to the Controller and Auditor General's report, and again going back to that page 125 in relation to the approved housing bodies. 1036, the paragraph, it says a report from the Local Government Audit Service in December 2015 found a number of instances in a number of local authorities where mortgage related to 3 schemes were not fully executed, and recommended conducting a review and reconciliation of all mortgages charged by the approved housing bodies. There's about 12 different points that are made in relation to other recommendations. One of them is that local authorities should record all loans outstanding on their financial systems, and there should be a balancing statement every year. Another one is that the local authority should review all approved housing bodies to ensure that final accounts and post-project reviews have been completed. There's another one: suitably qualified local authority staff should inspect and verify certificates for payment for capital projects which suggested that they're not suitably qualified. Local authorities should ensure that relevant staff receive training in capital appraisal and procurement requirements which suggest there's a deficiency there. Then we heard earlier that the local government auditor is coming back to review how those recommendations were completed. That wasn't available when this report was being done. Is that available now?
It's likely to be by the end of the year. Maybe slip to January, but no later than that.
We need to have sight of that when you receive it to see what progress has been made here, and I think it would be worthwhile exploring what those failings were, because they wouldn't be pointed out as recommendations if there weren't failures in those areas. And it certainly shows that there is an issue of oversight here, where there were considerable questions that the local government audit threw up, and given that this is a sizable partner in delivering social housing, it is really important that we have the kind of oversight that is needed there. So we'll get that when, presumably, when you have it at the end of the year. Can we make note of that so that it's not forgotten about? A couple of the other things, and just maybe you might come back to them if you don't have the information immediately to hand. This document comes 22nd of October. It's 16791, and there's a table, and it says that there's a number of sites that are unencumbered, 582, and the next figure is there's a number of sites that have loans attached to them, and there's 128 of those. But without knowing the potential number of houses that could be accommodated on those sites, there's no way of knowing. Maybe the 128 figure is a higher number in terms of the number that can be accommodated. Can you get us that figure in terms of what the projected number of houses that would be accommodated on those sites are, the unencumbered and the ones that have loans attached?
Yeah. I think in total across the 700 and just over 700 sites, I think the figure is 42,500 homes, but we can get you the breakdown between the ones that are unencumbered and encumbered.
It kind of doesn't make sense unless you have that.
Okay.
Unless you have that breakdown. The drawdowns of the loans by the housing agency at the end of 2018. There was obviously this was under the Rebuilding Ireland Home Loan, and by August 2018 there was only 57 loans drawn down. Is there a whole lot more in the pipeline? Has this not succeeded? What are the impediments? And what learning has there been from that? I presume it's the housing agency that will answer that.
Just quickly on the Rebuilding Ireland Home Loan. We do the underwriting of the loans on behalf of the local authorities. The local authorities actually issue the loans. It's important to note that it only started earlier this year. So in terms of people applying, getting approval, and actually buying house and drawing down the loans, it'll start, increasing now, and ramping up. And
will you be watching that to see if there are impediments? And with the possibility of making changes to address some of those, presumably, if there is a difficulty.
Yes, and we have been, in conjunction with the Department of Local Authorities, reviewing in terms of what are the issues and making changes in terms of assisting people as far as possible.
Okay.
Just maybe on that one, Deputy, in terms of, we've been doing some further data gathering with local authorities. It's not fully complete yet, but on the basis of 23 returns from 23 local authorities, at this stage 147 mortgages have issued with a value of just over 27 million.
Okay, right, so that's gone.
And as I said, that's on the basis of 23 out of 31.
Okay, right. Can I move on then, just quickly going through a few of these? The Part 5, there appears to be two categories of Part 5, unless I'm misreading something. In terms of the information that you have available, I can't find the actual location of where I had a question mark. Would I be right in assuming that there's
down to the way in which they're funded, possibly,
yeah.
Deputy. Some would be
yeah.
funded through the local authority programme,
yeah.
and some might be funded through for AHBs through the Capital Advance Leasing Facility.
And do you have information on both?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can come back to you on that with a parliamentary question then. Just going on to HAP. I mean, what we were seeing now, when it was introduced, I remember the debate in 2014, and there was a very hot debate in the Dáil, because the feeling was that HAP was being introduced to actually get people off the housing waiting list. What happened was there was the introduction of a transfer, a housing transfer, where somebody was regarded as suitably accommodated in a house where HAP was supporting that tenancy. But what we're seeing is the housing waiting list appearing to go down. But in actual fact, if you start looking at the numbers against the number of HAP tenancies, they're going up. So essentially, it's still the same number of people that have to be provided for. But HAP is, would you regard HAP as a sustainable long-term form of housing? Because, I mean, if somebody loses a tenancy, they've got to go and, source accommodation themselves. In my area, for example, about 1,300 is about the amount, say, for a family of 2 adults and 3 children a month. That's if you can get an accommodation with that. It's usually they have to pay more than that themselves. That, if you were to do that over 30 years, that would be 468,000, and then you haven't got a house at the end of it. It seems to me like it's a very expensive means of funding, and we've been told by the Department of the Public Department of Public Expenditure and Reform that by 2022 HAP will cost in the region of 1.7 billion. That certainly, the more that goes up, the more the ability to create or to have the finance to build is squeezed. So it then becomes a non-sustainable form of housing support. So do you regard it as a sustainable long-term, or is it regarded within the department as a sustainable long-term, the new thinking in terms of building? Are we likely to see HAP phased out on that? Is that what the research that you've most recently had is telling you?
I don't think we get to a point where it will be phased out, but even in the space of Rebuilding Ireland, its relative contribution towards meeting people's housing needs will start to change from next year onwards. So by 2021, it will no longer be the biggest share of meeting social housing needs. In terms of the transfer, that is something that was provided for and legislated for, that people could, if they wish, go on the transfer list. And to date, I think approximately 1,400 households have moved from HAP into mainstream social housing.
Yeah, that would be almost unusual. But yeah, that's fair enough. That's nationally. 1,400 nationally. Yeah. Okay. So it is being scaled back with the.
Well, I think
with the building programme.
With the building programme going up, yeah, that's the. If you look at the mix, and I think in Table 1 that I circulated, if you look at each year in terms of the composition of how the annual target is made up, you can see how the share of the individual parts is moving towards build and away from HAP.
Yeah, so if there was even more funding put into building, you could potentially see that that cost reducing further?
If you were meeting housing needs, say if you were taking 100 households that you would have accommodated under HAP, and sufficient capital was provided to house them through capital schemes, then one would change into the other.
Have you done any figures on that in the department?
Yeah, I mean, if you, I do have some figures on it, Deputy, which I just want to find here in the midst of all of the other paper. Just bear with me for a moment, please, will you? Facts piece Neil, that I gave you earlier on. There is a piece of. It's slipped out of its place in my folder, Deputy, but it's not that, it's a separate piece of its own. Just bear with me 1 second, because we've done some useful analysis in relation to that. It's just a question of laying our hands on it. Maybe if you have another question, Deputy, that you want to go on to while I'm finding.
Yeah, can I just ask how many where hubs are homeless hubs are certainly not, they're far from the ideal for families. Are there still families in hotels, and do we know the number?
We do in Dublin, where the bulk of them would be. It's certainly above 700. I think was the approximately 800. I think is the figure.
In hotels.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you're saying that the cost is 67,000 for the hotel as opposed to 36 per annum for a hub, are we talking about that per family?
That's per family. That's in effect taking the expenditure in hotels in 2017 and dividing it by the average number of families accommodated.
And then is it always only just one room for?
No, that would reflect the fact that for some families it is 2 rooms.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have that figure?
I don't know how many families have two rooms, but
no, the previous question, the breakdown.
Oh, sorry, the breakdown. This is the question of the current versus the. Yeah, I mean, when you look at, if you take, say, the first 2.5 years of Rebuilding Ireland, if you put all of the current funded programmes together, there was 1.17 billion euros spent, and it supported, if you like, 34,000 tenancies that were already in place, and another 57,000. So that's about 90,000 households supported through those 2.5 years through the current programmes.
Sorry, I'm trying to get to the programmes like rent assistance, RAS, and HAP. Those programmes.
Yeah, and I'm just grouping those together under the current programme heading, just to do a comparison between current and capital, which is, I think, where you were coming from, Deputy. So that 1.17 billion. It has continued to support 34,000 tenancies that were in place at the start of 2016, and has provided housing for another 57,000. That's about 90,000 households.
All from the current?
All from the current, in that 2.5-year period. If you were to transfer that money over to capital and take the average cost of building a unit, you'd get 5,500 units. So, in terms, this goes back to the point.
Yeah, I know there's always going to be a time lag that you've got to create a balance. What I'm looking for is projecting out how you can phase HAP or rent assistance or RAS back. Have you done, if you like, a balance between greater investment in?
To some extent, it's sort of the same analysis, but it's on the basis of kind of hard figures that we have. So maybe look at it another way. If you wanted to, if you take from 2016 to the middle part of this year, there was 46,000 new current funded tenancies created. Okay? And if you wanted to deliver solutions for those 46,000 households through capital funding, it would have taken 10 billion, which is about 1.7 times the entire capital spend across the governmental system in 2018.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing about it is that you certainly, and I wouldn't be arguing that you're going to be able to do it in 1 year, but the thing about it is that if you have a reckoner about, you know, how you can phase it largely out over a period of time, have you done that kind of a ready reckoner?
We have done it as far as 2021, and you'll see how those profiles change out to 2021. That's the period of rebuilding Ireland. Thereafter, it'll obviously depend on the available resources.
Do you have that on paper that you can send to us if you haven't got it here?
The 2021, the period as far as 2021, the targets and how they change.
Yeah.
It's in one of the tables. I'll get it for you.
Right,
it's in one of the tables circulated.
Grant, okay. Just finally, you were talking about the approved housing bodies and how some of those may well not continue as approved housing bodies. I don't know what the terminology you used earlier. It was to, you know,
between.
Did you say that you know, the status would be taken away from them as approved housing bodies? Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about merging them? And I appreciate a lot of these are very small. There's a good few of them in Kildare. There might have been a dozen houses or half a dozen houses, and it was just one body and there was a name on it. Some of them worked well, some of them didn't. You were relying on volunteers very often. That can be very patchy as well. So I appreciate why there's the number of them that there are. But at the end of, say, the mortgage period, which has been funded from the public purse, there's still a house there, and that house will turn over at some point. They're not going to be sold. So are the houses always, the houses will always be owned by the approved housing body. So if you cease to recognise an approved housing body, what happens to the houses then?
When I was talking about approved housing bodies becoming delisted, I was referring to ones that had never been active, because there are, certainly when we did a delisting exercise 5 or 6 years ago, bodies were removed from the approved housing body. They had gotten status, but they had never actually progressed on to delivering a project. So if we find that there are some of those in the next iteration of that exercise, they would come off the list. For anybody that wants to remain an approved housing body and is signed up to the code and can deliver, that's fine. Otherwise, we will have to get into a space where, in effect, the assets would transfer through a merger process or a transfer process across to another approved housing body. But ultimately, the units would continue within the sector, although possibly in some circumstances maybe through another body.
Right. Okay, but they still be available.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Right. Okay, that's all. Thanks.
Deputy Cullinane.
I want to come back to the homelessness figures, or the homeless figures, just for one moment. You gave the figure, it was 9,800 and something. I don't know the exact figure of how many people are homeless at this point in time, or in homeless accommodation. Was it 9,800 and what? And
9,798.
Sorry?
9,798.
And what's the breakdown between adults and children?
Just give you the breakdown now.
It's 5,869 adults and 3,829 children.
Okay. And how many families then would that be?
1,753.
Right. And is that all children and families in emergency accommodation provided by the state? Or is that just children in emergency accommodation that's funded by the department?
It's through our funded through our lines of funding.
So are there more children that are homeless but funded maybe through TUSLA or through the Department of Children or through the Department of Justice, for example?
Yeah, there would be, and we've had discussions on this at the Joint Oireachtas Committee in relation to this. Obviously, there would be families with children in, for example, direct provision type accommodation, and yes, there would be families in domestic violence type facilities, but these are purely.
I understand that. What I'm saying is to have an overall accurate picture, because again, we hear the figure of it's 3,828 children who are homeless effectively or in emergency accommodation, but that's only children who are in emergency accommodation funded by your department. There are more. Do we have that figure, the extended figure that includes children in refuges, for example, or children in direct provision, or so on?
We don't have those figures. We can obviously get them from TUSLA or from, in the case of direct provision.
Well, given that this was a source of discussion and debate and contention, because there was political charges being made that the figures were being massaged, essentially. Why is that information not available? How do you, since then I can't understand how you haven't gone to the other departments and said, can you give us the numbers of how many children are in these services?
Well, the discussion was around an explanation of, and just to be clear on what we
But you know the question I'm asking, Mr. McCarthy, the question is, why is there no global figure of how many children are in emergency accommodation or homeless, funded by all of the departments? In other words, funded by the state, not just your department. It would give us a more accurate picture, wouldn't it, of how many children are in our class primarily as homeless?
Well, it would certainly. Well, I mean, homeless has a particular statutory definition. There would be, and come back to a conversation that we had earlier, there would be a considerable number of families that might be in direct provision that may not actually have entitlement to be here. So you just need to be, I suppose, careful around how we add different things up. But I mean, those figures, no doubt, are readily available. Our focus is.
Well, if they are, can they be readily given to this committee?
I would certainly endeavour to get them for you from the others. Yep.
So, and you know the figures I'm looking for.
Yep.
Can I also look for other figures as well? Because there was some discussion as well about the targets under Rebuilding Ireland for acquisitions, purchases, new build, and I gave the figures for Waterford, which was 687 over a 3 or 4 year period, which I think is woefully inadequate. In any event, can we have a breakdown in tabular form of the number of applications received by each local authority? The number of, these are social housing applications, so the number of applications received by each local authority, the number of applications validated, and the number of applications approved, right, up to the as close as you can get to real time. So whether it's September or October or whatever, can you get those figures broken down?
The closest that we have would be the annual assessment that's done in June, because that's the housing agency.
Well, sorry, can I just stop you there? I contacted Waterford City Council and I got the figures up to September. So I'm saying that if they have them, I'm sure every local authority have them. So there's 30 local authorities. We get the figures we want as much information as possible to allow us to be able to see what's happening across social housing. So if you bear with me for a second, and whatever time frame you can get them, that's fine. I think you can get them up to September, but whenever you can get them. But the breakdown is applications received, validated and approved. Then, and I'm talking about broken down now by local authority, then Rebuilding Ireland targets under acquisitions, build and lease. And what are the targets for each local authority and what's been met? Because you gave us the overall figures, but broken down by local authority. What we might be able to see that some local authorities are better at delivering than others. And what we'll then be able to see is, here's the number of the volume of people who are being approved for housing. Here's the targets over the next 3 years for each local authority, and whether or not things will get better or get worse or stay the same. But at least we can benchmark. So could that be provided to the committee, that as much as possible? And maybe what I'll do is I'll send the clerk a note as to exactly what I'm looking for in that breakdown, which can then be forwarded to you.
Okay, I will need to check. I mean, I don't think that may be as straightforward as you talk about, because I mean, maybe in terms of the analysis that has to be done in order to get to a single national figure, that we can stand. This used to be done every 3 years, and a number of years ago we said that's not often enough.
Sorry,
so
which figure now are you talking about?
Sorry, this is the annual summary of social housing assessments. Each local authority does it, sends it back to the housing agency. So we do have a comprehensive national picture as of a date in June this year, and we repeat that exercise every year. But maybe John, you might want to just say a few words on that.
David, kind of outline just what's involved, because.
Every year we get the data in from all of the local authorities and we cross-check it to see where individuals or households have applied to more than one local authority. So there would be duplications in the data that it's important to check to get an accurate figure of the total number for each local authority and at a national level.
Are you talking about the total number of people who are approved?
Approved, yes.
But I don't think that would be an impossible task, though. To do it, to get the data. I mean, you're talking about, if I contacted Waterford City and County Council, which I did, for a document that I was doing, and I got a breakdown up to September of this year, which was applications received, validated and approved. Why can that not be got for each local authority? And if there is any crossover, then surely that can be worked out as well.
What we get is the total number of households that are approved.
But can I just ask, do you have it up to June to make it easier for you?
We do it on an annual basis, and June is the date. It's a point in time.
Okay. And is that for June of this year? Is that done?
Yes.
So
it's on our website. Yes.
Okay. Well, if that's what you have, give us what you have.
Yeah.
So it's broken down for each local authority. Applications received, validated, and approved, and then the Rebuilding Ireland targets under acquisitions, loans, and lease. And just on that, the figure then for each local authority, there is a target over 3 years. Is that broken down in terms of, there's a figure, say Waterford was 687, is it up to the local authority then to decide whether it's
between the local authority and ourselves? So
but is there a target? Is the target broken down further?
Not out beyond 2018.
Not beyond 2018, right. So whatever targets you set, and this is what we come up with against this all the time with the Controller and Auditor General, would always say, when you have targets, when you have a metric and a benchmark, it makes it much more easier for us then to evaluate whether targets are being met.
But we will, as we go on, so for this year it is broken down. When we come to start of 19, we will break it down so there'll be a clear picture of the delivery for 19.
So each year it's broken down.
And we'll report on that again.
Okay, so whatever you have, you can send on to us, and that would be useful. You talked earlier as well about the change. I suppose one of the difficulties we had with building new homes, and Look was asking how much of the overall money is spent on building new homes, but one of the problems that or at least we're told, one of the problems is the 4-stage process. And we're hoping to get some of the county managers or their association in to help us with, to better understand that. They have been before the Housing Committee, we know. You then said that, well, we came up with a bespoke one-stage process that was offered to local authorities, and there was 200 projects that you anticipated maybe would take up that, and only 12 did. And you said then the reason why is because of the risk that the local authorities would they felt they might be exposed to. But here's my point. The reason why there was a 4-stage process in the first place is because local authorities didn't want to take any of the risk. So their point to us when we meet them as politicians is that, listen, unless we know we're going to get fully paid back by the department, we're not taking any risk because we can't afford to take any risk. So whether it's 4 stages or 1 stage, it's the risk that's the problem. Now, you said you modified it to maybe remove some of the risks. Have you removed all the risks? Or is it that they still feel, even with the modified version you spoke about, there's still too much of an element of risk for them to engage with the process?
Well, I think on the basis of the risks that we have taken out in terms of tender price inflation and exceptional kind of ground conditions, exceptional circumstances, they would have been the big risks that would have been presented to us.
Why are they not taking it up then? Because what they're saying to us, with respect, Mr. McCarthy, we had, again, this was one of those issues around the overall debate. The department is saying the local authorities won't build quick enough. The local authorities are saying we can't because it takes so long from start to finish for us to do it because of this 4-stage cumbersome process. You're saying you modified it for them to a 1-stage process. You removed most of the risks that they were concerned about, but there's still only 12 of the 200 projects that have taken up this. So there's something wrong somewhere. And I'm trying to understand what is still wrong.
And that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of now. We thought that we had gotten to the bottom of it. We made these changes. It still hasn't resulted in the take-up. But I mean, talking about the 59-week process in terms of it being cumbersome, the 59-week process, if it works the way that it should, it is aligned with private sector best practice in terms of housing development. So it can actually deliver projects in as fast a manner as the private sector, and it can provide the certainty that the local authorities need.
Well, all the more reason then, Cathaoirleach, why we should have representatives of councils here and the CEOs before us, so that we can explore that with them, because I had spoken to a number of them. If you remember the last time we were in, I had contacted a number of managers that I would know across the state, and that was one of their concerns. And I'm just interested to see how this will work out. And obviously, it's still not fully resolved, and I hope that it is, because it seems to be, it certainly was one of the impediments. I want to move on to the approved housing bodies, and a lot was made of the volume of them. But there was also a report from Eurostat, and I want to read the second paragraph of the conclusions of Eurostat's report, because this is whether the approved housing body spend will be on balance sheet or off balance sheet. And it said, moreover, Eurostat considers that approved housing bodies have a non-market nature due to their principal aims and other existing provisions. Furthermore, the prices charged for renting cannot be seen as being economically significant due to the fact, among others, that they do not seem to respond to the change in the market or to economic signals, and have little influence on how much the producer is prepared to supply and on quantities demanded. So essentially what I am taking from that is that they are saying that the kind of non-for-profit element of the approved housing bodies needs to change fundamentally, that the rents need to reflect market rents, and that maybe the investment decisions that are made need to change as well. So there's a... Sorry, Mr. McCarthy.
I don't think that would be my interpretation of the CSO. I think they were looking at what the facts are in relation to the AHBs, and based on what the facts are, their conclusion was that they should be classified as being part of the government sector. I don't think it's a proposal to shift them into the market and make them operate as market players. No. It was more recognising that they're providing rents in a non-market responsive way.
Yeah, I'm talking about the European Commission's.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. I thought it was CSO.
No.
Yeah.
So the European Commission looked at this, and this is just bear with me now, so I can. It's the European Commission. It's the sector classification of approved housing bodies, and it looks at whether or not they should be on or off balance sheet. That's a source of contention, is it not? And that their conclusion was that, Eurostat considers that approved housing bodies have a non-market nature. So are you concerned about that? First of all, have you read that judgment?
I'm not sure of the particular document that you're referring to, Deputy, but I've read
it's Eurostat's ruling, essentially.
Well, the Eurostat ruling, absolutely.
So what's the implications of that ruling?
Well, the immediate implication of the ruling was that the approved housing body sector came on balance sheet, and the implications of that, the Minister for Finance reflected in the one of the called the Stability Programme Update, is the annual publication put out in, I think, in April each year for EU purposes. So that's the immediate implication. Where does it go after? Where does it go after this? Well, the AHB sector are looking at and continue to look at the decision in some detail. And are obviously looking at it from the point of view of, that was one aspect of the decision, but there obviously...
But am I reading it right that market rents essentially is what they're talking about, that they had a concern about how rent is calculated by these approved housing bodies? In other words, whether it's a subvention.
Well, I think what they were, without now say the particular language that, having seen the particular language, but I think what they are saying is that basically approved housing bodies largely charge differential rents, which is not a market rent.
Yeah.
But I don't think they were making any judgment as to where would AHBs need to go if they wanted to move back on balance sheet. That's one of a lot of different factors that would have to be considered.
But that's something that the department, I would imagine, will have to consider and is considering.
Well, we're certainly looking at the decision and what the implications of it are, as are the AHBs, and we will continue with that work.
Okay, maybe we'll come back to that at some point. Just the last topic I wanted to deal with before I make just one overall observation is PPPs. And I know there's 500 units as part of a PPP in Dublin, I think, on site. So I know from what I've read elsewhere, because we haven't discussed this, that there was an element of benchmarking done to look at the cost here and the economic cost of doing it through PPP as opposed to other ways to do it. But that information has never been published, isn't that correct, because of commercial sensitivity?
Yeah.
Okay. But given that this project is now underway, what's to stop you publishing the data in respect of, or the benchmarking exercise in respect to this particular one?
The PPP programme has been taken forward in 3 bundles. So this is the one that you're referring to, Deputy, is the first bundle, and it is not quite on site yet. It's in that final stage, but hopefully contracts.
Who signed off on it?
I would sign off at their various stages. There's a project board.
But would the local councils have any role?
The way it works is that, depending on the number of sites involved, I think in that first bundle they were probably spread across 4 or 5 local authorities. One local authority is nominated as the lead authority, and the other local authorities make what.
But I'm saying, do local councillors have a role to play?
Not in relation to signing off on the value for money piece. The councillors have a role to play in terms of putting the land into the PPP programme.
And that's my stop there. So they have a role to play in terms of passing the land into the programme. But how can they make judgments? This is what I get from local councillors. How can we be assured that we're going to get value for money here if we can't see the ex-ante analysis that's done in relation to the value for money, the benchmarking exercises that are done? How can I be satisfied as a member of the Public Accounts Committee in the same way that essentially we're just being asked to take your word for it?
Well, I suppose there are very clearly written and guidelines and procedures in place that govern the PPP process. The National Development Finance Agency does an incredible amount of the heavy lifting in terms of the numbers, but it's not so much that the public sector benchmark will never be published. It's the timing of when it.
We had this before now with other areas, and we're talking about post-project reviews that, in some respects, never got published, or we had to force the publication of them. But can I just make a point that even in those, this was in the area, I think, of health, was it, or health? Transport, sorry, transport.
Was the main ones, education as well.
Education was another one. But they are organisations that are audited by the CNAG, so you would have sight of some of those reviews. The problem is, in these ones, you don't. So you wouldn't have had sight of any of the analysis done here because you don't audit the...
Well, I don't audit the local authorities. But,
okay.
I'm not sure what the...
What about the local government audit service? Would that have the information?
No, the public sector benchmark is a confidential piece of information until such time as, in the case of this, the housing PPP programme, until all 3 phases are completed, because we're a little bit further back on a second phase, and we'll be launching the 3rd bundle shortly. So the public sector benchmark is relevant to all 3. Once the procurement process for all 3 is completed, I think the established practice at this stage is that once comparable bundles are finished, then the public sector benchmark is published on the DPAR website.
And the problem I have, Guy, here, look, I appreciate maybe all that's been done, and if you're saying that the benchmarking is done and you're satisfied that the value for money is there, the problem is that we can never really determine that, and we can at some stage well afterwards, but there's very little democratic accountability around all this. We came up against that in other areas as well, and we have to find some way of being able to do it, some way of us being satisfied that going down this route is we're getting value for money, and everything is what it seems. But I'll come back to that. I just wanted to make one overall observation, because I started earlier talking about the human side of all of this, and I would imagine Mr McCarthy and everybody here would also understand that people who are in need of social housing, people who are on housing lists, a lot of them living in their parents' homes, friends' homes at the moment, people in need of affordable housing. We haven't even touched that. There was very little in this year's budget for affordable housing. A lot of people forced in, almost everybody, to be honest, that has a housing need, forced into the private rented sector, which has pushed up the price of rents. Here's what's going to happen when I arrive in my constituency office tomorrow in Waterford, and I will have a lot of people have to meet. Probably around a dozen or more will be housing related, all looking for social housing, and it's not there. So I will have to tell them, you'll have to find private rented accommodation through HAP, and they can't find places within the rent caps. And it's the merry-go-round that they're on, and they're coming to us looking for assistance. And we're then being asked by them to make representations for houses which don't exist. Now, I don't buy into that clientelist system of how we do things anyway. People should be entitled to a home based on merit and based on need, but they do come to local politicians when they want advice. And the problem is that for a lot of them, there isn't enough private rented accommodation available for them, certainly not at the rates that they can be able to avail of HAP. And they're left to their own devices, and left actually abandoned, many of them. And that's the reality. So unless we actually seriously start to build, that's going to continue to be the case. And we'll have debate after debate after debate in the Dáil chamber about the housing crisis. And to go here, look, I said earlier, it's 5 years. It's probably longer than that. So my point, and it was go back to what was being said earlier in terms of the amount of money that we're now spending on subsidising people in private rented accommodation as opposed to building. The human cost of it is enormous for people. You know, I would just stress that it's very difficult for us as politicians when we're dealing with people, and we know that they're in they have a real housing need, and they're asking us to help them, asking us to make representations. But we're making representations, as I said, for houses which don't exist, and we have to do it. But we go into the local council, we meet the housing officers, and they say, sorry, Deputy, but HAP is the only option for them. You go back and they say, but I can't find anywhere. So can you understand what it's like for people in that situation? And then understand why, when we say there's a housing emergency, that it's real, that it impacts on people's lives, and that an awful lot more needs to be done, which is why, and I'm saying this by way of an observation, which is why when I look at the targets for my own constituency in Ward for 687 units by the end of 2021, when you have almost 300 people who are approved for housing this year alone, notwithstanding how many came off, we're only scratching at the surface. We're not dealing with the crisis at all. Notwithstanding all the figures that have been trotted out and how many homes were rebuilt and how many acquisitions and purchases and everything else, if you break down the targets for each local authority, I think that's when you'll see that we're actually not we're not getting to grips with it at all. So that's only my observation. If you want to respond, Mr McCarthy, you can.
Well, maybe thank you, Deputy, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to respond. I hear exactly what you're saying, and I don't think there's anybody sitting on this side of the room that doesn't understand fully the implications of the housing crisis. We visit homeless facilities. We see at first hand what it means for some people. So I absolutely understand and hear what you say. I suppose in overall terms, I suppose maybe just to say, we've embarked on a 6-year plan in rebuilding Ireland. In overall terms, we have exceeded the targets in the first 2 years, and the build piece is increasing, has increased over the last 2 years, and we'll get to a point in 2021 where the new build figure will be over 8,700, and that's from a point where back in 2014, 2015, it was, if it was even in the hundreds, it's as far as it would have been. So there is a very, very ambitious plan there, and as I say, we The mix in the early years is a particular mix, and that mix is evolving very much towards the build programme as it ramps up very, very significantly back to, in terms of scale of build, back to where it would have been in 2007, 2008. That's where we're aiming to get to, and there's full commitment and dedication to that on this side of the room, and full understanding of the implications of what the housing situation actually means for people on a daily basis.
At this stage, we're here 2.5 hours. I'm going to just suspend for 5 minutes in case somebody wants a cup of tea. And when we come back, it looks as if there's just Deputy Connolly and myself. We won't be that long, but instead of going for another 30 minutes in case somebody just wants a 5-minute break. So we're back here in 5 minutes. Okay, so we're now suspended for 5 minutes.
Just earlier on, I was over doing the Charlton Tribune, and I'm going to read one sentence. Public relations speak as a substitute for plain speaking is an affront to the duty of the Gardaí. So, public relations speak as a substitute for plain speaking. I think that applies to every single body, including TDs. And I'm sorry now in relation to the housing agency, and I actually think you've been put in a position, you're doing your job. I'm not taking it personal, but I'm looking at it, I'm wondering, and I'm looking at that, and you've had a summit, you've had spring lectures, and then you gave us what the Chair asked for today, the result of the summit. And then there was a conference in 2017, and I think Miss Terry Prone moderated. Presumably she was paid for that. She wasn't paid?
No.
She did it?
No.
Wasn't paid?
No, she wasn't paid. No.
That's good to know. So I'm looking at it, and what I see is public relations in relation to your role. And I see over 300,000 on research. And I'm going back to ask you again now. You didn't study or look at Airbnb and the effect of that on the market. I know was the answer. Okay. Did you look at Galway and look at the traveller accommodation plan, which has never been implemented? Did you look at that as part of your research as to how that was impacting?
I just asked my colleague, specifically in relation to traveller accommodation, we have done a amount of work.
Yes, we have done.
No. See, we have all the plans in the world, and I'm going to come back to the department. I spent 17 years there. I know it wasn't implemented. It's never been implemented. In fact, the last time that I was briefed as a TD, and I'm losing track, it could be a year ago, we were told that the manager was not adverse to using his emergency powers because the traveller accommodation plan hadn't been complied with. It's for both the department and yourselves. But what I'm asking you, when I see that huge amount of money for research, and we have the plans, you didn't look at why it wasn't being implemented or the implications of that? No.
We did.
You did? Good,
yes,
all right.
Yeah, sorry. On behalf of the National Traveller Accommodation Consultative Committee, we commissioned an independent review of all the TAPs since 2000, and that's published on our website. And that information was put...
What did you learn as a result of, say, Galway City not implementing their traveller accommodation plan?
Yes.
Was the consultation, everything, plan passed, never implemented? Did you look at that?
So we did look at all...
Did you look at that, the implications of that?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so what did you...
Sorry,
sorry,
yeah.
I'm tired, sorry.
Yeah, so we looked at all of the plans.
Just Galway.
I would need to relook at the reports to pick out Galway in particular, and I can do that for you and send on the results from Galway.
Look at this. I'm looking at everything, and I don't wish to interrupt you at all, but I'm looking and I'm trying to see, why have we a housing crisis? And it seems the housing crisis gets worse the more initiatives we take. So you were set up as an initiative, no reflection on you personally, you were set up as another initiative. And I see the amount of money for your organisation to keep you going. Do you pay rent as well? Did I see a figure for rent in here?
We own the buildings that we're in.
You own the building?
Yes.
Good Lord, you must be the only ones. That's great. You actually own it?
Yes, they were transferred from
the previous,
the Library Council. So
I'm looking at this, and why have we a housing crisis? We're putting in a huge amount of money, and we have a huge housing crisis. Huge. Galway is equally, if not worse than Dublin. I can tell you the facts. They're on the waiting list since 2002. Up to very recently, it was almost 5,000 households. Mysteriously and magically, that has been reduced. We don't know how. One of the reasons is they've gone on HAP, and you're taken off the waiting list. And so you're now looking at figures because they're gone under HAP, that they're no longer on a waiting list, they're on a transfer list and so on. Do you understand my frustration? I'm looking at all of this, and the housing crisis is getting worse. And we have a housing agency that's having a summit, having conferences, having spring lectures, but not doing research as to the real causes of the housing. One, no social houses have been built in Galway City, and I'm using that as an example, since 2009. There's no escaping from the figure. Did you look at that in your research? The effects of not building one single social house in Galway City until 2018, when they started with 14. Did you look at the effect of that?
Well, I suppose our research programme wouldn't look at that level of detail. It's more at a national level. We do the summary of social housing assessments, which we spoke about earlier on. We also do a national statement on housing supply and demand, which looks at a national level and then bearing down what the likely demand and supply of accommodation is, and also looking at affordability.
You see, I'm hearing that, but I only can try and reduce it back to so that I understand it. And of course you have to look at it nationally, but you have to learn from what's happening as well. So if we use Galway as an example, no social house, only game in town is HAP. So we go back to the department. A policy decision is made. The only game in town is housing assistance payment. And as my colleague here has said, telling people who come into us, I'm really sorry, go off and find a place. I've looked at the limits in the middle of this. The limits for HAP simply are useless in Galway. You cannot get a two-bedroom apartment, a one-bedroom apartment, anywhere near the limit. But that's a fact. Have you looked at that?
In specific relation to HAP, there are limits. If there are limits set. But each local authority has got discretion.
No, just listen to me, Mr. O'Connor. I know there are limits that you know. I have the limits. I know there's a certain discretion, and what I'm saying is, notwithstanding all of that, you cannot get a house in Galway. You simply can't get it. That's why the homeless figures are going up. I know the most recent person who's related to me, privately, the two-bedroom apartment is over 1,000. Over 1,000 for a two-bedroom apartment. That person is in funds to pay. So the HAP scheme is the only game in town, has been the only game in town since 2014, after it was rolled out on a pilot scheme elsewhere. So 300 million this year, doubled from last year, Mr. McCarthy. So you might come back on this for me. 150 million goes up to 300 million, going up to 421 million. That's just HAP. Then we have RAS, then we have the rent supplement and whatever other scheme. Does it not occur to you to do a little research as to what this is doing to the market and affordability?
Our primary focus, Deputy, is on trying to meet as many household needs as we possibly can within the resources that are available to us.
Listen to my question.
In a housing market
if the money for HAP is on an upward trajectory, and if we're going to be up at 431 or 21 next year and rising, and that's just one scheme actively promoting the private market, just please try and answer my question. If you say I can't, it's okay too. But I'm sitting here trying to understand it. I don't want to be negative. There are solutions. But there can't be solutions if we're going up with the private market.
Well, as I said earlier, Deputy, Rebuilding Ireland, if you look at the first 3 years and how housing supports are provided and the final 3 years, the mix is quite different. And it's a reflection of needing to get the build programme further accelerated so that we get to a point in 2021 where through build, acquisition and lease we are actually housing more people than through HAP.
I hate being parochial, but I'm going to keep on at Galway because it's on a level with Dublin and it's actually equal, if not worse. 14 houses were started last year, 14 houses. Okay. Do you know, straight off, because I'm sure you must have brought in the manager. What land bank is there? What are the obstacles to direct build, encouraging small builders to come forward, cooperative housing, which has gone off not on the radar, and so on? Now, I would have thought that was your role personally, but I'm asking both of you. So, what is the problem with Galway? What's the land bank, please? Straight up, one should know this now, because there's a major housing crisis in Galway. Gone back to 2002 is the waiting list.
Well, in fairness, Deputy, there's over 700 sites
on the
Rebuilding Ireland land map, and I can't know 700 sites off the top of my head.
This Kent station with 14 acres of land, 8 of which are going in a plan with a private developer on behalf of Bossairden. 14 acres centrally. We have major land in the docks, and we have other land that we bought at astronomical prices. Now, of all the cities, we should not have a housing crisis, but we have. Now, if someone could tell me what is the land bank, because I know you've done it. And then, on top of that, in my time, there was the land aggregation scheme, and we went all this trouble to. We bought it at ferocious cost, and then some of it was given up to your body in Dublin to save paying the interest, presumably. There was a bonus. Some of it wasn't. All of that land is there. You're actually land hoarding, aren't you?
No,
you're not good.
Deputy, on that, we're not. In terms of one in Galway City, the one site that's in the ownership of the housing agency, the Ballymean Road, we have provided part of that site to Galway City Council, and as they progress the remainder of the social housing on that site, the remainder of that site will be transferred to Galway City Council.
In the end, of all the sites that were earmarked for going up under the land aggregation, only one went. Was that right? How many went?
From Galway City, the Ballymean Road was taken in under the land aggregation.
That was one. I think there was a second one, was there?
There was a second one, yes.
Yeah. You see,
and that site is still in the ownership of Galway City Council.
Okay. But do you see the difficulty? The land was bought. The councillors did their job. They earmarked the land. They bought it. They zoned it residential. Then it wasn't built on. Then there was a scheme of a land aggregation, give the land to Dublin, and as the Chair has already, the cost of that. And then you're holding one site, and the other sites didn't transfer. They're all undeveloped, isn't that right?
Well, the Ballymean Road is being developed, there's been social housing provided on that site, and there's more social housing being provided.
Why wasn't it built on before this?
Because there wasn't the funding a number of years ago to build on the site, and the funding is available now. So
since the day I came into the Dáil, successive ministers, and there have been 3, have repeatedly said in the Dáil there is no problem with money. We started with Minister Alan Kelly, who was the Holden Minister, followed by Simon Coveney, followed by the current one. And we've been told repeatedly there is no problem with money, and yet there are no houses were built in Galway.
Well, there are, in terms of as funding became available, housing is, on that specific site, housing is being built, and there's going to be more housing on that site.
Just for the department, how do you stand over the non-implementation of the Traveller Plan?
The implementation of the Traveller Plan.
Yeah, in Galway City now, where the manager is on record for saying he won't be adverse to using his emergency powers. So we've got that far. He's considering his emergency powers. He's still considering them, mind you. They haven't been used and the plan hasn't been implemented. What's the update to the department from the local authority on that?
In terms of the traveller accommodation situation in Galway,
has it been implemented?
I think you know very, very, very clearly, Deputy, that it hasn't been implemented. Okay. And
what's your view on that? That's all I want to know.
Our view is the same for the Galway City Plan as it is for every other traveller accommodation plan. We want to see it implemented to the full.
And what have you done to have it implemented?
We have funding available to Galway City and to other local authorities.
They haven't drawn it down.
They haven't drawn it down, Deputy.
Yeah. What's your role in that when they don't draw down something and they're obliged under the plan to provide the accommodation? What's your role in that in terms of monitoring and ensuring?
Our role is to continue to engage with them, to try to understand what are the factors, what can we do, what do they need to do. You've pointed to the fact that the Chief Executive is saying that he's not averse to using his emergency powers. So he needs to use his emergency powers if that's the case.
I'm asking you, what have you done? What steps have you taken, can you take in relation to that?
I can continue to reassure Galway City and all other local authorities that there is funding available to implement their traveller accommodation programme. One of the things that we have done in Dublin and Cork is we have put a social housing delivery group in place between ourselves, the local authorities and the AHB sector, and certainly would be quite happy to do a similar arrangement for Galway if that was to help in the delivery of their social housing programme and their traveller accommodation programme.
I'm looking at a list of 60 empty houses. I'm looking at traveller specific accommodation, 3-bedroom, 2-storey, 1, 2, 3, 4, all empty. All empty, all not done, years. I won't put a year on it, I'll let you do that. I'm going to finish with yourselves, if that's all right, Chair, and go back to your role and the revolving acquisitions fund and the 73. And I rushed you this morning, I apologise in relation to that. And I've gone back and looked at it. And the Housing Agency Acquisition Fund was established with the objective of acquiring 1,600 units over the period to 20 for social housing. How many units have been acquired to date under that fund?
487 houses have been bought, and the purchase of those has been fully completed, and we have a lot of other houses that we're in the process of buying from that fund.
This is page 12. No, this is actually the briefing, but it comes up under your papers as well.
Yes.
So there are 1,600 units. Of that, you've bought 487.
Yes.
Is that correct now?
That's correct, yes.
487. And where did those so you're not on target for meeting 1,600, are you?
We are, yes.
You are?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, we're buying houses, all the time. So
as they get more and more expensive?
No, a lot we've already agreed to purchase.
Okay, how many are agreed to purchase and the price set?
The amount, that we have, in addition to what we purchased, we have bids accepted on 818 houses.
Bids on them?
Bids. Yeah. We've made an offer, and that have been accepted.
Accepted, okay.
Yes.
On 818?
Yes.
Okay. How many of those would be in Galway? Would you know?
I can get you that.
Yeah, I'd appreciate.
I'll get you the figures in terms of the numbers in Galway.
How many sustainable communities have you built, given your vision and your mission to build sustainable communities, vibrant, sustainable communities?
Well, in terms of where we're involved in a development, whether acquiring properties or doing work with NAMA.
The primary objective of the Housing Agency is to promote the building sustainable communities. My question is, and I'm finishing on it, how many sustainable communities have you built since it was started in 2012?
Yeah. I say everything that we do in terms of when we're buying housing, when we're supporting improved housing bodies in terms of their delivery of housing, or local authorities, we ensure or we aim, to make sure that housing is sustainable and it's in areas where there's proper facilities.
Indirectly?
Yes.
Indirectly. Okay. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to finish by just saying, honestly, I haven't been given to despair in a while here. Last time was when the Guards were before us, and they actually improved. We have a major housing crisis. I see no element of value for money anywhere. I see a complete lack of value for money in terms of the HAP scheme and rising. I think you're in the middle of a policy that's crazy. I think you're misusing language, and not on a personal basis, talking about social housing, social support, housing solutions, as opposed to a right to a home and how to give security for tenure. And there's a complete absence of a recognition of that in any of the documents before me, from the department and from yourselves. Now, where the fault lies, sir. Yeah.
Just come back on one point. I'll give you the figures in terms of Galway City, but the numbers of houses provided through the NAMA portfolio in terms of what we're acquiring is significant. And when we were working with NAMA, there was quite a number of developments in Galway City. A lot of effort was put into completing those developments and making them available for social housing. But a significant number, I need to check it, but of the order of 196 houses for social housing.
I'd be the first to apologise and I'm not aware of that. And all I've seen is the housing crisis get worse and worse, and the waiting lists get longer, and then more deception in terms of the waiting list is halved because they're now on HAP or they're somewhere else. That's what I've seen. I haven't seen. I don't mind waiting, and people don't mind waiting. In fact, that's the biggest change from when I was elected first. You would go with people and you'd say, just bear with us and you will get a house eventually. You'll be entitled to a house. Now, there's absolutely no message like that. They're going from one house to another, and it's absolutely shocking. But it's value for money here, and I don't see any value for money. I see one level of bureaucracy after another. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you indeed, Deputy. And I just have some questions myself, and I'll see them out. Just tell me one thing I'm a bit confused about. So people on... You're the Housing and Sustainable Communities Agency. You're known as the Housing Agency for short. Mr. McCarthy, just explain who is the Housing Finance Agency. It's under your department. It's an agent body. So you can understand, I'd say not just members of the Oireachtas, but I'm sure the public at large confuse the two. Who is the finance agency? They're not here today, as opposed to the Housing Finance Agency versus the Housing Agency. Tell me who they are and what they are.
The Housing Finance Agency is a body under our aegis that was specifically established as a vehicle through which local authorities could borrow money for their housing purposes initially. It's been subsequently extended that they can be a vehicle for local authorities to borrow for other purposes, and now can also be a vehicle for approved housing bodies to borrow.
Right. So they're not just housing now at all. They have a wider range. If local authority want to do parks or swimming pools, they can borrow money. So they're really a lending agency to local authorities and housing.
And I think in the CNAG's in the chapter.
We won't go into the
No, I'm just saying I think there's some information in there from memory.
Yeah, and well, it's in the end of your appropriation account. It's an agent body under the agency of your department. So, and just vaguely, what kind of money did they lend last year? Is it 2 million or 222 million? Like you have a fund for 70 million given to you by the department for a revolving fund for purchase of houses. Now you're telling me we have another housing finance agency whose job it is to lend money to local authorities for housing. Just please explain why we need. Now we have this new body, this land, what do you call it?
The Land Development Agency.
You have another, right, so anyway, tell me.
We did have in the report figures at the end 2017 position of the Housing Finance Agency. The balance due from local authorities to the Housing Finance Agency was 970 million, and that's under the CLSS scheme.
What CLLS is?
The Capital Loan and Subsidy Scheme, the one that we were talking about earlier on, that started in 1992 and finished in...
So in other words, just to keep it simple, the Housing Finance Agency is out there for decades?
Yes, the Housing Finance Agency is there since 1981.
You were relatively new.
I think it was an 81 Act that established it from...
Right, so they're fine, and they're the people who traditionally, historically, lent to local authorities. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the CLSS scheme. There's also the CALF scheme, where the outstanding loans...
The CLS scheme, you mentioned that to us earlier today, and it's in your report, but you now say you're replacing that.
That was wound down a number of years ago, so...
It's still there?
But there's still outstanding loans.
There's still outstanding loans that are being paid off, but it was closed to new applications.
And those outstanding loans are 357 million euros. So that would bring you to about 1,200.
It's probably right I asked the counting officer, can you send us a note on all these different organisations and these different capital loan schemes, how much is outstanding, and capital advance leasing facility scheme, and you know, capital assistance scheme. But just give us an indication of the throughput and the value of money and where the debt rests. Is it in the Housing Finance Agency? Just give us a pen picture.
Okay.
Because we have the Housing Finance Agency, we have the Housing Agency, and we have this new agency coming along, all of whom are in the same corner. Explain, if you have a Housing Finance Agency, why did you have to arrange to get 70 million revolving fund to the Housing Agency for the purchase of housing? Why was that necessary? Were the Housing Finance Agency not able to do that?
Well, no, the revolving fund, the Housing Finance Agency are involved, but the Housing Agency was asked to take on, to be, if you like, a central point for engaging with banks that had sort of vacant properties, rather than have them having
Which agency again?
The Housing Agency. So what they do is rather than have individual approved housing bodies all trying to deal with banks bilaterally, the banks and the Housing Agency engages with the banks.
But you just told me the Housing Finance Agency is going to lend to the approved housing bodies.
Yes,
so why don't they just deal directly and cut out the middleman here?
Because
deal directly with the
Housing Finance Agency is a very small organisation. Purely if you want, it's a bank. It doesn't have the sort of the property, the housing sort of skills.
They're a bank with no front of office.
They're a bank. Well,
this is the front of office of.
And so it's really trying to get the necessary linkage between two bodies that have two important.
Sounds like there should be one organisation.
Two important roles to play.
It sounds to me as if there should be just one organisation.
And it has worked. It has worked quite well in terms of the recycling of properties and.
Okay, in your note back, just giving us the pen picture and all those different schemes, give us the justification why we have two agencies in the same corner dealing with the same loans to the same housing agencies. You know, anyway, this is for my benefit, and I'll always ask a question if I don't know the answer, because if I don't know the difference between one and the other, I'm just taking advantage other people don't, so I don't mind asking. Next question, on the Housing Agency, on the CNAG's opening statement, this is a question for yourself, Mr. McCarthy. A couple of questions. On the CNAG's opening statement, he said the department is committed to tidying up the register, this is of the approved housing bodies, prior to the introduction of the statutory regulation. How long have you been? 5 years work in that tidying up exercise, and you'll find that they own property out there, and who's it to go to, and there's trusts set up 30 years ago, and there's people long since passed, and where it's registered, and I can see that being a far more protracted exercise than.
My recollection is that the comparable exercise that was done in 2012-2013 was reasonably quickly done. And
right. So how many agencies were cut from what to what?
I think was
figures, but probably of the order of 100 were culled at that stage.
So out of the 500, you're saying 50 do 90% of the business. Would your target be to get them down to 100, or have you any targets at all?
I wouldn't necessarily have a target, Chair, because within the remaining numbers there may be.
So you're committed to an exercise of tidying up, and you have no target as to what you want to achieve?
No. The target is to basically take off the register bodies that perhaps were never active because they never moved on to do a project.
Was that not done the last time?
That was, but there may have been some that might have come on since then that never actually.
You've approved since that never did anything. When was that?
It was in 2012, I think.
Pardon?
Yes.
What year? I missed
2012.
So in other words, a few years ago you did the tidying up. You're telling us it's very hard to get on the register now. 1 or 2 a year is all you're telling us. So now you're saying maybe some have come on the last few years that didn't. They got their approval, their charity approval, they approved their bona fides and actually never did anything. Based on the 1 or 2 that's happened a year, that's an afternoon's work.
But then there are all the other ones that are there that we need to absolutely satisfy ourselves that they are still there. They've got everything that they need as part of particularly the 5% that aren't in the voluntary regulatory system. They're being contacted even over the course of the last month to try to get them into that system, so that when the regulatory piece comes in, they're available for it. So
okay. Have you a timeline for that tidying up exercise?
Well, what we've said is that we will have it done before the introduction of the legislation. So our priority at the moment is to try to get the legislation published. And once we have a timeline then for how that's going to work its way through the Oireachtas, we will then work back to make sure.
Is it on the list for this stall term?
It's on the list for publication this stall term.
Okay, well that's Right. Okay, that's the first question I want to ask. Then in the CNAG's opening statement as well, you mentioned a phrase which we've covered, that the housing agency acts as an intermediary purchasing target at suitable residential properties from banks and investors and owners. Who are you acting as the intermediary for?
We purchase and we typically sell on to the approved housing bodies. We also act as an intermediary for the local authorities. The reason for that is, if you take a bank, rather than having to speak to 31 local authorities if they have a portfolio of properties, or to a lot of approved housing bodies, they come to us, we get their portfolio of properties, we go to each of the 31 local authorities and say which of these properties are suitable. We then go about trying to buy those properties, and then they're either bought on behalf of local authorities or they're bought and sold on to approved housing bodies. So
these are maybe vacant properties from that banks have in their possession?
Yes.
So what commission do you get for doing all this for the banks?
We don't get any commission.
Some fool. The organisation, I don't mean an individual, but you're saying you're actually acting as their selling agent and their auctioneer, and you're going finding people to buy them, and by the way, we're going to get you blue chip purchasers who have no problem with mortgage approval. There's nobody who would do that for nothing for the banks. I'm just asking you to go away and think about that. You should be charged a minimum fee that they would pay in the commercial market to get the same work done. I can't understand why we feel we need, I know we might need houses, but I don't understand why we're, finding buyers for banks free of charge. Don't get it. So just think about it, that's all I'd say. And maybe I'm coming at it a different perspective. And come back and tell me if there's a reason why I'm talking nonsense, but just on the face of it, I don't understand why we're doing it. Next thing, I just want to, Mr. McCarthy, it's only just to talk through, because we glanced over this 4-stage approval down to the 1-stage approval. We had a bit of discussion, and you're totally on top of this. The first question I just want to ask you is, this was much vaunted, this 1-stage approval, and I know you're saying chief executives are probably loath to take on a risk. I can understand that, why they would be, because you're asking them to apply for a figure before they've probably the project has gone to tender. It's a little bit premature, and you're going to hold them to that price, and you're saying that it can be facilitated if there's the tender inflation, providing it doesn't go over the 2 million to start with anyway. There's still a cap on 2 million on the scheme. So so my question is, did you sit down with the CCMA and work out, is this single-stage approval process one that they would run with? Or did you just announce it on them and they say, we're not interested in that? Because talk to me on the process. And did they indicate what you came up with was a good scheme, and why, if they thought and give you the go-ahead to go do it, why are they not now operating it?
Maybe just from the horse's mouth, Chair, Aidan O'Reilly was involved in those discussions, so he can give you chapter and verse.
Thanks indeed.
Yeah, we did have extensive discussions with the Housing Committee of the CCMA. Yeah. It was as part of the 59-week programme conversation. We also looked at how we could improve the single-stage process. So the options and how we could improve it, we walked through them all. So there was a good acceptance within the CCMA Housing Committee of the new proposal. It hasn't translated into an uptake at individual local authority level, and that's what we're looking to check out as to why.
And when did you introduce this single
the newer version rolled out at the beginning of this year.
And I think maybe...
Talk me through, because can I say this is actually why you're here today.
Yeah.
The 1.4 billion for housing, and now we can't get the chief executives to operate something that you say you discussed with them as a good idea to move it quicker. And that's why we do need to, I'm saying on the record, that's why we need to meet a chief executive or two to help us understand where the logjams are in the system.
I think...
You can understand why we're here.
Absolutely, Chair. For what it's worth, I think some of it goes back to what I said at the start. In reality, when you look at the 59-week four-stage process, if you actually strip out Yeah, if you could come at it the other way, if you actually strip out the time that we're adding to the process by having 3 stages of approval, we think that it actually only takes 6 weeks out of it. And against that background, at one stage, albeit significantly de-risked, versus 6 weeks more and have things very, very nailed and even de-risked further.
So you're saying to me, really, the 59-week time is the panacea? Well, the one-stage thing might be a whole hill of beans. If the 59-week works.
If the 59 weeks, and that's why when I talked earlier, that's why we are monitoring the 59 weeks now, so that we can actually track it and make sure that it's working, because I think by the time a local authority designs...
You're only at stage 2 with the first batch of them.
With the first batch of them, yeah. And
you can understand me saying this, 5 years into a housing crisis, you're only coming up with this 5 years on. You know, this thing of concertining, you know, the whole process from beginning to end.
Well, in fairness, Chair, I mean...
It's the most common phrase at local authority meetings, is with the department.
Oh, sure. Look, tell you, Chair, I've heard that from many chief executives directly, and when I go and check in the department, yeah, you might say it's with the department, but I won't say publicly what I say afterwards when I see what is there. But maybe just come back, I mean, you talk about 5 years, and I'm not arguing that point with you, but I suppose what I'm saying is that Rebuilding Ireland is in place just over 2 years, and within less than a year and a half, we had worked through both a revised one-stage process and a much shorter, targeted, timelined 4-stage process. So I think we've been quite active in trying to make sure that the build programme that envisages going like that has the systems to support it.
Yeah, 59 weeks worked on the basis of everything going like clockwork. No hitch on design, no hitch on tendering, and that's the approval of tender. And then you're waiting to get suitable people because the market is busy out there getting house builders to make more money building offices and hotels, some of these guys. Yep. And then to get the guy on site if he has a long lead period.
But I suppose at least by the sort of monitoring arrangement that we have in place now and that we'll continue to develop according as projects are moving through, not only will we have a sense of are they meeting the timelines or are they not? And in those ones that aren't, what are the factors that are impacting?
I think you said there's about 1,000 of these in the system, you know, at the various stages between stage 1, 2, 3, 4. I know you mentioned a couple of hundred are at stage 1 or a couple of hundred at stage 2, but let's just say there's 1,000 in the system. I would suggest to you, you should actually have in your website the list of those 1,000, county by county, stage 1. I commence that stage 6 on the website, and you click it every morning who's moved from stage 1 to stage 2, and let the public see very quick. If something is sitting in a local authority for 9 months without moving, and then let that be shown. I actually think...
Well, I think we're not quite at real-time stage yet in terms of being able to click on a daily basis. Yeah. But every quarter... I don't know
no, but there's a big difference between quarter. We're not asking to send out a circular to the housing officer to refill it. There should be a mechanism in your department to monitor. Here are the ones that started. Here's the one successfully gone through stage 1. Tick the box. You can do it each week in your department. You know, when they're gone through stage 2, and then if one is sitting at stage 3 for 6 months, somebody should know what's going on there.
Yep, absolutely. And sorry, I was kind of misinterpreting. What you were saying, Chair. That's fine. When we get onto the very substantive part of reporting, that's something that we
I'd
certainly
say start that system now, rather than come back and try and introduce an IT system to backload it up sometime next year. You know, because I'm making a suggestion. I agree or disagree. But
I take that. No, but I suppose just to say,
people are understandably frustrated with the delays that we hear. And I know lots of them are at local level, tendering, redesign stage. I know all that.
Yep. No, I suppose the general point I just wanted to make to you, Chair, is that the type of visibility at a point in time at the end of each quarter every year that's already published every quarter for the last 6 quarters. So, just as an example, I'm not going to say which local authority it is, but take that project there. You can see that project is at stage 1, and you can see when it's been at stage 1 since.
I think you've given us that document.
I certainly gave you a summary of it.
No, we have a count.
You have the detailed one. So that is published.
We've all been reading our own closely over the last few hours. Don't you worry about that one, right? We'll be back to take it.
So it's there on a quarterly basis on our website, so that it's very, very as part of the just being open and transparent.
If this speeded up four-stage process delivers the goods, that's fine.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
Next question then to ask you. You mentioned rebuilding Ireland, right? Rebuilding Ireland. Is that?
Yes. Yeah.
Tell me why, and tell the people who've applied for loans, why is the credit policy by which decisions are made in relation to whether somebody is approved for a loan a secret document, not available to any member of the public, including to me, who's asked a parliamentary question for a copy of this document, to advise people why they didn't get their loan? It is a secret document. Why is it a secret document?
I think
because it affects people's lives. I don't believe it's fair a public body has a secret document. My local authority say, Seán, it is a secret, you are not entitled to see it. I've asked the PQ, I've been told it's a secret. I think I had topical issues on it maybe a few months ago.
I think you did, yeah.
Yeah, you remember it. Thank you. And the answer I got was no hop.
Well, I think
so explain to the people of Ireland why people who are trying to get loans from you, the decision-making process is a secret.
I think there's been some developments on that in the very recent past in terms of the release of a redacted version. I think, David.
So the actual, if you go onto the Rebuilding Ireland Home Loan website now, you will have a redacted version of the credit policy, which has removed what is seen as the core commercially sensitive pieces of information, but the remainder of the 20-odd pages is actually available to view.
The last time I had a topical issue on this, probably
no, it's in the last 2 weeks, I think.
We can send you on a copy if.
You might send it to the PAC, not just to me personally.
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah.
And before I get it, what's the nature of the redactions?
It's issues around the calculations and around some of the elements there.
That's probably the bit to people.
Well, I suppose that's really why the local authorities need to be able to kind of assess themselves and decide on what is the risks that they might take within their credit committee, rather than kind of saying, well, these are the considerations that they have. It has never been released at all, and I think we have actually decided that certain amounts of information can be released and can be made available.
I'll take some credit for my topical issue. Made somebody read it, right? Okay, that's fine, and it's good to get that. And you will clarify for us and send us a note the issue about people who've been separated. We asked that because people they're separated, and I'm asking you to deal with this because this is the nuts and bolts as to how some of these schemes work or don't work. I've had situations, and I'm sure other deputies have a situation where couples split up, fully separated, they sold the house, they might have got, after they cleared the market, they might have had 20 grand. But there's a condition of getting a loan under this scheme that one of the parties must still live in the original house. Am I correct in saying that? That's one of the conditions. So you'll give a loan to the person who has to go and look for a new house. So there's a condition that one of the parties must stay in the house. And secondly, the person may not have benefited financially to any extent. And they might have cleared 10 grand out of the mortgage or their half of the house. And they're ineligible. Will you clarify the exact specifics on that? We have people who are, meeting that barrier, and I have applicants saying to me, this is unconstitutional. My right to this loan is being jeopardised by the fact that somebody who's now unconnected to me lives in a particular house, the former family house.
We'll certainly clarify.
You understand where I'm...
No, absolutely. We'll certainly clarify. To the best of my recollection, don't hold me to this, we'll clarify when we come back. I think in the regulations for the loan, we use the same definition of first-time buyer as is used in tax law, I think. So I'm not sure why it would be a problem, but we'll just leave it with us and we'll look into it and we'll come back to it.
And you can correspond with the committee because it affects but I've had correspondence with, and I think there is a different definition of first-time buyer from some other scheme in the
There's probably a definition. There's probably two issues. Maybe there's the definition of first-time buyer for the Rebuilding Ireland Home Loan, and then there may be a slightly different definition for social housing purposes and your entitlement to social housing. But they're two different things. But we'll clarify both.
And you can understand why, when I'm told there's two different definitions in the department for first-time buyer when it relates to people who separated, depending on what scheme you're going under. I don't get the last.
We clarified them both.
You understand me asking that,
Absolutely.
right? Okay, next question. There's an organisation out there with billions trying to give you money to build houses for years, the credit unions, and everybody, I suppose, starting with the banks, are determined we want to keep them out of our sphere of activity. And the Minister of State Damien in English said just the other day, I think it was in answer to PQs, oral PQs, one of the credit union movements is ready. It is through all the process and the money and has money available. I cannot be any clearer than that. It would be very helpful if this could be explored with housing officials. You must be talking about G. To be ready, an SPV, special purpose vehicle, must conform to the central bank requirements, and no other vehicle will be acceptable, presumably, to the central bank. Talk me through that, because I think I heard an announcement on my way here this morning. One of the credit union movements was going to be able to come into that, but the central bank had restrictions on them lending money, and this is your Minister of State, Damien English, said this, I think, just just very recently. Maybe it wasn't scripted.
I think
you want to take that?
There's two issues there.
Talk me through the issue of the credit union.
Well,
and why an SPV is needed, especially.
Okay. So I suppose the question is, kind of, the credit unions have been exploring how they can work with the Irish Council for Social Housing, which is a representative body for the AHBs, to see how it could provide funding in the same way that the Housing Finance Agency or other banks are privately funding the actual kind of construction and management and maintenance of some of these programmes. That piece of work, they first of all required the central bank to look at what were the requirements, what were the steps, and did they meet certain minimum levels. And I think earlier this year, the central bank, I think in March, they amended some of their rules. So in parallel with that, I suppose the department is not in the job of kind of saying credit unions, you must kind of, or AHBs, you must loan to credit unions. But we did make sure that we engaged and facilitated a dialogue between the AHB sector through the ICSH, and we provided some funding, some core research funding through some innovation funds that we provide to the AHB sector around how you might develop a special purpose vehicle that could avail of credit union funding.
Why the need for a company called a special purpose vehicle at all?
Well, because I think kind of the point would be it's off balance sheet, so it's an activity. At the moment, the credit unions could go out there. It was, I think, a condition of some of the central bank kind of requirements was that it actually, you're creating something that is off balance sheet.
And are the approved housing bodies off balance sheet?
No, through the CSO, and the point is, at the moment, the CSO and the Eurostat made a ruling in December that under the current arrangements and given the revenue that comes through and how they operate, any lending that is actually coming to AHBs at present are actually kind of dealt with and counted as part of the local government general.
So they're on balance sheet.
They're on balance sheet for now.
Whose idea is it to make up this wheeze of a company to take it off balance sheet called an special purpose vehicle? Is that central bank wants it off the state?
Well, this is something.
Or is it G wanted? Are they approved? What's wrong with having them and the credit union loans on the state balance sheet if it's to build houses? Like, who's making the effort to take it off balance sheet, given that their loans are already on the state balance sheet? Why not leave it as it is?
Well, I think the AHBs have been looking to see, could they actually examine, are there wider kind of sources of funding, not just from the state and from the Housing Finance Agency, that they could draw on to actually fund not only housing, but other activities that they may have around affordable housing or non-social housing elements. So for the last couple of years, they've been looking to see, are there funds that they could draw on either through European banks, through private Irish banks. And in the middle of this process, the CSO concluded its analysis of the AHBs in December and made a decision that all current kind of activity and lending an activity that is being kind of undertaken by AHBs in Ireland is actually on the general government balance sheet.
And when was that decision effective from?
Oh, December.
Last December.
And it was retrospective, so we had to recalculate all of their previous.
So how much did their national debt go up then as a result of this?
There were two actually pieces of work that, as the Secretary-General said, in the Minister for Public Expenditure and Reform's calculations, and I'll give you the two numbers now. The debt went up.
At the time in the SPU was that the general government debt went up by 0.03% of GDP.
No, I want to know figure.
Sorry, 100 million. 100 million.
What?
100 million.
So they only had borrowing of 100 million?
No, because most of their borrowing is through the Housing Finance Agency.
And it was already
on the balance sheet.
Exactly. We had an issue there years ago.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So this is all only about 100 million. And so why so they want to get some of their activities off the state balance sheet?
Well, it's about, I suppose it's about 100 million at that stage, but looking forward, it could potentially be about more if it's structured in the right way and if there's private finance.
And are they even sure if to succeed with this special purpose vehicle that Eurostat will go along with it? Maybe not. You know, we've been around this house a few times. Indeed. You know, so look, we can. Perhaps
I can give you a note.
Send the detailed note to committee because the rest are gone. As the topic wasn't raised earlier, or there's something lurking in the background.
The point Deputy Cullinane was raising earlier on about the level of rents relative to the market.
Yeah, exactly.
Same kind of issue.
Their commercial activity. So this is my next question. Then was on the same topic. The approved housing bodies, are they confined to the HAP limits for rent to their tenants?
Generally, for approved housing bodies, for most of their stock, it would be generally the differential rent scheme for the local authority, and it's one of the issues that they sort of raise with us, that if they're operating, some of the bigger ones, if they're operating all around the country, they have to deal with lots of different differential rent schemes. For some of the CAS properties, John, I think they charge a more economic rent that
it'll be
cover some
slightly higher, and they get traditionally they got rent supplement, but they get some additional.
So how much funding does a approved housing body get on top of the equivalent of the differential rent?
It would depend on the particular funding mechanism.
How does that system work? So in other words, approved housing, a private landlord, if he takes the equivalent of the differential rent, that's all he gets. Or no, the person may have the person might have the HAP payment and they can make a top-up payment to the landlord. So in this situation, the person pays the differential rent, and who pays the top up then to the approved housing body? Is it the department or the local authority?
In the CAS case, it's the Department of Social Protection, I think,
yes.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll make a note to write for a detailed information note on. James, can you help us on this?
Aren't you bringing in the department at the end of November for the second leg of
yeah, we are.
I think rental issues would be the focus.
Our next scheduled meeting, and there might be an issue on the date, we'll come back to that.
Yeah.
We will
but you might signal to the department.
We're dealing with the rent supplement and rent supports issue and the housing supports issue at their second meeting on this topic, so that'll actually come up on that day.
I think it would be worth providing committee just how they're funded, you know, the different schemes and how they're funded by the approved housing bodies, because there might be some confusion.
Yeah, there is.
In relation to it.
And you can understand that level of detail is not none of our day jobs. You know, we only touch on this occasionally. So well in advance of that meeting, between whoever, have that note sent to us. So when we arrive at the meeting, we've had the information, you know, before the meeting arises, rather than people having to ask questions on it.
Just in that space, one feature of regulation very often is price setting. So I'm not sure if that is an aspect of the voluntary code. It doesn't feature.
Okay. Now, and last thing now, Mr. O'Connor, I have to look at your own financial statement. We're here. One of the items on our agenda today is your 2017 financial statements. I don't think anybody asked a question on it, so it'd be remiss of me to let the meeting conclude without going there. And we'll go straight to page 37. And I want you to read the opening paragraph of the statement of internal control signed by, is he the new chairman, Michael Kerry? Is he new chairman?
He is, yes.
He's new chairman. And first paragraph on page 37 says, in respect of procurement during 2017, expenditure of 1.247 million was incurred in relation to goods and services where procedures implied did not comply with procurement guidelines. The services implied related to legal services, insurances and temporary resources. Okay, so we need to go through each of these. So did any of this relate to the pyrite remediation scheme?
No, none of that related to the pyrite
Right.
remediation scheme.
None of that related to the pyrite mediation scheme, okay? And approximately what's the payroll bill in your organisation to the nearest million? Right?
The payroll bill, I'll give you the exact figure, is
well, there's a figure
approximately 3 million.
3 million, we
yes.
call it. So 28 billion so the 3 million of payroll is not affected by this procurement issue. The pyrite issue of 25 million is not affected by this procurement issue, correct?
Yes.
So that's 33 million minus 28. So we're down now to this 1.2 happened in respect of 5 million of your purchases. And I can take it, none of it had got to do with the National Building Agency, your pension costs. It wasn't got to do with your pension costs, was it?
It was to do with...
I'm ruling out things, not ruling them in. I want to rule out from your expenditure statement on page 42 the headings under which this occurred, this procurement, breach of procurement procedure. I didn't come out of, none of it affected the pension cost column, did it?
No.
No. I didn't come out of the depreciation cost column. No, it's nothing to do with depreciation. So straight away we're down to any of it was office administration costs.
If I could interject.
No, I let you in just one. I want to rule out a few things. Payment to the Exchequer, page 5.5.8. What was that on your financial statement? Was the procurement issue related to the payment to the Exchequer?
No.
No. Fingal costs, was it a connection with Fingal? Okay. Right. Home bond staff and services, did it relate to home bond? We're going to get to where you want to talk about, but I want to rule all these out first, right? So it certainly then had got to do with legal and professional. We'll come to the specifics of it. And then you had property acquisitions, and you had legal and professional separate, and you had office administration costs and a bit of employment. So in other words, I would say out of half 1.2 to 2.5 billion, I'm getting the impression that almost 50% of what you spent was outside procurement guidelines, because the vast majority of your expenditure during the year related to pyrite, related to employment costs, related to pension costs, depreciation costs, home bond costs, transfers to the Exchequer, Fingal costs, and I'm only left with about 4 million. And you're telling me, or maybe even less. It looks to me as most of what you did, where there was discretionary purchases of goods and services. Yeah, procurement of goods. You were completely outside the pale for most of your activity. Do you understand the point I'm making? The way I've narrowed down the areas where this breach of procurement procedures occurred, and I've ruled out all the areas that can't have occurred in. So it means the areas where you did procure goods and services, we had 1.246 million outside procurement guidelines. Phenomenal high percentage. I've never seen any organisation with such a high percentage of their procurement outside government guidelines. I know you're going to give me the excuse now, but you get the starting point.
Yes.
You get to, like we have organisations in here, and they might have 1 million, but it could be out of purchases of 50 billion.
Yeah. Our purchases, if I could interject, would have been over 100 million. You know, we had a pyrite remediation scheme where there's significant money expended.
How many purchases were 100?
And we have a revolving fund, you know, of 70 million in terms of the acquisition of properties.
And is that separate from the statement of income and expenditure on page 42?
Maybe just Margaret just might point out, but then I'd like to come back in.
Okay.
That's under note 18. It's 60 something. I think I have a different edition.
Right.
Is it note 18 on page 66?
No, it's 64.
What?
65.
If I could say, maybe just give an overall explanation, is we had, it's a very significant amount of expenditure in 2017, well in excess of
And did this happen every other year as well?
It was in relation to, pardon?
This is the only year I really looked at your financial. Is this a recurring issue?
No. It was specifically in relation to property acquisitions under the revolving fund and the engagement of solicitors for conveyancing.
Okay, first question. Let me just ask the questions. Did you know you were going to purchase these properties at some stage? Did you know you would require a solicitor to help complete the transaction?
Yes.
So how were you caught that you didn't have your gone through a procurement
How
position?
we were caught, we knew we were going to make acquisitions. We engaged with the Office of Government Procurement in relation to engagement of solicitors. They said they were setting up a framework and they would prefer us to use that framework in terms of engaging solicitors. They had expected to have a framework in place by a certain time. They confirmed that. However, they didn't have the framework in place in sufficient time, and we had run out of time to go through the full procurement. We did go through a procurement process. So we went out to a restricted procurement process. We tendered it to legal firms and we selected from that. So we went through a procurement process. The intention had been to use a framework from the Office of Government Procurement, which we subsequently have done now. We have put that in place and used that framework and engaged solicitors from that framework.
And tell me, the issue of 270,000 for insurance, you were buying houses and selling them on, transferring them on. Inevitably, you had to know the day you purchased a house you're going to have to insure it. Sounds as if you were shocked you had to insure it between the time you bought it and the time you sold it.
What we were expecting that in terms of from buying to selling on would be a short period, maybe of the order.
So you're going to carry the houses uninsured? That was your original intention?
We were going to insure them, but we expected them to be carrying the houses for 2 to 3 months. The sales onto approved housing bodies have been taking up to a year. So the length of time it's taken to sell on the properties. Now, in the meantime, we have made the properties available to approved housing bodies to refurbish them and have tenants in place. But anyway, the time scale to actually convey the properties on was far in excess of what we expected.
So you're telling me, and what caused this year delay? Like, there were people out there looking to get into these houses, and what caused this delay of conveyancing? Because you can understand, I keep telling you, this is another reason why we're here today. People can't understand. You have 70 million sitting in the bank, but it takes a year to go through. The other side as well are involved in the transaction. But
no, the minute we get the keys, we enter into a caretaker agreement with an approved housing body, give them the keys, make sure the properties are refurbished and occupied as quickly as possible. But in terms of buying the properties, that can happen.
The note we need from yourself then is this: to give us information in relation to how many you required and the length of time it took them for them to be tenanted at the other end for the approved housing body to have tenants moving in. I know when you got paid, it was up to them for maybe a week or 2 or 3 to get their tenants in, but they're required to take the people off of the local authority list anyway, and they would have been doing their interviewing process of those people towards the end of the process. So we're now finding this is a bit like the voids. We're told how long the department was working to clear. It looks as if we're uncovering a new void system through your organisation, as you buy a house, but it can take a year from the time you get it to the time the tenant gets it.
No. It takes a year before the property is sold on. The tenant will be in place before that sale is.
Which is said there a lot of remedial work may have to be done.
There'll be some remedial work, but the minute we get the keys, we pass them on to the approved housing body. The property under caretaker lease. Fine. They refurbish property, get it occupied by a tenant.
You insure it during the caretaking period. Are you both insured?
We insure it until we get it. We sell the property on.
Okay. And the final thing was, I think you recruited some people for a recruitment process, or.
Yes, and these will be temporary staff.
Okay, that's fine, and we're just nearly there. Explain to me, Mr. McCarthy. Tell me, just before we get to the last question, how much cash had you on hand at the end of the year? look at your financial statement there. How much cash had you on hand at the end of the year, in the middle of this housing crisis?
What figure is that? No, it's Margaret. Is this? If you just bear with me.
I will.
14.8.
Yeah, 14.88 million.
Where is that? I know figures there.
Statement of financial position.
And note 13 is on page 62.
I'm on page 44 of your accounts. Statement of financial position, 31st of December.
Note 13, please.
I'm on page 44.
Go back up, note 13. Yeah, there. Cash at bank. These are the notes to the statement of financial position.
Yeah, you were looking at the... So, when I look at page 44 on your financial statements, that's it. You've had it there, Sarah. Right. So, I understand a lot. Is a lot of that housing acquisition deposits and stock of houses for resale? Is much of that cash?
9.7 million.
9.7 million.
Yes.
Yeah. So in total, you had about 14 million cash.
Yes.
At the end of the year, and really the big change was you got to 70 million.
Yes.
What stage during the year did that come? It wasn't the reason for the supplementary estimate. No.
No, that was provided for in the estimate as it stood at the start of the year.
Okay. Look, I think I've completed enough. I did want to ask some questions on the financial statements, and we've had a long day, and you can understand people were trying to get, I suppose, information out there in the public arena so people understand what's going on, because there is a bit of frustration with how long it's taken. The 1.4 billion that went on housing last year, not to mind, I'm sure the 1.5 or 6 billion that went on housing this year to translate into houses on the ground for a lot of people. And I know there are lots of acquisitions, I know that, and I know there are lots of issues at local authority and the approved housing body level. That's why we're having the second meeting. That's why we do hope some chief executives will be here, you know, to help close the circle, because they're a very important group of people. So at this stage, I want to thank all the witnesses from the Department of Housing Planning, Local Government and the Housing Agency for your attendance here today, and the CNAG and his staff. The meeting is adjourned until Thursday the 8th of November, when we'll be meeting with the same agency on matters related to medical negligence, cervical check and thalidomide litigation. We will be having a further meeting. I think we have to reconfirm the date with you. I think there's some issue on the date, but it'll happen as soon as practical. So the meeting is now adjourned. Thank you all.